battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the SiliconSky Twin 7's at Watkins Glen International.
So let's take a look at Watkins Glen International, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the racetrack here. Front straightaway, not terribly long, not terribly fast. It does drop off considerably there as you go into turn one. Very constant radius turn one there. Nicely banked, by the way. You can really throw the car in there. Tremendous amount of grip on this racetrack, even in the wet. It's a lot of fun to drive here. Up through turns 2 and 3, a lot of fun. Uphill climb. You see a lot of that shot on television as they go through the S's there. Once you get to the top of 3 there, the fencing there kind of acts like a little tunnel. Makes it feel close to you, and it kind of kicks to the left a little bit, so it's kind of surprising the first couple times you go through there. Then down this straightaway section, very fast. It's the fastest part of the racetrack, and into this big bus stop chicane they call the inner loop. Very fast on the exit around the carousel here, which is also called the outer loop. It's a constant radius. Again, a lot of nice banking at this racetrack, and that carousel's no exception. Great passing zone. Heading down into the boot now, into 6. Fantastic turn. It's pretty much blind on the way in, blind apex, blind exit. A little bit off camber, just a lot of fun. Then racing down into turn 7 here is also tremendous fun. You're headed downhill, and you really toss the car into the corner hard. Harder than you would be able to at any other corner in the world, I think. It's just, the banking is just incredible, and the grip level is very high. So now we head down this straight section, which is uphill for the most part, heading into the heel of the boot, which looks like a constant radius. The track turns back on itself a little bit here. But again, it's a smartly banked turn here off to the right, which sets you up for turn 9. Turn 9 is fantastic corner. It's blind on the apex and blind at the exit. You're right up against the wall here at the exit. Quite a few cars that meet their demise there, unfortunately. But then a very fast turn 10. The challenge is just to line the car up so that you don't have to lift. Turn 11's a lot of fun too. Banked right up against the wall at the exit. And then it's down the front straightaway again. That completes a lap at Watkins Glen International.
And welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the SiliconSky Twin 7's at Watkins Glen International. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, calling the race for you this weekend, folks. I hope you're having an enjoyable beginning to your Memorial Day weekend day here, Sunday. We, of course, have to acknowledge and want to acknowledge our military heroes who paid the ultimate price for our freedom and gives us the opportunity to come out and do these things and have a lot of fun. And, of course, we want to show all of our respect and give thanks to all of our military personnel and families who also sacrifice for us regularly to give us our freedoms. Thank you so much. We remember you. And we had a special event here at the racetrack, a commemorative drive around by the safety crew here at the track. We weren't able to catch it live, but that'll be published later. Good morning, Kyle. How are you?
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. Day 2 at Watkins Glen, and again, our sentiments as well. Thank you to our veterans, our active men and women in military, and do want to pay tribute to those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. We greatly appreciate what you've done, and we have the freedom to come out here and race, and we appreciate it. and just know that you always have the love and support of the Champ Car family.
So, yeah, we came into this weekend with over 100 cars. We have, I don't know, some 75 or 80 that actually made the start yesterday. A lot of cancellations. The weather yesterday was epically bad. It was pretty awful. We actually did have some snow falling in the latter part of the stages. Cold, wet, rainy, and definitely a challenge. I was having dinner with Jimmy and Andy, the race director, and his son, and Jimmy said he lost count of the number of people that came up to him and said, "Can we just be done now? Can we just be done now?" In the middle of the race. So it was tough. It was tough, and but everybody pulled through, and it was Turning Concepts with an incredible win yesterday in their Porsche Boxster. It's their first win, so it's a big thing for them. There's the SiliconSky, one of the SiliconSky cars there. And there's the Embracing AI car. So Les down there on the pits, capturing the enthusiasm and the energy down there as these cars. There's the hack team getting ready to roll out.
473 Rosmar had a good solid day yesterday, top 15. The 129 car, another Rosmar, the 78. So that's a 3-car operation, all 3 of those teams from the Connecticut area. 47, MLC Racing.
Yep.
808 team.
Welcome to it.
The guys are pumped and ready to go. You know, yesterday we had a lot of rain falling all day long. Today the track is wet, but we don't have all that. We don't have all that rain falling, so we're going to see some better speeds out of the cars today. These guys are ready to go. We might even get some dry patches. We'll see how it goes.
I think we'll be in good shape. I think the track will start to dry out. When they get out there and they get the heat from the exhaust and the underbodies and the tires off these race cars, I think we'll start to really get a good dry line developed. The first couple hours are going to be a little bit questionable. Teams are going to have to tiptoe around, find what the grip level is. Thankfully, it's not raining. But I think by the time we get to the middle of the day, Paulie, I think we're going to have some dry line and some good racing ahead.
Well, we've got a chance of rain throughout the day again, but it's not as high as it was yesterday, and it was more concentrated towards this morning, about a 73% chance, and it was drizzling a little bit. But again, track conditions far better today than they were yesterday, and everybody's ready to go racing here.
Les is the ultimate hype man for everybody. He gets everybody hyped up, which is what we need there. We just saw Street Fighters, Smoking Horse Racing. There's the 914, Hot Curl Racing.
Yeah. Really cool vintage Porsche here this weekend, and he was out here racing in the rain with it.
The car did pretty well. It stayed pretty stable. It didn't look like they had any problems with it. There's the 555 car. Is that a Datsun or a Porsche? Is that a 944?
It's a Porsche.
That's what I thought.
It's a Porsche 914 if you're talking about the curl car.
No, the one behind it. It looked like I think it was the 555 car. There's Cole Morgan Racing. There's our D-Class car winner from yesterday.
555.
Racer X, one of our camera cars. Les and I will be in that car a little bit later today.
It's Triple Nickel Racing. They have a Porsche 944.
Okay.
Car 173 now rolling out. One of our Miatas and another Mini Cooper here in F class.
Wrong gear.
Oops.
There's Luce Brothers Racing, the 114. That was one of our camera cars yesterday, and I believe that was our F class winner, Paulie. There's A&D Motorsports in the 109. Nosy and Mazda. We know they'll be in contention today. Cargo Racing, they had a solid run yesterday.
Well, we start the cars a little differently here in Champ Car, where we have a random number selection. We pick somebody in the grid, and we pull everybody out from them down to the end of the pits, and then from everybody from the front then files in behind them, and then they reverse the order on the second day. So cars are heading out, and you can see, thanks Les, appreciate all that down there in the pits. And we can see the cars coming through turn 7 there. Being led by the pace car, and this is way better than it was yesterday. So hopefully, as long as we don't get more of the rain, we should be in good shape here. Parts Badger.
Looked at the radar this morning, Paulie. I think we're in good shape. I think we'll be. We'll take a look at the temperature here in just a minute. Let me go ahead and pull that up for everybody.
All right. There we go.
But yeah, good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great Memorial Day weekend. Today is the biggest day in motorsports, the biggest day, and we appreciate you for letting Champ Car be part of the biggest day in motorsports. All right, so right now, folks, it is 53 degrees here in Watkins Glen. Feels like 49. We're scheduled to get up to 60 degrees today. The chances of rain are less than 10% right now. So the temperature is supposed to be up to about 59, 60 by about 1:30 p.m. today, and it's supposed to stay in the high 50s. So we should see some steady track drying. The humidity is pretty high. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Visibility is a lot better than it was yesterday, and just ready for some good racing, Paulie.
Yeah, Turning Concepts is leading from pole, so the team that won yesterday couldn't be in a better spot to try and get that MOV, get themselves unlapped. So they'll be put at least one lap down as a result of the win yesterday, and that's just something that Champ Car does. There's no penalty afforded to them. They didn't do anything wrong, but that's just the way the Champ Car handles it. So they'll be put a lap down, maybe not on pole, but they're right up there. I think it is them. It's the pole and their sister car. And so maybe their sister car has a crack at it this day. I don't know. The sister car did well yesterday, but they didn't. They weren't up at the front like that. So. And then Parts Badger narrowly they actually had contact on track yesterday, almost got taken out, but by another car that was spinning, but managed to keep going. And so they're back out here again today. Maybe today's their day. Maybe it's Parts Badger's day. Maybe it's Racer X. Kyle's going to be racing, and so's Les going to be racing with that car. So we get two really good drivers in there and see if they can get that car hoisted up to the front. It's a good race car, but there's lots of good race cars out here this weekend. So we'll just have to wait and see. The 7's team, they came up dry yesterday. So hopefully they can, I'm sure that team's hoping for at least a podium finish out here today, but more likely they're looking for those wins.
So I just got an update from Greg Pauly as far as the Turning Concept guys. Tony Barber will start in box 1, and Nick will start in box 2. Nick Bowser in box 2. So it'll be interesting to see if the sister car can do anything today.
Yep. Lots of Porsche Boxsters out here this weekend. We've got, of course, the I was going to say Atlanta Speedworks, but it's Rockwell Autosport Development, kind of a hybrid team now. And then we've got, of course, the Team Salem cars. We've got David Kiesack's out here this weekend, the Weiser Blitz Racing Porsche Boxster, and we've got the two Boxsters from, of course, Turning Concepts. So becoming more and more popular of a chassis as they head down into turn 7 and up towards what comes after 7? 8. So being led by the pace car, and we'll see if the lights are out on this time by. Got a little bit behind. The things got a little cramped for time here as we did that Memorial Day drive around the track, that tribute drive. So I see the lights are still on the pace car.
They were hoping to go one time by, I know that. So we'll have to see what happens.
Coming up to the top of the hill for turn 9 here. Waiting for them to come around turn 10.
All right, Pauly, pace car lights are off.
Okay, so that means they'll be coming in this time, ready to take the green. So here they come. And we can expect the pace car to pull into the pits here. And here they come, getting ready for the green flag. And there's the green flag to start day 2 here at Wisconsin. I did it again. at Watkins Glen International. The Twin Sevens, day 2, kicks off for 7 hours of endurance road racing, and it's Turn-In Concepts leading the way down into turn number 1 for the first time today.
A little bit of 3 wide as you see the cars coming down the hill. It was a nice strung out start.
Yep, and it looks like they are kind of tiptoeing around here just to be careful. Let's see if they can get this track to develop a line, but grip's going to be quite a bit better today, we can be sure, than it was yesterday. As they head up the hill. Down into the bus stop we go.
Good single file right here. Now, as we're with the start, the track is still damp and still wet, but we should develop a dry line. The teams are still going to have to be really careful to make sure that they don't get up on the curbs too much right away. They want to monitor and see what the track looks like as far as the grip level. So these guys are going to have to tiptoe around here at least for the first 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's still some areas you can see in this shot that the track to the left is quite a bit wetter. As we're going to caution already, caution has already been called, and we'll see if we can find out. We will try to find out what the story is here. So it's a caution and a green being displayed on the first lap here at Watkins Glen. And they're going to go code 35, in fact, to bring the field down even slower.
Paulie, I'm looking over in between turns 10 and 11, and I see a car mangled.
Oh, yeah. It looks like
Sun's out, guns out racing. Thomas Gunn and his, what a tough break for those guys.
Yeah, the front end's pretty mashed up. Looks like they might have speared the wall then. The cars come around. And they'll get over there and take care of that.
That's a tough break for those guys. They had a good 4th place finish in the EC class yesterday, and they were looking for a bit more of that today.
So we're going to get started here, folks, pretty soon. Checkers at 4 o'clock today, green flag at 9. So 7 hours of racing here, and once they get that car pulled off the track, we'll be able to get back to it.
So as you see the cars coming through turn 8, the heel of the boot, they're going to have to just be really, really careful as they come up on the accident scene, make sure that they stay track left. But, Paulie, so we saw a lot of rain yesterday. It looks substantially better today. It appears that we should be in good shape for a lot of great racing today. Like I said earlier, they just have to let the track dry out a little bit. You still have to be careful when you get down toward the rumble strips because there is a little bit of puddled water that kind of sits in that. There's kind of a little bellow down there that the water just kind of sits in, and until that dries up, they want to make sure. I did see a car come through the bus stop a little bit ago that kind of stepped out slightly just because it had gotten into that, trying to use the curbs coming through that section of the racetrack. So drivers will just have to watch for those extra shiny spots.
So right now, crews are working the accident scene.
So yesterday we said fuel mileage wasn't going to be an issue. With it being drier today, I think we'll see more of fuel mileage coming into play with the 7-hour races because I think teams will be pushing a little bit harder. Yeah, the first couple hours you probably won't see the pace that you normally see, but I think as we develop that dry line, I think you'll start seeing teams having to figure out and get into those windows and play fuel strategy later in the race.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be as difficult today for them because conditions are still kind of damp, and we've also got a 7-hour instead of an 8-hour race, which is more challenging for the teams. So some of the teams are going to be like, we're going to be okay. And then others are going to be saying, we're going to be right on the edge with this thing. So picking up the hot rod and pull it off the track, and we'll get back to racing. Hoping everybody's having a fantastic start to their week. And make sure you message us in the comments. Let us know what you're working on, what you got going on. Yeah, that front end's crinkled up pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like he took a decent shot there on that wall. So, Paula, you've raced here at Watkins Glen before, right?
Yeah. Scared me. No,
I didn't.
No, you didn't. I'm just kidding.
So what was your while we have a few minutes here, what was your favorite part about this racetrack? What is it?
That's the funny question. Because it was everything. There was nothing about this track I don't like. It's just, I love it. Man, it was just great. What a great time. I loved it. I don't know. It's just like I raced. One day we raced in the dry, and the next day we raced in the rain. I had more fun in the rain than I've ever had racing in my life. I just had so much fun out here. And it's just every corner you go into, it's banked for the most part in your favor, except for like 6 and coming out of 9, like what you pointed out yesterday, Kyle. So that adds a little bit of that driver. It's you get it. It's a challenge, so you got to be careful there. But that drivers like that kind of stuff. If you have a lot of experience, what happens is you've driven all these other tracks. And then you want, maybe we can go to a place that's a little more challenging. Like, let's learn some new techniques. And Watkins Glen brings that, right? And you've raced out here, Kyle. So what's been your take on it?
I just love how the ebb and the flow of the track goes. It's a lot of fun. The elevation change is a challenge. I love the downhill braking into turn 1. It really forces you to kind of have to figure out, should I brake a little bit earlier? Can I brake a little bit later? How much is the momentum going to carry me down the hill? Because as you can see from this shot right here, folks, you see the start-finish line, but then as soon as you get just a little bit past it, the downhill descent starts. And it looks like it's very gradual, but as soon as you get to about the 500 marker, it is a dead straight drop down, and then you have to make sure you're on the brakes, get the car turned into turn 1, and then make sure you get back to the power, and then you want to try to carry that all the way up through the S's through 2, 3, and 4. And the trick is, can you stay flat up through those S's? It really just depends on your combination, your setup, and depends on the grip level that the track's got. Like right now, it'll be interesting to see who could stay flat up through there. And then as you come up through 4 and head down toward the bus stop is always fun. Because if you can get it slowed down and get it hit right, and you can just kind of, you don't want to slam the curbs hard, but if you could just gently hit the curbs a little bit, you just flow through them. And it's a lot of fun to try to get through there and find an optimal line. And then as you come through turn 6, come into 5 and then into 6 with the carousel, you come through there. This is a challenging part of the racetrack because it's all downhill at this point. Turn 6 is a downhill blind left-hander, and you think you can carry more speed through there, but you really have to slow the car down a little bit more. And then you want to get back to the power, and then you go downhill, and it's a dead drop down, and then as you come into the toe, you turn in, and as soon as you're back in the gas, you're going straight uphill. So you want to try to get back to the gas quicker, but the problem is that corners seem like it takes forever. Up the hill, crests come up over to turn 8, then it's another downhill section, not as substantial, but downhill braking, turn into the corner into turn 8. It's a very tight post or plus 90 radius here, and then you want to track out as far to the left as you can. You want to try to aim for the right side of the track, and then turn 9 is the challenge because you have banking right to about where the Corvette is right there, and then all of a sudden it goes flat, and then it kind of goes away from you. So you have grip, and then all of a sudden it just goes away. As you exit turn 9 and you come up out of there, you have to make sure that you got the wheel straightened out as much as possible as we're going back yellow.
Yep, and you can just see every shot, the track is banked, ascending, descending. there's no boredom. It's just a fun racetrack. Wherever you're at, you're having a good time.
And it flows well, too. And
the flow is fantastic.
It's fast.
Yeah.
It's one of the fastest road courses in North America.
You get a really good connection between the corners. A lot of positive banking, so you can really throw the car around and just have a good time. It's a really a fun track to drive.
As we see TCR out breaking the Street Fighters into turn 8. You'll see what I'm talking about here, folks. So he's a little bit shallow on his entry, but you notice he just keeps it kind of tight as he works by Section 8 in one of their Mustangs. Yeah. Nice job of picking off 3 cars right there. And then you want to get on the brakes a little bit early here, because if you go late, you're going to slide out really wide. And then right here, you're sitting on the right rear tire, and you're just saying, please hold, please hold. And then you're just rolling into the power, making sure you've got the grip you need. He's going to try for a pass here, gets him just before the 200 marker. You'll turn in, you'll get back to the power, track out to the right, and then you want to
hustle.
Yep, pretty much.
Hustle back to the left here for the braking.
Turn in, you're staying.
They're running off the stripe if you can, because it'll be a little slick in the wet. And then back to power, use all of it.
And then a hard run down here. We'll stay on board with it and give you guys a shot here. Then
this is
on
the brakes, dropping down. It's hard to see, but it's there.
He braked just a little bit before
the nose drop.
Yep, a little bit before the 500 marker there. Turns into 1.
On the power here. And because you get that positive banking, and many of these corners climb a bit, you can get back to the gas pretty quick.
Now you notice he lifted off substantially there, Paulie. You heard that.
Yeah.
And even through here, he's just having to roll into it and just take it easy, because this track is very slick when it's wet. It has grip, folks, and I don't want it to seem like it's an ice rink, but it's very cold right now. We're still trying to we're only 15 minutes into this race just about, so they're still trying to get heat in the brakes, heat in the tires. We sat under a code 35 for about 5 to 6 minutes, so at this point, they're still trying to get a read on what these things are going to do. Through the bus stop, see how he just gently uses the curbs, not slamming them real hard, just using them, grazing them a little bit, because the little bit of rise in the curb does help the car turn a little bit.
And this is nicely banked to the right, and you're also beginning to drop here as you're going to head into the laces of the boot. So he kind of flattens out right there a little bit, and then now you start to really sink. And the road continues to drop off here, and then you turn in again. You're kind of aiming for that late apex, and it's a little sketchy. He didn't quite get to the inside, but he's got a car on the inside of him, so he's probably gonna have to ride the outside here. I don't know if he can cross over. Looks like he had the legs to cross over. Brake, turn in again. You're kind of aiming late for the apex. You can start putting the power on here.
Yeah, he's trying to stay off that inside.
There.
Yeah.
And use all the track, real nice. Great job using all the track there. Climbs the hill. Keep an eye on the mirrors. It's got some moisture there on the left side of the track.
You see the shiny part, folks, right there on the bottom. He's trying to stay off of that because it is very slick.
Yeah.
He's going to have to tiptoe through turn 9. Got in there a little
hot.
Yeah, got in there a little wider than he wanted.
He broke really hard, so he probably kind of hurt himself there. Make sure he could get to the inside of that.
But he might have also been trying. He went in a little wide, but it did give him an opportunity to open the wheel and get a straighter exit to get back to the power a little quicker.
Right, it could be just his style, but I think he actually hurt himself a little bit going in that hot. So here we go. Turn into 11. This is fun through here.
Yeah. When it's dry, folks, you can if you get it slowed down and turn into 11, and you get right down to that apex, you can put that power down and open that wheel up.
Yeah.
You can carry some speed through 11.
Yeah, it's one of those corners I think a lot of guys give away. A lot of rolling speed through there they don't need to, and you can feel that the car's just hooked.
Well, it's deceiving because sometimes if a car feels like it doesn't want to hold for you, but if you get the right combination and you feel like you got enough grip, it'll hold for you if you do it right. Same thing through the S's here. He didn't have to brake as hard that time.
Yeah, just got to measure it, and that's what a driver does. You just work your way up. You just kind of sneak up a little bit, and then feeling how those tires are working, that tells you what's going on.
headed back to the bus stop. He braked a little before the 600 marker. Not a bad move to do that, to brake a little bit sooner with the slick conditions.
Yeah.
And as we get into the drier parts of the day and the track starts to come back in, you'll see those brake markers inch up a little bit farther. But doing a great job. I mean, TCR is doing a great job right now, running a smooth line, running a bit conservative in some sections to stay off of the slick part. So wish these guys the best of luck for today, and hopefully they'll have a good run like they did yesterday, because both cars ran really well. I just think they just didn't get the finishes that they wanted.
Tater Racing leads the race here with Team Octane behind them. Then it's the Turning Concepts 2 car. Team Salem Ketchup finds themselves in 4th place. Rockwell Autosport Development in 5th. Then it's 901 Motorsport in the number 901 car, which we have a camera in their car. Let's see how it's running. There we go. Then we got Sent from the Gourds, Parts Badger, Boston Winers in the 763 car. They have 2 cars here this weekend. And then it's the 903 of 901 Motorsport in 10th place. It's great to see one of Frank's cars up front again. Great guy, and serves on the board. Is he still on the board? I think he
is still on the board.
And
he was very active in our
serving there.
He was very active in our meeting this morning. There was a discussion. We were talking about rain lights and using them going forward, and there was a lot of positive feedback. The question was raised on whether they would want that, and a lot of our competitors and members in the series were very much, they raised their hands and said, yes, we'd like to investigate looking at using them, because it does help. I mean, obviously when you get in situations like yesterday, it's just hard to see in general, but having those when you get into these rain races, that blinking light really can make a difference. It at least lets you know somebody's in front of you.
I think the debate often swirls around, do we want them on at night? Do we want them on at day? Do we want to? That seems to be where a lot of drivers are split on what they'd like to see, because it does cast a lot of glare, especially some of those higher power rain lights. So 901 heading down into turn 8.
Ooh, big catch right there.
Yep, just checking it out there. Trying to get a little more rear grip there. So his entry, you can see, is a little bit more right side of center.
Did you notice he stayed in 4th gear, Paulie? He went for a second. He hesitated. He was going to downshift. But did you notice the wheel spin he got off of turn 8? He said, 3 wide here, back to 2 wide. A little bit right there.
This is exciting.
Yeah.
And then he's got all this traffic up here. If the car ahead was just a little bit quicker, he's got a great chance to pass the Turning Concepts Porsche. Does everybody see me? And he's down in the pit in, actually. Super low. This is kind of sketchy.
He may try to split the middle here.
Yep. Everybody see me coming? Because I'm coming.
4
Here comes
wide.
Parts Badger. Parts Badgers is going to make a race of it, too. So down into 1 they go. The 901 lines up nicely here, but it's going to be hard to put a move on Parts Badger. They just passed you. All right, now up through the S's. He's set well with that. That was interesting.
Yeah, Parts Badger did a good job of taking advantage of that. He probably saw them getting choked up behind each other there in turn 11, backed off a little bit, got a run as they came out of 11, and took advantage of passing probably at least 3 or 4 of them. Back on board with TCR as they're going by Smoking Horse Racing. Nice entry into the corner, and it's real slick. It's real shiny right there. So you really have to be very careful as you put the power down. Is it going by the Haterade car, one of the Boston Winers?
Weiser Blitz has moved up into 14th place. Both of the Gorilla Stickers cars are enjoying 11th and 12th place.
Braked about the 150 marker right there. Turns into the corner. Rolling back into that power. Yeah, everybody definitely still staying. Oh, he's actually going to straddle it. Testing the grip level right there, Paulie. I think they're starting to get a little bit of confidence as they get a little bit of heat in the tires. Track's still pretty wet, but like I said, I truly do think we're going to see a good dry line develop as the day goes on. Downshifts to 3rd gear. Rolling back into the power. And headed back up the hill. Now, he didn't lift as much that time. I did notice that. He was able to carry a little bit more speed. So I think they're getting some heat into the tires, and they're able to trust it a little bit more. Headed down the back straightaway. Looks like he's got a run on one of our Miata competitors. One of Rossmar Racing's.
Yeah, lap times I'm seeing 244s up at the front here. Gorilla Sticker turned in 244s. Let's see if we can get
233 by Tater Racing. Goodness.
Yeah, so big difference from what we had yesterday.
Good out-braking maneuver right there. I believe that's the 10. That might be the 109 car.
Thanks, Charles. Appreciate you signing in and joining us again this weekend.
So 241 last lap for TCR. So, Paulie, we are starting to see those lap times coming down. So I think there's a lot of trust coming back into that racetrack. Still got to be careful, but conditions are much better than they were yesterday. So actually, Paulie, we've got both of the 901 Motorsport cars up into the top 10. The 901 is up into the 5th spot. And right now, C-Class, like we normally see, has a pretty good hold on the top 10 here. 9 out of the top 10 spots are C-Class cars, with the lone B-Class car. And 2 B-Class cars in the top 11 right now with Parts Badger and Team Octane. Running a little bit of that outside line through 5. Seems like they're getting pretty good grip out there. Gave them a really good run, headed to 6. Just listen to that BMW sing, folks.
Yep, getting into the power nice and early, just easing it in. I don't think he got down quite as far as he wanted to, but heading down to 7. This is my favorite turn on the track. He's into the power early, just modulating here. Not quite on full. He's riding the outside, so looks like he is kind of still riding some wet some wet lines instead of going right to the apex in some parts of the track. Let's see how he negotiates turn 8 here.
Right now, they're about 4 seconds back of Parts Badger, so trying to chase down that Miata in front of him.
Yeah, he's still seeing it slick out there for those rear tires.
There was a bit of debate with some of the teams and conversations I had with a few people this morning what they wanted to do as far as the tires. They felt the track would be better today. Don't know if they're going to look at slapping on some drier tires as we get into the race. I know a few people were throwing around BF Goodrich's. They were throwing around some Continentals, obviously what's on that approved list, but they really just were debating on what they felt would be beneficial for the conditions, because it's going to be kind of a mixed bag today.
Yeah, Charles, yesterday we had a lot more rain. We even had a little bit of snow mix come in later in the day. And it rained really all day long, and it's been cold and windy, so conditions were pretty rough for everybody. But overall, we had a good race of it. We saw Turning Concepts with their first win, I guess, according to Andy. So they took away their first win this weekend. Les is down in the pits there with the Less is More cam, bringing us action from the from pit road. We can see everybody's staying nice and comfortable and warm in their pit boxes. Okay, maybe not.
They're thinking, what was it that we heard yesterday? Thinking warm thoughts.
Yeah.
Trying to stay warm.
Pretending to be warm.
So, Paulie, we've seen Tater Racing jump out front. We've talked about Tater Racing before. They have come so close. How many times?
Yeah, it would be interesting. We had 2 different unique winners this weekend who'd never won before. That would be interesting.
We thought Tater had a good shot at VIR last year. They were strong. Mm-hmm. We know Tater was strong at a couple other events last year that they were at. But Rockwell Autosport, about 10 seconds and change behind. We'll have to see. And it looks like one of the Team Salem cards, Team Salem catch-up to 942, is back into the fight, only 4 seconds back of Rockwell. So it looks like we're seeing some of those typical players coming back into the fight. And good start for Boston Winers. They're up to the 8th position so far, up 1 from where they started in the 763, one of the C-Class cars. I know this has got to be making Andy's heart happy right now. They had a solid day. Not the day that I think they wanted with their F-Class car. I thought they probably felt they'd be contending for a victory, but they had a solid day yesterday. A little farther down, good run for Joe and the guys with Gorilla Sticker early in this race, up in the 9th position. And our Team Octane, our Canadian buddies, are in 10th position, highest run Mini Cooper right now. Working by one of the Haywood Racing cars, the 663. We saw a bad day for their sister entry yesterday. Got caught in a little bit of traffic there, folks. You notice he downshifted to 3rd gear. Trying to work through the carousel. Going by, I believe that's the 151 car.
Let's hop on board with the leader here, Tater Racing. And by the way, folks, if you're using one of these Yeet cameras, you see I got the big watermark down there. If you want to get rid of that, let me know. It's just a firmware update. I can send it to you. Oh, got a little squirrely there going in, but all's good. All right. Seems like, is he hanging this thing out or what?
He's definitely dancing and chasing it a little bit.
What's going on here? Is this guy racing or something?
I don't know, but I tell you what, pretty close, 9/10 of a second difference in lap time. Tater Racing with a 2:32.5. Rockwell with
2:31.
Yep, 2:31. They just closed the gaps by about almost 2 seconds last time. So last lap for Tater was 2:33 flat, 2:31.5 for Rockwell. They chopped a bit off that lead. Team Salem with a 2:35.8.
There's also a really close battle going down in 7, 8, and 9s with the 2 Rosmar cars and Manic Motorsports. They're all pretty tight right now. So Mazda, a lot of Mazda fights going on out there. Tater Racing leading the way. Looks like they're up about 8 seconds over Rockwell right now. So
also got a battle between 2 BMWs and a Porsche sent from the Gourds, 901 Motorsport, and the Turning Concept sister entry of Box 2. They're pretty close. They're all within about 2 seconds of each other, so we'll have to keep an eye on that battle.
Tater's on the charge here.
I bet you they're trying to get away a little bit while conditions are optimal for them. Whoa.
Yeah, he's just dancing through the corners here. It seems like the car's very compliant. It's just working really well for him. Oh, here we go.
Going to try to get to the right side.
Give me the outside.
Whoa.
Oh, no, here we go. We're going for a ride. Oh,
nice
he catches
save.
it. Unbelievable. On the paint and the rumble strips. You know those gators upset the suspension. Still managed to save. Boy, that could have been huge.
Ooh. Pretty even in lap times last time here. Let's see, 2:31 flat for Tater. They picked up 2:29, just a touch under 2:30. So Rockwell still takes another second out of that lead, trying to chase down Tater Racing. Got to be careful with those gators, folks. They're still extremely wet and extremely slick, as we saw. Just about saw our leader lose it coming through turn 10. Putting a lap on Cole Morgan Racing, our yesterday's D-Class winner.
And Tater Racing with a 2:31 on that last lap. Rockwell with a 2:29. We're seeing those lap times fall, Kyle.
They're coming down. They're getting more comfortable with the track. Like I said, I really think probably in the next bit, I think we're going to start to see a dry line develop.
TCR chasing on the Salens Porsche, one of the Porsches here. Looking for a way through down the braking zone. Ooh, nice braking zone maneuver. And Camaro up ahead, getting very loose at the exit as TCR puts the jump on the mustard car. Now they'll head up the hill. We'll see if the Porsche gets the over-under and comes around the other side here. And you've got a lot of traffic up front here. Get the Z car up there and the Camaro using all the racetrack. He's driving like this track is dry, looking for a shot down the inside. This is risky. Got to be careful that the 43 saw you. Looks like he left him a lane there.
But you notice he got right up against where that curve is, and the car twitched a little bit for him.
TCR presenting nice for this corner. I like it. Just going to hug the rumbles here.
Got to be careful.
Yep, some of those paints could be real slick. He's got to be careful. He's trying to hit all the apexes here. Down the front straightaway we go. Looks like he got away from the Porsche.
Trying to present the nose, get the 260.
See if the 260 sees him? I think he did. So the Z car right in front of him here. Looking for the right up the S's. You can see that dry line. There it is, Kyle, beginning to develop there as they get all that compression as they head up the hill. Puts a lot of heat, a lot of friction into the surface. Can we go 3 wide through here?
Thought better of it. That's a really tight section when you get between 3 and 4 as you go over that tunnel.
Especially in the wet. It's a risky shot now. Looking for the faster guy. He's going to get the Z. See if he can get the Honda too coming in here.
Oh,
this is very risky.
Didn't get all the way there.
It's really hard on the Honda. He didn't have much room there for that left-hander.
The Honda let him go. I saw his hand go out the window saying, "Thank you very much." So I think the hat guys gave him a little extra room. There's that dry line again.
Yep. And they're coming through. That's on the outer loop as they head towards the laces of the boot.
Is he going to pick 2 here? Yes, he is. That's a tight corner. It's going to be right up against those strips. Got to be careful.
Yep. It's trying to get to the power here to get around the 95. And looks like the Mustang, I don't know if he sees him or not. Be careful. He's not giving you a lot of room there. So try to come up through 7 here. Almost looks like the windshield's a little wet, so I don't know if they're starting to get some spits out there or not.
Looks like it's okay now. Might have just been a little bit of rooster tail coming off of Lightning McQueen.
Yeah, that could be all it is. Just a little bit of spray coming up off the other cars. Tater Racing. See if they can get away. A 2:29 that last lap for Tater Racing.
2:31.2 for Rockwell, so they got a 2 seconds on him. They increased back to about 9.8 seconds, so if they can hold him at bay as they're getting ready to lap one of the sister cars.
It seems like they're pulling away here a little bit. And we're down here with Les's cam. We can see how much better the track conditions look, Kyle. It's looking way better than yesterday. There's a shot there from the front straightaway at the flagger. You'll notice the flagger standing with he's actually facing us, and that's because the wind's coming from the other side. They actually had a barrier up yesterday to protect themselves from the wind. Back on board with I think it's Renali with Haywood Racing. Got a good battle going on right now for 15th through 17th with Team Salem, Action Raceworks, and K2 Autosport right now for 15th through 17th. Team Salem battling 2 Chevrolets for that to try to get away from those 2 to maintain 15th and begin looking for 14th.
One of the Rockwell cars, I think that might have been the 12 car that just split the middle right there.
You can see still quite a bit of overcast conditions, but we're hoping that most of the storm. And we have a car turned around backwards facing the wall. Looks like they nosed into the wall there, heading into turn 11. And certainly going to bring out a local yellow and probably going to bring out a full course caution and a code 35.
Let's see if he can maybe get it moving.
Yeah, he's right up against the Armco there.
Now, Champ Car will give him a little bit of time. They'll give him a little bit of time to try to cycle the car, get it rolling. I saw him I saw the lights go out, the brake light go. So maybe he's trying to get it started. So depending on if if he stalled it, it might be with running for a little bit. It might just take a second to try to fire.
Well, what you try to do is you come through 10 there, you try to use all the racetrack and then bring it back to the other side to line up for 11. It could be that the back end got away from him as he was trying to make that transition, and it just went around on him, and he ended up here. So he could have pancaked the wall. It looks like the passenger side taillight is not lit, but the driver's side is. So he might have some damage to the right side of that vehicle.
Still doesn't have it moving, so not sure maybe if it isn't drivable at this point.
So we'll keep an eye on that for you. We do see there's a waving yellow there as the cars come through there. And the race control is already talking about it, so they're going to be making some determination here of what they want to do about that.
Paulie already an adventurous start.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday, we had a lot of cautions. We had some red flags. We had a period where we had to bring all the cars into the pits and have the drivers get out because there was a lot of oil reported on the racetrack over there between turns 7 and 11, or 7 and 9, I believe it was. So they had to clean all that up. Hopefully today will be a little less eventful and just a lot more fun for everybody. So there's the full course caution being declared. That'll bring all the cars down to 70% race speed or 50% race speed for a full course caution. And the call's just been made. They're going to go out to a code 35. And there it is. It's been displayed now. So all of the cars will now slow down to a maximum of 35 miles an hour. And the Miata looks like it's finally got it going again as it begins to pull back out onto the racetrack.
It looks like the 90 car. It looks like one of the Manic Motorsports cars.
Yeah, it's a shame.
He's trying to get it going. Looks like it's stalled on him again.
They got some emergency vehicles there to help him out. So they'll get them pulled. And out of there, and we'll get back to it. The view from turn 3 as the cars come up the S's here. I'm seeing quite a bit of fog over the some of the areas of the racetrack as well, out in the more hilly or mountainous areas out there. You can see, and as I look out to my left, Kyle, across past turn 1, there's a lot of fog out there. And so
yeah, we definitely have a low ceiling this morning, but again, hopefully this stuff will taper off, and the wind will also help with track drying as well.
That'd be good to see.
Be very, very optimistic and very helpful if we can get some dry racing. I think these cars will put on a great show here at the Glen.
He tried to get it moving, but just wasn't able to keep it going. Yep, here we go. Now he's got it running. And let's see if he's gonna. We're coming in the pits. Yeah, we're coming in the pits with that one.
Come in and get it checked over. So, Paulie, best lap time right now is a 29 flat by Tater Racing, it appears.
Yeah, he's going to have to get that taillight fixed before he can get back out there.
So, all right, folks. So if you're just joining us, welcome. We are here at Watkins Glen International this weekend for the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. So thank you if you guys are just joining us.
Alrighty, so down here at Racer X, Man, tell us about your race yesterday. I know it was 2 red flags, lots of yellows, all sorts of things like that.
That was a day, buddy, but actually really, really proud of all the racers. Only 3 contacts, car to car, is what they said at the drivers' meeting, and that's a testament to the caliber of people we had out in the race. Also, shout out to the safety crews and all the people that were dragging those cars out. Those guys were busy.
Yeah,
that was
busy.
a day like I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen anything like it. Never.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, but the car seemed like it held up. I was watching a little bit of the in-car cam and the Twinkle Toes camera too, so a little heel toe downshifting, I like that.
That was pretty good. That was hopefully gives some of your viewers just a little bit of insight into that. Well, tricky. It's a tricky track. You know, it's a great track. One of those beautiful tracks. A little better today, guys. Times are starting to drop.
Heck yeah.
So, and I think that you know, everybody that's out is out, and now we're racing. So looking forward to seeing how we shake out today.
Yep, and hopefully no more inclement weather. I'm starting to feel a little bit of drops, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, hopefully we stay a little drier. That wind's going pretty good today.
The wind is going pretty good, for sure. For sure. But I did want to say, shout out to you on your driver skill, though, man. We saw you holding the gear a little bit longer, you know, staying in a different gear. I was like, oh, look at him go. Look at him go. He's doing the thing.
You know, I appreciate that. We were talking about that, how, you know what I mean? You're shifting up and staying up there just so you're not stepping on that gas and losing the rear end or whatever. It was challenging yesterday.
Yeah.
That was testament to the drivers yesterday. That was
right.
really, really challenging.
We don't do it because it's easy. We do it because we thought it was going to be easy.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's exactly right.
It was a lot of fun. Challenging day, which is good. Everybody enjoys that. We just want everybody safe. That's really, when you get into those days that challenging, you really want people to be safe. You don't like to see the squad rolling. You don't mind them cleaning up. But
exactly.
So, just an amazing job by the track yesterday. Amazing job. Champ as well. That can't be easy, man.
Yeah. Shout out to race control.
I can't imagine that too many races like yesterday.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. That's awesome. I know you guys got to make the call. It's going to go back green flag, but thank you for the interview. Thank you for your time. I'll see you soon.
So much.
Yeah.
Thanks,
right,
Les.
you guys in the booth. It actually looks like Cole Morgan Racing's here replacing an alternator.
Oh,
so
man.
You can see this going pretty quick there. These guys are ripping and ripping.
Head back up to the front of the pack here with Tater Racing then. We'll check in with Les here in a moment as Tater Racing now back to green. Yeah, they're really doing a good job out here.
Little twitchy. Wow, late downshift right there. Whoa. Late downshift for Tater, and looked like it was a little squirrely for him.
He's got that solid mount shifter there installed. It's a common change that people make on their BMWs. Not everybody likes the high shifter.
See him working through some traffic here. It looks like he's coming up on the back. I think that's the Haterade car, MLC Racing. Did a nice job navigating that. Took the long way around.
Yeah, oh boy,
can they see him there?
Yeah, can they see him is really that, and you're right on that stripe line too, so a little bit tricky. That seems to be an area he likes to go into, though. It is one of my favorite passing zones, going down into 11 there. All right, so down to 1. Here we go.
Right down to the got a little bit more of the curve than I think he planned on.
Yeah, I think you're right. You could see it upset the car, and he had to counter to get out of that. No problem. Up through the S's here. Looks like the rev limiters. He's up high on the revs. He'll make a shift here when he gets the car straightened out a bit. There it is. Get just a pause here, enough time to check the mirrors. Watch for those number panels, and he'll go into the brakes. Oh, he started catching the Miata pretty quick there, but he got it under control.
Now he's just got to show patience right through here.
Yep.
He's going to try to
try the inside. Okay, looks like the Miata lets him go. Thanks, Timothy. Appreciate you, brother.
Headed down to turn 6. Going to try the long way around to the Embracing AI car, I think.
Yeah, got to really watch it here, doesn't he, Kyle?
Whoa.
This could be kind of sketchy out here. It's probably still wet.
I think the Embracing AI car saw the car in front twitch a little bit. He reacted, and I think Tater had to react as well.
That was a moment in the heart in the throat moment there. That could have been a mess. the guy on the inside loses it and takes out everybody on the outside.
Yeah, but that happens. You got to be careful going around that outside. I had an incident here about 7 years ago in the 2019 edition of this race on Saturday when I tried to go in turn 6. I tried to go around the outside, and it was dry that day. And, wow, he's still chasing that wheel. It was a great save right there. It looked like he still stayed on line. But I went to the outside to go around some people I was faster than. But, unfortunately, I ended up getting clipped by somebody, and I ended up backing into a tire barrier. Big catch right there. They've increased the lead, so the push is working for them. They're up to 21.7 seconds right now.
Yep.
But you still got to be careful.
Yeah. Might as well go ahead and dive in here because the car's really checking up heavy going into 11. Good morning, Spencer. Good morning, John. Hope you're having a great start of your Sunday. 7 hours of endurance road racing here on ChampCar.Live.
Down to third gear. Pops inside. Got a good run out that time.
So the standings right now, we've got Tater Racing leading over Rockwell Autosport Development, followed by Parts Badger. Then it's Team Salem Ketchup. Look at all those C-Class cars with Parts Badger up there holding the reins for B-Class. So after the Team Salem Ketchup car, it's 901 Motorsport there in 5th place. And then we've got Turn-In Concepts, Boston Winers, Sent from the Gourds, Team Octane, and Gorilla Sticker. That's your top 10 here. Gorilla Sticker now working their way into the top 10.
Tater Racing getting held up a little bit by, it looks like, TCR. You got to be patient. Going by the Mercedes. That's one of our F-Class cars.
Yeah, being patient just really pays off so well, and especially in endurance racing. He's got the faster car, so it's just a matter of time to work his way by safely. It's his responsibility as a passing car to conduct a safe, clean pass. So even if he sees a hole, sees a little slot he can go down into, that's not necessarily what he wants to do. He needs to have a safe, clean pass. Local yellow being displayed there, so boy, he was on the charge. He looked like he'd set up the BMW nicely for the pass there. He could not take advantage of it. Yeah, it's track left, isn't it, Kyle? As they come out of turn 8. Car 383.
Oh, that's the no Z in Mazda.
Well, that was flagged as a no off, a 4 off and continue. So the other car may still not have anything on as we're going full course caution now. So that's going to abate Tater's charge to put the pass on the TCR car.
And we are now under code 35 for that stalled car, just the driver's left off of turn number 8.
Code 35 it is. And Tater Racing just didn't have enough time to get it done safely. And that'll slow them down. Talking
to the crew, communicating, probably giving them an update.
Yeah, and there's our stricken soldier there. And Kyle, kind of looks like he just pulled off there, doesn't it?
Yeah, but smart move, though, to get out of the way, because that's, as you can see when you come out of the right-hander, a lot of the cars go to the left, so I commend the driver for getting over. Yeah. Not sure what's going on. We'll have to see if we can find out what's going on with these guys, but looks like safety crew's leaning in, talking to the driver. Doesn't appear to be an accident, appears to be some type of mechanical woe.
Yeah, it looks like the lights are still on, so it looks like the car has power. But the code 35 has been called so they can check on that situation, get him out of there. Like Kyle said, that's pretty close to the clipping point as you come out of 8 there, is right where he's sitting. Although it would be more on the curbing instead of that deep, but so he's in a better spot. They've protected the car and the crew there with the truck. So we'll go through some standings here, looking at, we've got, I thought I was going to. There's Class B. We got Parts Badger leading the way in B class. Team Octane in second. Ready Imports in third. To C class, it's Tater Racing, Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 12. And the Team Sailing catch-up car, my favorite Team Sailing car, the 942, sitting there in third place in class. And then down to D class, you've got Gab Racing or GABB Racing, because they've got the dots in there, right? Loose Motorsports there in second place, and we've got a Cameron. They've got a Cameron in their car that they gave me.
They did.
I'll have to show that. And then we've got MDR Motorsports as well. And then EC, we got Open Throttle Racing leading the way over Boston Winers in their 444 car. And another Open Throttle car here in third. How many Open Throttle cars did they bring this weekend?
I think Mike's got 5 or 6 cars this weekend. I know they've got the 62 car, and then I know they've got Bruno, the 58 that ran yesterday, which I don't believe will be out there. I know they had the 69 Goldie. The 70 is a satellite operation. That's Joe Koenig's team. But then Foe, it's the Embracing AI car, has been kind of one of their normal entries that's been going for a while.
Now, I think I heard that they replaced the Porsche with another car. So I don't know if you had heard anything about that.
I think they had a backup Porsche here this weekend, so it wouldn't surprise me if they put that car out on the racetrack. So, folks, again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Watkins Glen International this weekend for the SiliconSky SiliconSky Twin 7's here at Watkins Glen.
You sure it's not Wisconsin?
I don't know. It might be.
Every place I go,
with
I
the
always
weather,
say it's Wisconsin.
with the weather we're having, it could be Wisconsin.
I make that mistake. The nice thing is, once a year, I'm going to be right.
Yeah, at least once a
I don't
year.
know what is about Wisconsin? Why do I keep? I don't live there.
But you must just like the state.
It's got my favorite track.
Well, that's probably why
they're all my.
You're here at the Glen, but you're picturing Road America.
I don't know what it is. It's just I'm just weird, just weak-minded.
You're a racer at heart. You have your favorite place, and that's where your mind's at. That's your happy place.
Wisconsin. That's the weirdest thing.
But to this weekend, we're in our happy place at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, this place is awesome. With the Less is More cam out there, and he's showing us the racetrack there. It just, I don't know if we can get some comments from Les here. Les, how does the racetrack look down there right now to you? Your boots on the ground. See if you can hear us.
It looks like we're starting to see a little bit of that line develop, but Les will be able to give us a better insight.
It's looking like it's starting to dry a little bit, but not a whole lot. I mean, you can see kind of a dry line on the outside, but not a whole lot. Still pretty dark.
All right, thanks for that, Les. Appreciate that update there from the racetrack, right track side. And we can see the cars coming down the straightaway here. We'll go back to the... okay, we're going to go yellow. Looks like that car's been removed. So this is what they do, folks. They'll take us to caution, and then they'll take us back to green. And they'll probably just pull that yellow in, and that's the signal that we're green. And there it is. So we are green back again at the Glen. And I'll see if I can find that Loose Brothers camera. Here we go. Oil temp 188 degrees. Water temp 191. Oil pressure around 45 psi. And you can see on the right the track graph. You can see roughly where he's at right now as he's coming through the S's onto this back stretch. There goes one of the 901 Motorsport cars. It sounds like that car's wound out. It's about all she's got. Nice downshift as he heads into the bus stop here. Staying off the curbs, keeping it clean. get that upshift done. It's very common to do that. You get that upshift done before you dive in, depending on your gear ratio, and then you just feather the throttle out of here because you really do want to accelerate through here as the corner opens up. And just as he finishes cresting, as they start to go down, that's where he's coming off the gas and starting to slow the car down here for turn 6. Tater Racing leads the race over Rockwell Autosport Development. Parts Badger still in 3rd place, followed by the Team Salem Ketchup car, 901 Motorsport in the number 901. Turn-in Concepts, Boston Winers, Sent from the Gourds, Team Octane, and Gorilla Sticker your top 10. The Mustard car, Weiser Blitz Racing, and Open Throttle are all in Porsches, all fighting for 15.
3 wide right here, Paulie. That was Tater Racing that took the long way around. It was a gutsy move, but they just did it. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, we got action on the racetrack as we head into turn 9 here.
I saw that move, and it looked a little bit sketchy, but I tell you what, I commend the Tater Racing guys. They are absolutely making this work today.
Coming through 11, pushing that inside pass. He likes to keep making that inside pass, Kyle. Coming through 11, and as they head down now into 1, he's lined up nicely. He's completed the pass.
It's working well for him.
He's using a little bit of curb there at the exit, or maybe he's just right on the edge. It's hard for me to tell from this camera angle. He's going to get the shift done here mid. Now he's waiting. He's getting the shift done earlier, so we can expect to see these lap times continuing to improve. Tater Racing turned in a 2:26 on that last lap. And that's their fastest lap times at 2:26.584. So that last lap was their fastest lap, and so we're continuing to see that car get faster and faster as the track apparently is coming around. Now which way are we going to go? That might be Gorilla Sticker up ahead.
Believe it is. Good call, Paulie.
To the left there. All right, down the laces on the outside. Mid-tracking it. He's in a good spot. Yep, he gets to come over nice and tight there. And he wants to go down the inside to the right here if he can, but it looks like he's just too far away.
Coming up on the back of Racer X, one of our EC cars.
Oh, yeah, that's the car you're getting ready to get in here.
Yep, be in here in a few hours. Hopefully Les will be getting in here at some point, too. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in that
we're
thing.
We're having a little trouble with the Racer X. It's got some legs. He's got him lined up nicely for the pass, but
and Tom started. He did a good job.
Holding the outside line there. Nicely done. We'll go on board with Racer X, and the timing's a little different here. We're a little bit further ahead now. Just left it in 4th gear there. All right. And there's the upshift.
Looks like he's on pace here for a really good lap. Yep, 2:33.7 that time, so I'd say the track's starting to come to this car quite a bit. See him working up the hill here. We'll ride along and watch the foot action. You just see him, he lifted a bit, then got back into it. He's just playing with the throttle going up the hill. Going to 5th gear right there. It's coming through 3 and 4.
Sorry about that.
No, not a problem at all.
Transition back there. Les letting us know one of the teams going back due to a broken throttle cable. So
headed into the bus stop here. Just, you can hear him just gingerly rolling into that power. Staying in fourth gear, using that higher gear to keep the wheel spin down.
Here we go into 7. Decided he needed a downshift there. I think he got thrown off a little bit with Gorilla sticker coming through. Not sure with the sync of everything. It was probably normal. You do typically downshift there. So braking.
Still a little bit slick there through 8, but you can tell the grip level is definitely coming back into some of these places. Yeah, he was letting one of the cars go. I think that was TCR.
It's going to add, he's adding a fair amount of brake and taking his time through 10. So definitely still a little bit slick out there.
And that's such a heavy car that you have to make sure you keep it balanced and make sure you don't do anything wild with it.
It feels like it weighs 10 tons.
It's very heavy. The steering's very heavy.
Yeah.
You really have to, you have to have a lot of finesse to drive this car.
I think it could do with a couple rounds of caster, or maybe take it out because it's really trying to pull center. All right, heading up through the S's. He taps the brakes on entry.
I think he's just trying to set the nose a little bit, get some of the air out from underneath of it, because going up that hill, if you can get the air out from underneath the car, it'll turn a lot better, I've noticed, in this car. And especially with the high winds that we've got, if you don't have that pushing underneath the car, it keeps it a little bit more stable.
Sometimes the mind game, the person you got to play games with is yourself. You feel a little more comfortable with that safety brake. Make sure you're going to have that front end grip as you make that turn.
That's a driver thing. We all want to do that security pump on that brake pedal, make sure we got it.
And looking for a way through here. He's quite a bit quicker, but just being patient.
Got plenty of time. I mean, over 5, almost 6 hours to go. Just take your time, take it easy. These guys finished 3rd yesterday just by cruising, just taking it easy, not abusing the equipment. And Tom laid some great times down yesterday. So if he can do that again today, I think he'll be in good shape.
All right, so with that, we'll take our commercial break and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a few.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
People of Earth, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Watkins Glen International this weekend for the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. And we're racing this weekend. So hope you're all having a fantastic weekend as we are here at the Glen, and excited for just the whole calendar for this year for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is stacked. We've got so many great races lined up on the calendar, including one that I'm particularly excited about is going back to Lime Rock, and that'll be a lot of fun. That's coming up soon.
Yeah.
We're going to be going back to Autobahn and do some racing there on the club track there. That'll be fun.
Yeah, we got our next few events coming up here. We've got that we're going to be covering. Autobahn Country Club, June 13th and 14th. We'll be there. And then after that, our Champ Car, which is sold out, by the way, our Champ Car friends will be headed down to Sebring, Florida for the GridSeat.co 12-hour Sebring Under the Stars race for that event, which has become a pretty popular event. Kind of cool to run it overnight. And then from there, about a month later, we'll head up for the New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park that Paulie was just talking about. And we are covering 2 out of the next 3 events. The only event we won't cover is Sebring. And then a little bit later, as we get into August, you've got about a week later, you got VIR for the roller coaster revival at VIR Full. And then after that, head to Thompson in late August. And then to kind of round out the summer, on Labor Day weekend, or the week after Labor Day weekend. It'll be Mid-Ohio, the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio once again. So a lot of great races coming up. There's still some room at Thompson, still some room at VIR. If you're interested in Lime Rock or Sebring or some of the others, get on the wait list, get your entry in. And same for Mid-Ohio, and see what happens. Sometimes things happen where teams can't make it, and might be an opportunity for you and your team to be there.
Should be a great time.
Absolutely. So Tater Racing continues to lead this race. Best lap so far is a 2:18.31. And it looks like the dry line is starting to develop around the racetrack. It's still slick in some spots, but it really seems like the drivers are starting to trust what the track has. It seems like they're able to carry more speed through the corners. We're not seeing drivers avoiding the yellow line here through turn 11 like we were earlier. So it looks like the racetrack is really coming back into its own, and I think we're in store here for some good racing.
And I'm really impressed with Turn-In Concepts. They've got both their cars inside the top 7 now. Wow, that's really impressive considering their winning car yesterday had to endure that MOV penalty. So, boy, that team's really on the charge in their Porsche Boxsters.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Greg, seemed very optimistic about the weekend, and then to come out and get that first victory yesterday, I think that fired them up to go for more today, honestly. And I think they wanted to get the 717 Box 2 and into the fight with Box 1.
And then we've got Start Racing here this weekend.
The Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Coleman, one of our board members.
He and his drivers are taken to Watkins Glen. Mike's actually not too far from here. He's originally from the New England area. He and his wife, Lori. So I know they're probably looking forward to that Lime Rock race as well. But this has been one of their home tracks for a number of years. He has a lot of constituents in this area that he has to come up and tend to.
The guy is like, it kind of frustrates me because I try to use the old age excuse, and then he's older than me and he's out there kicking butt.
He's fast. So and congratulations again to Mike. He just passed over that 100 race mark here in Champ Car. That is quite a feat. 903. We're going to take a little
Squeezing
3-wide action here.
Oh, and coming around the out. Wow, driving nice.
Paulie, I think they're trusting the racetrack a little bit more. How about you?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of confidence going down in there. That those kinds of changes of direction like that, absolutely.
But congratulations to Mike Coleman on passing that 100 mark and passing over with Justin Andres there. That's quite an honor for Mike. He's still going. He's still out here. He loves Champ Car. He's a big supporter with being on the board as our treasurer. So thanks again to Mike, and hi to Lori if you're here with him.
Yeah, numbers guy. Appreciate that. Ethan K., one of our Canadians down here this weekend. We got a lot of that. And Erwin and his wife were here earlier, yesterday. Claire, and they unfortunately windowed the block in their Miata. They were racing this weekend, so they've packed it in, headed back to California.
Good line coming up out of there. He stayed a little bit shallow because he knew he had the legs to get by the BMW. So right now, Tater Racing continues to lead this race by about 36 seconds over Rockwell Autosport Development in the 12 car. And then a little bit back from those guys is Parts Badger in the 414. That's your leading B-Class car. So right now, I'm looking at some of the times. Right now, the only cars that have gotten below a 220 are Tater, Rockwell, and Parts Badger. They're in the 217 to 219 range on lap time. So like I said, I really think with their tire combination that they've picked, I really think that they're trusting the racetrack as we're just inside of 5 and 3/4 hours to go. So if you just joined us, let's go ahead and do a quick rundown of our classes here and let you know where all of our friends are running. So for the A class, No Foo Racing has taken the lead right now. They're up 17 spots on the day so far. over Rossmar Racing, then Masshole Motorsports in the 617 BMW. Ramen Racing, who was one of our top 3 competitors in class yesterday, up 11 spots on the day so far. They're 4th. And then Continuous Rotation Racing, the 173 car. We didn't talk much about them yesterday, but so far they're having a great day. And Cannonball Club Racing, our A-class winner from yesterday, running in the 6th position right now. But good run by Continuous Rotation, up 24 spots on the day, 10 in class. Good start to the day for those guys. Let's go ahead and pop over and check on our friends on the B side of things. Parts Badger continues to lead over there, over Team Octane by a bit. Ready Imports Racing, we saw they had a bit of a tough day yesterday, but it looks like they've been able to come back and with a vengeance here. They're up into 3rd spot in class. Hot Curl Racing, the 914, runs 4th. And Street Fighters, we saw them in the consistent top 6, top 7 car in class yesterday, running 44th in the overall right now and top 5 in B. Let's pop down to our C class where we'll see some of our overall leaders. Tater Racing continues to lead this race and the C class over Rockwell Autosport Development. Team Salem Ketchup 3rd in the C class, 4th in the running order. 901 Motorsport, another great run by Frank Renault and his team. Those guys just continue to put on good performances. That's one of our camera cars. And then the Turning Concept cars run 5th and 6th in the C class right now. So right now C class hold down let's see, about 7 of the top 8 spots right now. So great start for the C class cars. No surprise though, this track tends to vary very well for C cars. For the D-Class cars, the 260 of Team Z leads currently over the MLC Racing Corvette. Unfortunately, Cole Morgan Racing had a bit of a problem. That was our winner from yesterday. They fell 2 laps back right now, but right now we have MLC and Team Z on the same lap together, so that'll get interesting. We'll keep an eye on that battle. Let's pop down to the F-Class. Gab Racing, the Mini Cooper, the number 52, they're up 12 spots overall on the day. 2 in their class so far, but they're leading the 5-car F-Class. Good to see them out here in the fight today. Don't think they ran with us yesterday. I think they were dealing with some mechanical issues, but good to see them leading Loose Brothers and then Easy Riders. And then we'll check on our friends on the EC side of things. Open Throttle Racing with the 62 car. I know it's got a nickname. I want to say that might be Trixie, but it could be wrong there. Is leading over Boston Winers, and then Foe is running 3rd right now, and then TCR Motorworks in 4th, and then Racer X rounds out your EC top 5.
So there you have it, folks. The whole rundown. What more could you ask for? I'm sure you can find something. But...
it's Green. I think 62 is called Greenie. So I think is the nickname.
Those oil temperatures are continuing to climb. He's at 210 now.
See him. You could hear the car just as he gets to that point where he's just struggling to get up that hill, and then it finally goes for him. That Mazda's just singing. Let's see, 6,900 RPMs.
60 mile an hour, 65 mile an hour through the bus stop. Over 70 at the exit.
Grabbing some 4th gear right there.
And he's just feathering it here because the car just doesn't want to hold on. That's all you can do. Everybody wants to flat-foot it through there, but the cars don't usually do it. So we just have to... a lot of these guys, we're still running essentially street tires. These are treaded tires. We don't run slicks. There's Weiser Blitz coming by. We were just enjoying some in-car camera footage from their car, which they just bought a camera from me, actually. And so this is their new camera rig that they're running inside their car now. Just got it running this weekend.
So on board with Jeff and Weiser Blitz, working through some traffic right now, trying to see which one's going to go. I think he's going to end up going with the Camaro here.
Yeah.
Although got to give that Mazda Miata a little bit of credit. He hung with those guys through the corner. There's the 830, the MDR car. I think that's their F-Class car.
Checking his mirrors there as he dives in. I wonder if this is Jeff. Okay. Got the Camaro up ahead here.
Working through some haterade right there on the right. He's staying right with him. He's doing a great job. And that's the cool thing you'll notice about this track, folks, is, yeah, you'll get some Camaros and some cars that can leg out a little bit, but through the corners where they're heavier and they may not be able to carry the speed, you'll see your Boxsters and your BMWs and your Miatas keep up with some of the faster cars. This track is kind of a little bit of a great equalizer, especially through the boot section and then coming through 10 and 11. The best thing you can do once you come out of turn 1, if he can get close enough under braking here.
Yeah, he's let him kind of get away from him here.
But he got a good run out of the corner where the Camaro had to wait on the car to take the set. He was able to get back. He probably gained about 2 to 3 car lengths. If he can kind of throw the hook out and get a tow from him down the back straightaway up the hill, Camaro may have to lift a little bit. Yeah, he had to lift a little bit for traffic. He's going to get a monster run. But if he can stay with him and let him get a tow, he can pull him all the way to the bus stop.
Yeah, Chris, there really isn't a way that I can add the EC in there and into the leaderboard because they're not scored together. So they're not like they're not interwoven into the rest of the field. So they're scored by themselves. So all I can do is show you this is where they are together. And because race control isn't scoring them together, interwoven, there's no data to put it together with.
Chris, if you want to keep an eye on your friends on the EC side of things, if you pop over to race-monitor.com and you look under live timing for live races, scroll down until you see the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. Look for EC. If you click on that and pull it up on another screen, you can actively keep up with what's going on. Not sure who you're following in the EC division, but it's a great way to find your favorite team and drivers if you're trying to keep up with them. That's the best that we can give for you there. That's always the recommendation that we make, but we'll periodically go through the running order and let everybody know because they're in their own separate race.
Ooh, nice. Dispatching a lot of guys. And the thing about swinging down into the pit lane entry there, it's risky because you're not, that's where people are going to get into the pits. So I noticed there's some races you're not allowed to do that.
I'll tell you what, Tater is putting on a show here for us, Paulie.
Yeah.
Last lap was a 2:17.66. They're coming down. Them and Rockwell are just absolutely crushing it with lap times. It really seems like the racetrack is coming to them. And Paulie, as I'm looking down the front straightaway, that dry line is widening. It was probably about a car length, a little under a car length about maybe 30 minutes ago, and now I'm looking, it's about almost 2 car lengths now. So the heat that these guys are putting off is really helping this racetrack.
Well, and here's the thing, Kyle, that Turn-In Concepts Porsche that won yesterday, the 711 in 5th place, they too turned in a 217. So you've got the leader, you've got Rockwell, and you've got Turn-In Concepts all turning, and Parts Badger all turning these 217s. These cars are fast. And Turn-In Concepts continuing to turn on the heat, see if they can come up for a double win today. But 901 Motorsports right behind them, so you can't count any of these other teams out.
See Tater working through turn 6 right now. I saw a little bit of catch and release with the wheel as they're trying to work through, I think that's Cargo Racing on the left. Nice out-braking maneuver getting into 7. Now you just have to roll into the power and slowly. Looks like he was able to get it open. Like I said, I'm seeing a dry line really starting to develop around the racetrack with the heat coming from the underbody of these race cars. Is he going to go 3 wide? Yes, he is. Wow, nice job. Just picked off 3 of them right there. Cole Morgan's Mustang to the left he got by. Working by another one of the Miatas. Probably going to have to go single file through here, but if he can get a good run, the Miata, but the Miata came back. That was nicely done. Yep. He saw the Miata come back. He got in behind him, and then he was able to get back to the power and get the car turned.
I don't think the Miata, I don't know why he was trying to track left right there. That was definitely a good spot to make a pass for Tater. All right, braking for 11 here.
Good run off of there.
Oh, yeah, he's got a beautiful run. And easily makes that pass. Grabbing 5th gear. Down to 4th. Boy, he's got so much speed coming up through here. And, you know, these teams, they just got to keep heads up on those mirrors for some of these faster cars that are clicking off these laps.
You can just hear the wind hitting the buffering through the camera.
Yeah, his best lap, a 2:16 now, 0.3.
Now he's going to get held up here. There's a little bit of a few cars offline. I think that's the Embracing AI car. That's Foe. He's going to try to go the long way around, but I don't think he had the room. That BMW from Open Throttle is a pretty wide car.
Oh, and the BMW stepping on the brakes going into the carousel, maybe just to let him go. Here we go.
That's a heavy car too, Paulie. Sometimes you need that brake to set that nose to get that thing to rotate. You want to get the air out from underneath of that car, because that wind and air buffering underneath the bottom of that car really moves it around, and just it causes the car to not want to turn.
I've never had that problem here. Never had that. I've never had to do that with those cars. Just drove them in.
Going to try to go inside here. Looked like he worked through a couple more of them. Just putting on a great show. Almost 35 seconds up on about 35 seconds up on Rockwell. Just got an update from our friends at Gab Racing. No problem for the shout out. They said they didn't want to run yesterday. They just didn't want to take a chance with the rain. They just felt their combination wasn't going to be the most successful, so they wanted to wait until things dried out a little bit. So glad to see you guys out there today. And you know what? Kudos to you. Smart move if you don't feel that the car and the combination and the driver lineup are, all synced together in those conditions. So completely understand Sean and Dave, and we're glad to see you guys running well today.
And we got looks like one of the TCR cars coming into the pits there. I'm not sure, but anyway, we'll break for commercial and be back in just a few and pick up with more racing here at Watkins Glen. The SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, back at Watkins Glen here. Working lap 31, open throttle racing. And we've just been talking. It looks like Hayward Racing number 663 has come into the pits.
So he's trying to check his belts or something. It looks like he's trying to get them tightened up a little bit more. Yeah, you can see him trying to just cinch those bad boys up one more time.
Yeah, just don't hit my cameras, guy. That was one of my camera boxes sitting there.
Nah.
Go back on board with Jeff at Weiser Blitz. We'll see if we can find some more on-track action for you. This is a great shot. The Sentinel camera coming through the bus stop there.
It's got a good line coming through there, doesn't he?
The Gourds, not the Gourds.
Boston Winers.
This is Boston Winers. In the Haterade car. And TCR. Dan and his team. Haven't been on with Hack Racing Division very much, so we'll go on board with them for a little bit. And 903 of 901 Motorsport did a spin and continue back there in turn 9 around 10 o'clock. So they had a warning. There's a car that's been observed smoking. 695, the Coco Brothers car. So they're keeping an eye on that car. And now we're getting something from the logs on the number 95. That's the... Okay, spin and continue over in turn 8 for car 95. That's the Mustang of Lightning McQueen in the Lightning McQueen livery. So they'll get a pit lane warning. And if it happens again, they'll bring him in and talk to him, and you don't want it to happen again. But yeah, as I was noticing yesterday, we had a period there. I was looking at the logs. We were getting a spin and continue about every 2 minutes. It was, and it wasn't the same car.
No,
it was always somebody else.
It was treacherous conditions yesterday, so I mean that's completely understandable.
This track is just getting better and better, and Tater Racing's getting faster and faster. A 2:15 on that last lap. That's 681. A 2:15, 681 is their fastest lap time of the day. So these cars continuing to get quicker and quicker as the track gets better and better.
As you can see, these guys are really using the curbs a lot more now, so I think they're drying out a bit. It looks like everybody's more so able to trust the track, trust what they got going on. Is he having a problem? Uh-oh.
A little trouble with the fifth gear.
It looked like he was trying to get it into fourth gear for a second, and it looked like he had a hard time with it.
Yeah.
When they were having issues, didn't they have a problem with the transmission last year that took them out?
Now he's talking to the crew. He just grabbed fifth gear. Yeah, that might have been, you might be onto something there, Kyle, as we'll keep an eye on him here and see if our leader is beginning to have some transmission issues. He's in fourth gear here. There's fifth gear. Might be having a little trouble with the radio too. I noticed him, he reached down there on that flat section. That'd be the place to do it if you need to make an adjustment to your radio.
He's definitely rolling through the bus stop now.
Yeah, he's got the speed. He's got the rolling speed and everything. Saw him at the wheel just a little bit coming through the bus stop. Wow, or through the outer loop. He's really coming in there hot. He's got so much speed he can carry in there. Let's see if he tries to go down to third gear here. There's third. Sunk it right in. Here comes fourth. You can almost see he was like really making it definite. I want it to go in. Left his hand on the shifter there. Here's third.
He hesitated for a second. I think he thought about carrying fourth and then opted out of it.
There's fourth.
Going by the contour of the 808 car.
And back to third. Now, this is where he had trouble the last time, and there's something to be said for where you're at on the track when you're having trouble shifting. Because remember, the engine and the transmission are going to be shifting around a little bit underneath the hood unless you're using solid mounts. You're going to be, even with solid mounts, you're going to get a little bit of twist.
Going to try the long way around. Good line coming out of 11.
Yeah, that was great. And the Miata saw him coming.
Now he's got a little traffic to negotiate here. Is he going to try to go to the inside, getting into one?
Yeah, I would.
The only problem is he's got that car on the
See
right
if he can
side.
push the Miata through. There we go. Let's see if he tries to come around the left side of the Miata here. Yeah. Gorilla sticker there giving him some room. Everybody's trying to stay to the right. Everybody saw him coming. Good heads-up driving from the other drivers. All right, braking down for fourth. He's going to swing in here. He's carrying such good speed through the bus stop. A 2:14.5 that last lap for the leader. That again was their fastest lap time of the day, so it's almost as if every lap's getting quicker and quicker. There was some car-to-car contact between Team Octane and their Mini Cooper and the number 98.
Cole Morgan Racing.
So that was over in turn number 1. It's under review right now. There hasn't been any action taken yet. Check in with some of the other drivers. Looks like Hack Racing's decided to bring it into the pits.
Yeah. This must be their first scheduled pit stop of the day. We're inside that window. We're inside of, we shouldn't see, like we saw yesterday, where fuel mileage, wasn't an issue. Today, they're going to have to monitor it a little bit more.
Flagger looks like he's looking for somebody. They might be trying to black flag someone. Oh, yeah. It looks like we're ready to display a black flag for somebody here, Kyle. So what they do here at the racetracks, they'll have one black flag, what they call a black flag station. And sometimes that's a particular corner, or occasionally it's the starter, which I always wish it was the starter. You're more likely to see it, but and then if they're going to black flag somebody, the race control's talking to the starter, and they'll call the car around and tell them where it's at, so that as the car comes around, they'll see him coming and show them the flag. T. Matchnick in the car, the Haywood Racing car.
These guys are having a solid day so far.
Oh, we got a blue flag, so he's tossed some blue flags to help the leaders out.
Back on board here with Haywood Racing as they work through turn 10. Coming up on a BMW. Looks like it's going to be coming to pit road here momentarily. Headed out of 11 to make another lap here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, looks like Open Throttle's pulled their car. Looks like they're in the pits
tough break
here.
Is it a pit stop?
Yeah, it looks like they're in the pits. I was looking at the wall. Oh, I told him to start the car. No. What's going on here?
I think he got it started. That car runs quiet.
He's turning the steering wheel there. So they're obviously got the left side jacked up. They're working on it.
Yeah, that car's deceiving.
Oh, no.
It's very it runs very quiet.
Yeah, it sure does. Headed down pit road. Gonna go back out there, have some fun.
They're having a good day so far. They've been in the top 2. They've been in the top 2, top 3 all day long. So hopefully they can keep this thing out of trouble today. Back on board with Tom. He should be coming in here shortly for a pit stop, and then Scotty will be getting in the car.
I hear some rattling. I noticed that earlier too.
Yeah.
He gave some room to Tater.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that.
We got a lot going on here. It looks like those left-handers. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not doing it on the right-handers.
Right.
So it must be leaning on something in the right rear of the car.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Maybe Les can get down there and find out what's going on with these guys. Hopefully everything will stay together. I know we're really looking forward to getting out there. It sounds like something's spinning, hitting it.
Yeah.
Almost like it's something in the drivetrain or an axle.
It does kind of sound mechanical. Sounds metallic. It doesn't sound like a tire rub from our camera, but you know, it's hard to tell. Here comes the Porsche 914 here.
Yeah, it's doing it pretty good. Under braking here, headed down in. It looks like feeding time at the zoo. Paulie Rockwell's in. Looks like I think
Concepts came in.
Start Racing's on pit road right now. The 129 Rossmar Hacks on pit road getting their service. Bunch of cars.
We're not getting nearly as many cautions as we had yesterday, so these better weather conditions are going to keep these teams honest on their fuel stops. Burb or curb, could be either one. Drop gear is going to go with suspension. He's going to say, it's suspension related because the car's crouching down when he turns left, so. Go on board with the Luce Brothers Motorsports team as they head through the outer loop. Yeah, I think I can, no, maybe not. Lots of cars jockeying for position down here into turn number 7. Looks like maybe the team Salen's there, yes, as they're working their way up through the corner. And they'll come down to turn 11. Excuse me, turn 8. Got a car moving a little bit slower there as they head up the hill. And there's Parts Badger there. Parts Badger still holding down third place with Tartar Racing leading over Rockwell Autosport Development.
Looks like K2's coming to pit road, as is Salen's, both Salen's cars.
And Tater's really been stretching out that lead. 45 seconds now in the rears is second place. Then it's Parts Badger, Team Salen, and the catch-up cars. They're coming in. 901 Motorsport, Turn-In Concepts, sent from the Gourds. Shut Up Racing, Turn-In Concepts, Boston Winers, No Foo. Team Troxel, Gorilla Sticker just put a pass on TCR for 13th. And Team Salen, a catch-up car in 15th. As we're going to caution. And we saw that number 97 looked like it was rolling a little slower there off the pace as it was called out on TCR. They're going to go code 35 now. So turn number 9, it looks like. So it must be just past our view here. Yep. And we've got emergency crews right there. So they're going to come up the hill and tend to them. And that's really going to play into the hands of Rockwell. We've got, of course, other teams like
it's going to be
Turn-In's going to take advantage. Salen's nailed it coming in right there. So they've got to be pleased with that.
They absolutely just seem to have the best luck. And I think a lot of that comes from their pro experience of always negotiating and checking the racetrack from when they used to run in Grand Am and on the IMSA side. They're very good at finding where there's issues on the racetrack and then getting to pit road and getting their service done to time it just right. And, I mean, it takes a lot to do that. And it looks like the 10 car or the 12 car is going to be coming to pit road here very shortly.
Oh, we got a car that broke a throttle cable, 383. That might be the one that...
There's no Z in Mazda.
That Les was telling us about.
So as we see the field coming to pit road, we see Rockwell coming in. This should bring most of the leaders to pit road. All right, while we have that, let's kind of give you a little bit of a rundown. So Rockwell Autosport right now is in the lead, but again, we're in a cycle of pit stops, so we'll have to see where everybody comes out. But right now, Rockwell Autosport Development leads this race with the 12 car. Tater Racing in second, Parts Badger third, 901 Motorsport, the 901 car in fourth, Sent from the Gourds in fifth, Shut Up Racing in sixth, Turning Concepts in box 2 is in seventh. Boston Winers continues to stay strong with the 763 in 8th, Team Sailing Ketchup in 9th, and Turnin' Concepts in the 711 is in 10th. So, and then No Foo Racing, our A-Class car, just outside the top 10. Once we get through this cycle of pit stops, folks, and we kind of get a better idea, we'll give you a rundown of the class leaders at that point.
Yeah, we're in the pits right now with the Less is More car, or Cam rather, watching one of the Rockwell cars get serviced. And we're seeing some of the other cars coming down pit road here.
So it looks like they've got TCR on the hook, Paulie. So,
oh boy, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I'm sure Dan Frottle and the guys are very disappointed. They had high hopes for the weekend.
Yeah, Dan's always faithful to send me his live stream key or URL each race that he's at, which is a lot of them.
There's the 808. I believe that's the Ford Contour. Infinite Loop Racing. See K2 Autosport getting some service.
Yep, there's the other car, the TCR car, being towed in. Back to Les's cam here. So thanks for tuning in and watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone.
993, that's No Foo Racing. That's your 9th place car as of now. Again, with the cycle of pit stops, everything's going to change. Team Troxel.
Go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe if you want to start commenting on the races. You're welcome to do that.
So just got update driver change for the 59 car. Drew got out. Tim Kelsey got in the car. So driver change there at Start Racing. Thanks, Lori, for the update.
It's Point Kart Racing in the 818. Another BMW E36, it looks like. There's one of the Miatas leaving. And we got a debris flag that's being thrown for to cover turn 1. So apparently debris being called down in turn 1 at least. So got to watch out for that. Hack Racing back out on the racetrack after their pit stop. Weiser Blitz there in the pits getting serviced. And Colin looks like now in the car. Back with Les's camera here in the pits. He messaged me. He called me up on the walkie. He said it's definitely looking drier out here now. So look at that pit lane. It should be really good for racing. All right.
Racer X is on pit road.
A 617 in the pits now. You can see how flimsy that door is. They just carve as much weight out of these cars as they can. Code 35. All cars are to move around the track at 35 miles an hour. They're not allowed to, they're not supposed to be taking up the gap. They can't exceed 35 miles an hour or they can get themselves a penalty. TCR in for fuel. Is that what happened to them? Did they run out of fuel? It's looking that way. And there's Racer X. We were just talking about that. Andrew Sides mentioning he would check the outer ball joints up front. Scotty going in. There's John Fortney checking tire pressures. Oh, looks like we're letting some air out. One of the Mini Coopers.
There's the 52 car. That's Gab Racing. It's one of our F-Class cars. Got the update from those guys a little bit earlier. They had decided to sit out yesterday with the weather and decided to come play with us today, and so far they're having a good run.
You see emergency vehicles still circulating. They're still showing that debris flag and a waving yellow for turn number 1. And it looks like it's been oil down has been described, and that's as a result of the Lightning McQueen Mustang.
That's been a tough weekend for those guys. They have had nothing but issues.
They've pulled off the racetrack there, Kyle, and looks like it's being loaded onto the flatbed. Now that's going to be obviously to help keep further oil from getting onto the racetrack.
Yeah, you can see right on the right around the center of the camera on the last shot. Folks, you can see it. There's the 109 car, A&D Motorsports. There's the 919 car, the S2000, coming in for some service. So if you're new to Champ Car and you've never paid attention and watched us before, the way pit stops work here in the series is you have to do a minimum of 5 minutes in the pits if you're taking fuel. When the fuel cap comes off and all the fuel goes over the wall, everybody has to be in full Nomex. The only exceptions are non-drivers, so your fueler, your bottler, your bottle holding individual, and then anybody assisting the driver can have sneakers on. Obviously, the drivers getting in and out of the cars will have driving shoes on. Yeah, that's going to be a bummer to get cleaned up. But you'll want to make sure that you're full Nomex, all geared up. You come over, you do the fuel stop.
It's not really a good dry line here. Well, it's not dry due to oil. We'll say it that way.
It looks like they had a pretty long swath of oil that was laid down, unfortunately.
Yeah. From right about...
A lot of oil.
So, for those that may not know, the story behind the Lightning McQueen car is the owner of the car, his son loves the movie Cars. So when they started racing Champ Car, and he always would call the car Lightning McQueen. So they started painting the car up just to look like Lightning's car. They even changed the team name, because I remember last year they came to this race, they had a little bit...
Start finish, all the way down pretty much into turn 1. So,
jeez.
There you go.
Looks like he tried to pull over. All right, so with that, we'll take another break and be back in just a few, so stay with us. Champ Car Live, plenty of racing yet to come on this Memorial Day weekend. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, Boston Winer's On the hook. Yeah, we went to green momentarily there and then went right back to ungreen. So, Boston Winers, the Haterade car being picked up.
It's a tough break for Andy and those guys.
Tougher break for you guys today. Kyle, what's going on? What's the word with the Racer X team?
Well, they're saying they were having a coilover issue on the rear, and I think it's kind of we were hearing a noise, and so I know Scotty got in the car. He's going to go test it and kind of see what it is, but depending on the severity of it, they may have to look at parking the car, but we'll see once we get under green. I can hear Scotty talking to the team right now.
It's rattling a little bit.
So hopefully maybe they can keep the car out there, but just really it comes down to a safety thing because we don't need something snapping or breaking and one of us at speed, and it just wouldn't be a good thing. They're rather take it back to the shop and get it fixed than get it ready to fight another day at that point if it's that bad.
So Rockwell Autosport Development leads over Tater Racing, Parts Badger in third. So we had a little do-si-do there with Rockwell now taking the lead. 901 Motorsport there in fourth place. Team Salem Ketchup in fifth. Sent from the Gorge is sixth. Shut Up Racing in seventh. Turn Concepts eighth. Boston Winers ninth. Turn Concepts in yesterday's winning car in 10th place. As we've had some shuffling of position here with the recent pit stop window, and I suppose now everybody's going to be good to go for a little while with another pit stop here, really giving everybody a chance to get in and get any service work done they need to get done. We've got as far as the usual fuel stop, Parts Badger there. Been having a pretty good day of it, Parts Badger.
Yeah, Roy and the guys have been really strong. They finished, they won the B class yesterday, and then they ended up finishing third in the overall. And with a skeleton crew this weekend, these guys have just absolutely done a yeoman's job of just staying in the fight once again.
So Rockwell leads over Tater Racing, Parts Badger, 901 Motorsport. We'll take a look
All right, now we're supposed to be at commercial.
No, we're not going to do that, Doc. We're going to go to A-Class, Nofu Racing, Masshole Motorsports, Ramen Racing, your A-Class top three. You can see Rosmar's right there, along with Cannonball Club as we go back to caution. Over to B-Class, Parts Badger is leading the fight there. And then we've got Team Octane Street Fighters, Ready Imports Racing, Hot Curl Racing, that old Porsche. Rockwell, Tater Racing, 901 Motorsport, Team Salem, and Sent from the Gourds have C-Class. For D-Class, you got Team Z, MLZ Racing, and Smokin' Horse Racing. There's the Cole Morgan Racing team there. Over to F-Class, you got the Gab Racing, Easy Riders, and Loose Brothers Motorsports. And EC, we got Boston Winers, the two of the open throttle entries. They're holding down second and third, TCR Motorworks and Martinelli Motorsports in fifth, as we're on board with open throttle racing.
And a good climb for Martinelli. We didn't talk too much about Martinelli Motorsports yesterday, but good showing of those guys in the top five in the EC class. So looks like today's going a lot better for them as well.
And we're back to green. And TCR emerged from the pits. It looks like they just ran it out of fuel. Haterade's now in the pits.
I wonder if they ran out of fuel as well.
Yeah, because he's cinching the belts on and rolling out there, Kyle.
You got to wonder. Well, remember, Paulie, the teams really didn't get a good read. They couldn't get a good read yesterday because of the rain to really get an idea of what the mileage was going to be this weekend. So it looks like it might have caught some teams off guard a little bit on and the fuel consumption. They might have burned a little bit than they thought they were going to.
We're going to need to keep an eye on Tater Racing and Rockwell Autosport Development. Tater has just been the hot shoe around this racetrack, so we can look to see if Tater, with a driver replacement, are they going to be able to chase down Rockwell in 12th place and retake that lead?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. We'll have to watch the lap times. So far, they're within about 0.9 of a second of each other. Tater's got the nod right now at a 2:14.5. Rockwell with a 2:15.4. So we'll have to see kind of how these next drivers pan out.
Yeah.
Back on board with Haywood Racing as they head back toward the bus stop. Let's ride on board with them here for a second. Downshift into fourth. Turning into the bus stop. You can really see, I mean, the track is dried out really well. You can see guys starting to attack the curbs a little bit more. Turns down into the carousel, or the outer loop as Billy would call it. Coming out of there, gets a great run. Headed down to turn 6. It's going to stay in fourth gear through the corner, it looks like.
Yeah.
Grabbing some throttle all the way out. You notice, folks, they're using more of the racetrack today as it's drying out. You're going to see them run more of the traditional line that we would see here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah. Yeah, and these Miatas are just so much fun to drive anyway. They really are great in the corners. Their advantages are in braking and especially rolling speed through the corners. They're great at handling those quick transitions as well. Their body roll, they're just really strong in those areas. And that's really the braking and the corner speed is really where the Porsche Boxsters shine. So that's where they need to maximize themselves.
Got a car coming up to the backside of Haywood right now. Pops out to the left, going to try to make by. That's actually our second place car, Tater Racing.
Yep.
Going to try to get under the Boxster right here, one of the sister Rockwell cars.
Yeah, everybody just pokes on through there.
Just got an update from the Cole Morgan team. They had to come in to replace a shifter lever. The bolts rattled out of it. Did a fuel driver swap. Ian Quinn is out. Nico got in. Still got off pit road in under 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So that great stop, guys.
So, Tom, you could tell your son that Lightning McQueen, the engine broke. And so now he can't race today. They're going to have to fix their engine so they can come back and race again. But yeah, Lightning McQueen races with us. He races with us a lot.
You can really see them where we saw them staying so shallow now. You're seeing everybody get those left sides right out to the curb. Single file racing here. We just saw Easy Riders go by in the Mercedes. There's the Red Balls car, the 763 Boston Winers. Now as they head through turn 10, a little bit of too wide racing here. Foe's trying to work by the 914. Really seeing the lean on these cars now. This is one track that favors that famous BMW lean, especially in the corners. So Rockwell continues to lead this race by about 12.5 seconds over Tater Racing. Last lap by, they were separated by about 3 seconds, but I have a feeling some of that was due to some lap traffic. And it happens here, especially as cars will fall out of the event. You'll get into these small packs where you'll get caught in traffic, and then you'll get some running room to where you can go and kind of run and do things. But then, then you it's kind of an ebb and flow. The rubber band stretches out and then comes back together. It stretches out, then comes back together. Back on board with Tater as they come up out of 9. Yeah, they definitely got in the racetrack back. They're all the way out to the curb now out of 9, which is exactly where you want to run when it's dry here at the Glen. Going to try to get by Weiser Blitz Racing.
Yep.
Dispenses of that car and back onto the front straightaway to make another lap.
There's Tater going by. Colin in the car there.
Nice smooth shift.
Oh, yeah. Just kind of resetting himself. A little bit in the seat there.
And you have to do that every once in a while, folks, because you get into a rhythm. You can kind of tend to tighten up a little bit in the car. So what you want to do on a straightaway is you want to take your hands. You want to just try to stretch your fingers out a little bit, kind of move around. It looked like you thought he probably had some type of twitch. No, he's just trying to move around a little bit, make sure he got the blood flowing, different parts of his body, make sure he keeps his shoulders and his chest and everything and his arms loose, because if you tighten up, that's sometimes where that pain, that physical pain will come in. A lot of times these cars aren't necessarily hard to drive. You get rest time on the straightaways, but if you're driving tensed up in the car, you're going to have a lot of pain when you get out.
Yeah, your hands cramp up, and I lost count the number of times I got out of the car and my hands were cramping up. Because you're holding that steering wheel tight, you're fighting it as you go through the corners. There's a lot of resistance, so keeping yourself stretched out a little bit in the car and relaxed whenever you get the chance is a good thing. You can see he's got a drink bottle tube coming into the side of the helmet there. That's what that is. So it snaps in, it plumbs into the helmet. And so in front of the driver's mouth is what they call a bite valve. So the bite valve is, you just bite down on that and then suck, and it'll pull the fluid out of the drink bottle into the mouth. Makes a downshift there. Aims for that late apex. And Colin's doing a great job. I can see he's checking those mirrors carefully before he heads into the corners. He's taking his time here, relaxing. Okay. There's the downshift. Not making an upshift when he doesn't need to, so this is making it really efficient. Just run it up to the top of the revs and then go for the brakes.
Grab fourth gear coming into turn 10.
Yeah.
Coming up on the back of Cole Morgan
He'll
Racing.
Swing to the right. No, he's looking to the left. No, this is a bad idea. He should have swung to the right there. The Salem's Porsche had it figured out. Because the driver ahead, you got to predict what the driver ahead's going to do, and they're going to naturally swing to the left there to line up for 11, so you want to swing to the right. So you want to be thinking about what's the driver naturally going to do. Now there's a debris flag and Flagtronics being thrown for T1.
One car got a little wide right
very
there.
wide, yeah.
I think he might have missed his brake point.
And he might get a talking to about that. Now they're back to green there, so they may be still showing some debris flag for that turn where the Lightning McQueen car had that engine failure.
Wonder if he hit a little bit of that kitty litter, as we call it, and might have upset him under braking. Nice.
Well, there's so much kitty litter down there too.
Nice slice there by the Team Salen's car. Not sure if that was ketchup or mustard, but very well executed as he's working the traffic.
Yeah, and that Porsche's hooked up. He really got checked up there. That's why he's getting stormed.
Yeah, Colin's having a hard time in some traffic right now.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. He's very busy. He's keeping a careful eye on the mirrors there. He checked that left mirror because he wanted to track left. He's verifying to the left. This is really important for a race car driver to be aware of his surroundings. Keeping track of those other cars that he got by to make sure that they're not going to sneak down on the inside, around the outside. He needs to know where they're at. He's going to fade to the right because he knows that driver's going to go left. You see, check the mirror there again. He's watching that yellow car. He wants to make sure he's clear. And that's how these guys stay out of trouble. And it's a sign of experience. He's keeping an eye on what's going on behind him, as well as what's going on around him up front. So you saw the mirror check before he even got to the brakes.
I liked his line through there. Did you notice how smooth he was on his turn in? And then he tracked the car all the way out. He's opening the wheel, really maximizing getting back to the power. He's not upsetting the back of the car, and he's not pulling the car around. It's just a very smooth drive right now.
Yeah, and the clipping points are right on point, too. It's not just being smooth, but where you place the car as he comes into turn 10 here. Checking that mirror for the track out, but he's able to keep it to the inside because he really didn't have the speed he wanted coming through there due to passing that other car down the inside. He'll make the upshift here, and we're going to go to caution And we'll bring you that information as soon as we get it. So full course caution has been declared. And there's purple 35 now being shown to the drivers. Now this camera is going to be a little bit delay, so there you see the caution beginning to flash. And you can see Colin kind of backs it down there. And it looks like turn 6 is the concern. And the car number is 261. And that's a BMW of Rapscallions Racing. Did I read that right?
That's one of, Rapscallions Racing. That's one of our EC entries. They were in 7th position at the time of their issue.
So I'll give you a rundown of these. We have these different classes that we run in Champ Car, and Drop Gear's telling us cars in the wall over there in 6. So that stinks. I don't see him here on our view, but he must be, I don't know if he did a continuation. So impact in the wall. There's some tire wall damage too, unfortunately, so they're going to have to fix that tire wall. So it must be as they were heading down into 6 that the impact occurred. But we have these various classes here in Champ Car, as you all know. And I'll just give you a little bit of a rundown here. The Class A cars are cars with engine displacement of 191 liters and under. So Class B is the 1.92 to 2.4 liters. Class C, 2.41 to 3.91 liters. Class D, what I'd like to call the American Iron engines, the 3.92 liters and higher. And then we have our F class, which was all cars with a total as raced VPI of 300 points or less. And then the EC is our exception class cars for cars that don't necessarily fit into our rule set, and they are not eligible for a podium position. But we do award trophies to them. So that's a quick rundown. And looks like we've also got a code 35 for corners 8 and 9 for car number 305. Maybe it's 306. Yeah, 306. And that's one of the Boston Winers cars.
Oh, that's the Haterade car.
So let's see if I can pick that up.
There's Loose Brothers. Yep, here it is. There's Andy Shoemaker.
So they've already brought the car into the pits. And another car involved. This one's car 473.
Is that one of the Rossmar cars?
It is. It is one of whom you speak. That's why I'm calling them out by number, because, well, most of you folks won't know who those numbers are. Kyle probably does.
Yeah, you talk about them enough during the race. It just, the mental, you start remembering as much as you can with it. So on board here with Start Racing, the senator and his constituents are racing this weekend again. Good to see Mike Coleman and team out here once again. Looks like they're having a solid day. So yeah, here we go. Here's the incident right here. See the car in the barrier. It was a little bit off of the camera shot, so that's probably why we just couldn't see it.
And it looks like they're saying it's going to be a while because they need to repair that tire wall there. The guardrail that's headed down into 6 there. It's the tallest guardrail I've ever stood next to. It actually comes up to my shoulders. So when I was working over that, I actually put a camera over there yesterday or 2 days ago. It's unbelievably high. So you know that somebody at some point got up over that guardrail and they had to extend the height to keep those cars in the track.
So while we got a little bit of time, folks, for those of you that may just be joining us, again, we know there's a lot of racing going on today. We appreciate you making us part of your day here at the SiliconSky Twin 7's here at Watkins Glen. So Rockwell Autosport Development leads this race over Tater Racing. Parts Badger, the 414, your leading B-Class car, is in third. Team Salem Ketchup in fourth. 901 Motorsport, the 901 car, is in fifth. Sent from the Gourds in sixth. Shut Up Racing in seventh. Turning Concepts, box 2 in eighth. Boston Winers, one of their sister cars, is in ninth. And Turning Concepts in box 1 is in 10th. Let's take a quick run through our classes here and let you guys know where everybody's going. So let's start here with A. No Foo Racing leads over Masshole Motorsports by about a lap. And then you have Ramen Racing in third. Cannonball Club Racing, our A-Class winner from yesterday, in fourth. Continuous Rotation Racing in fifth. They say that 5 times fast. And then you head into our B-Class. Parts Badger leads by about 4 laps over Team Octane. So it looks like they've fallen down the order a little bit. Street Fighters is up into the third position. They're up 10 spots on the day, and they're only about a lap back of Team Octane, so a great improvement for the Street Fighters today. Red Imports Racing, another improvement for those guys. They're fourth in class, and Hot Curl Racing rounds out your B-Class top 5. Let's pop down to our C-Class. And we pretty much covered these guys just a few moments ago, but let's do it one more time. Rockwell Autosport Development in the 12 car leads your C-Class and the overall over Tater Racing by about 44 seconds and change. Team Salem Ketchup in third in class. 901 Motorsport, not the 901, in fourth. And Sent from the Gourds, the Canadians, are now up into sixth in the overall and fifth in C-Class. Let's pop down to D. A rough ride today for Lightning McQueen. We saw them have some issues. They've fallen down the order. We saw Dirty Air Motorsports. They've worked themselves up into the top 5. But Team Z continues to lead the 260 car. They weren't a big player in the fight yesterday, but it looks like they've gotten everything ironed out. They're up 12 spots on the day, 5 in the class. They've gone from the back all the way to the front. So great job. Smoking Horse Racing second, MLC Racing in third, Cole Morgan Racing in fourth, and again, Dirty Air Motorsports in fifth. Let's pop down, take a look at our friends over in F class. Gab Racing has led pretty much from the start. Continues to pace. 19 spots up on the day in the overall. They're up 2 spots in the class, and they lead Easy Riders in their number 300 1987 Mercedes 300E. Luce Brothers, who won our F class yesterday, are running in third spot. They're on the same lap as Easy Riders, both about a lap off of Gab Racing. And then let's check on our EC class. Again, they're scored in a separate race. If you'd like to keep track of them, you can go to race-monitor.com. Find the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen EC. Boston Winers, another Boston Winers entry, the 444. These guys were strong yesterday in this car. They were going toe-to-toe with the 62 car there of Green with Open Throttle Racing. Foe and Green run second and third right now. TCR Motorworks, the other TCR car, the EC car, is in fourth. And then Martinelli Motorsports rounds out your top 5 in EC. So a lot of competitive nature there. Boston Winers has about a lap lead over Open Throttle.
All right, thanks for that rundown there, Kyle. With that, we'll go ahead and take a break since we're under caution here and be back in just a few minutes. So stay close. Got a lot of racing on tap yet. And we've got Rockwell Autosport Development leading the way. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to PartsBadger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Back at the Glen here, on board with Haywood Racing. 7 hours of endurance road racing wraps up in about 4.5 hours. So not quite to the halfway point. Headed down into the bus stop here. Just using a little bit of that curb. Rockwell Autosport leading the way over Tater Racing. Up about 24 seconds on the BMW is the Porsche. PartsBadger behind them. Followed by Team Salin in the catch-up car. 901 Motorsport, sent from the Gorge, Shut Up Racing, Turning Concepts. Boston Winners in the 763 and the other Turn Concepts car behind them. Got a 3-car battle then for that 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Rockwell's on a lap of their own right now, so they've definitely, I mean, their last lap was a 220.6, but they've gotten them, so well, now it's showing about 21 seconds, so it looks like they're on the same lap. I guess Tater hadn't hit the scoring loop at that point. But as we see Haywood Racing working through turn 9, got a good straight. I like that line he ran there. So there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can run a little bit shallow on the entry, and then you can kind of roll through the corner, and then you can let the car track out wide. Or you can start out a little bit wider on the entry, get the car pulled down, and then start rolling back in the power, open the wheel, and straight line the exit. It gets you a good run.
Got a good 3-car battle in D class happening right now with Team Z, Smoking Horse Racing, and MCL Racing. They're all battling for first, second, and third in that class. .72 cars out there circulating, 52 laps completed so far. The fastest lap time of the day at 2:14.575. Nofu Racing leading A class, Parts Badger B class, Rockwell Autosport Development leading C class, Team Z leading D class, and Gab Racing leading F class. Going back on board with Tater Racing, who's trying to chase down the leader here. That last lap was a 2:17.796, and the Rockwell car turned a very similar 2:17.3 on that last lap.
Yeah, only separated by 0.4 of a second. So far, those cars seem to be pretty evenly matched as we're watching Tater come out of 11. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 21 seconds last time by. About the same, pretty much held station, about 21 and change. You got to wonder if maybe Tater throttled back just a hair just to take care of the car, because I mean usually these things can run pretty well, but you got to wonder too if maybe they're just trying to take care of some brakes, just take care of the car, not maybe wear the tires out, because I mean that car had some incredible pace earlier. Last lap they were separated by just 1/10 of a second. As you see him working through the bus stop and headed back down into the carousel.
Les is down in the pits there.
The duck with the chain on, love that shit. Hold on, I gotta do this. Hold on.
He's gonna call me up.
You guys want to give an interview real quick? I'm gonna give an interview real quick. Me? Yeah. For sure. All right. So here I am. You guys are hacked.
We're hack racing.
Hack racing. Alrighty. So hack racing. This is you guys.
First time at Watkins.
First time at Watkins.
First time with ChampCar.
Wow.
We raced some of the Canadian endurance racing meets, but it's our second time in the U.S. First time with ChampCar.
Wow. Welcome down, I guess. You don't take too many of our trophies right now.
Right.
Nonetheless, though. Heck yeah. Tell us about the car.
So we had an 06 Honda Civic.
06 Civic?
It was real pilot quality racing. Our mechanic keeps doing the technical specs on it, but it's a great car. It's been reliable, it's been competitive, and overall it's been giving us a really good weekend.
Heck yeah. There was a lady here with a sign that said, "You've been hacked." awesome.
Yeah.
What do you think of this track so far?
I love it. We've been practicing out of Watkins for a couple months now on our simulators at home.
Yep. The simulator doesn't do the elevation justice, does it?
It certainly does not, no. And there's definitely been some corners that were different than they felt on the track or on the sim. But overall, we've been having a great time.
Awesome.
Having a great time. Definitely coming back to ChampCar.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And yeah,
heck yeah. Well, also, I'm going to ask this for my constituent, Kyle. He had an 09 Civic, and he also loves Civics like I love some Civics. Maybe he could just drive with you guys up in Canada?
Hey, if he wants red seat time, I mean, there's a possibility. You can reach out to us on Instagram, and we could continue that conversation.
Heck yeah.
But as of right now, I don't know if we have any more races planned for the year, but we're planning on coming to Daytona next year.
Okay.
Which is our optimistic plan. But
heck yeah.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Daytona or bust, right? Heck yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Catch you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks for that, Les. Appreciate it. It's always good to hear from teams and find out more about what's going on with them.
As we see the Hat guys continuing to run.
From Canada, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting more and more Canadian folks that are coming down and joining us for especially a lot of the northern races. It's good to see that. See John working through turn one. See that, you can hear that Honda screaming as he's headed up the hill there.
Yeah.
I always love the sound of those things once they wind up and get into the VTEC.
Well, you got two basic engine styles you can go with. You can go with the B engine or the K engine. And the K engine is similar to the LS engine in the Corvettes. It's been all of those the previous engines, like the B engines, are, they found those weaknesses and they corrected them. And the K engine then has this really great reputation of being such a solid platform of an engine. But as the B engine, you get a little bit better performance. So you got to decide which one you want to go with. Do you want that higher performance, or do you want the more reliability? And that was the issue that really, I think, the Money Shift Racing guys had to go through, and they ended up going with the K motor. And they finally got to a place where now it's a fast car, but for the longest time it was a struggle.
See what he was saying? You go over there. Yeah. Marketing, baby. Okay, I'm here with Rockwell. Alrighty, so here I am with Rockwell. Tell us about your race so far, my man.
It's good. We started probably 8 or 9 today, which was nice. We started back to back yesterday. It was wet in the morning. It was definitely tough chasing the drying conditions. Worked our way up to P2. Cars were fast. Let's see, we matched their pace, and they're all on the primary tires. It was wet in the morning. We switched over to the dry now. I think we got this pretty good going so far. It's not a long race. Anything can happen. Feel good about this one. Yesterday we had some issues. Not great, but it happens.
Did you guys do a tire change during that first pit stop?
Yeah, we went from the cocky place to the dry.
From the race to the dries. Heck yeah. You've been in the car already, yeah?
Yeah, I started.
So that was, how was it developing the dry line, then losing it, and then getting it back, and then getting some oil?
I think that is probably the hardest part about racing is the wet, going from the wet to the dry, because you just got to keep building pace. I mean, there was times we were bringing up 3 seconds a lap, the lap time before. I think that biggest gap was like I gained 5 seconds in one lap over a lap I thought was already quick.
Yeah.
So it's crazy because it's not good position.
Build yourself, right? Build yourself up. up, then you got to back yourself down, and then go back hard again.
Yeah, I mean, I pushed the whole time to get them.
Love it.
The car first was on dries, and as soon as it dried up, they were fast, and I was struggling to try to get my hardest again, but it happened.
Those cars always do well here, so heck yeah. Hoping to look to see you on the top step today?
That's the goal.
Heck yeah, I love it. Good stuff, man. I'll see you soon.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks for that interview, Les. Appreciate that, brother. Got a car moving slowly there, coming out of turn 3. Looks like they got the food down there. They're ready for lunch. Sometimes you got to bring your own track food, make it happen yourself.
You can really see some of these cars hanging it out as they're coming through the bus stop there.
Yep, they're using all the real estate.
The track is pretty well dried out. We talked about it. You know, there's still a few damp spots here and there, but mostly offline. But the track is absolutely, I mean, pretty much race ready to go at this point.
Let's check in with our friends at Racer X and see how that car's doing. Is that left-hander, Kyle?
Yeah, I think Scotty may just be nursing this thing at this point. I don't know what. I'm not sure. I know they're monitoring the situation. It looks like that vibration's getting pretty.
Yeah, we're going to go to caution, but it actually looks like it's shaking the car too, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think he's. Yeah, it looks like he's coming in. It seems like it's gotten a little bit worse than it was when Tom was in the car as well.
How you doing, boss? Thank you, sir.
Scotty's always such a nice guy.
Yeah.
He just always is.
Yeah.
He's just always happy to be here. And that's why I love running for these guys. Him and John, they're good people. And Paula, you and I had a blast driving for them. And with our friend Justin Garvin from Average Joe's, that was how we all met, actually. A fun story at Mid-Ohio in 2021. We all ran that together. And then Andy Cossack as well, who Andy drove with us that weekend, and Max Nyman. We had a ton of fun that weekend with the 5 of us. And originally we were supposed to be split between Banana Split's car and Racer X. They had 2 cars that weekend, and unfortunately,
Johnny.
Unfortunately, the Banana Splits car just didn't make it that weekend. Had some mechanical woes, and then It had some mechanical.
You're right.
It had some mechanical woes.
It was a mechanical woe.
And unfortunately, we weren't able to make it. So Johnny and Scotty, John Fortney and Scotty did a great job of cycling us all through Racer X and all got us some drive time. And I'll tell you what, even after some of the stuff we had to overcome in Racer X, we had a really good finish that day. So I mean, it's always fun, and they do a great job with the car. But just having one of those days at the racetrack where mechanical gremlins come up, it's been a hard weekend on equipment. Sometimes this place can be a little bit hard on equipment. So you know what? It happens, and if not, take it back to the shop if it doesn't work, and go again.
Yeah, you can see the Rockwell guys are just having a good time. And, of course, it's always fun being in the lead, so that's part of it. So they're having a good race of it. All right, so what's going on? Stopped off track, turn 3, car number 260.
Oh, that's our leader in D class, I believe.
No. Over in turn trace.
That was our leader, Team Z, in the 260, the 1988. I thought it was the Nissan 300. That's a bummer for those guys.
Yeah. It's always something. It's not one thing, it's something
It's not been a good weekend to be the leader sometimes. You just having some of those times where you end up having issues. So, but a tough break for those guys. Hopefully we can get some more information and find out. Maybe we can get our best guy Les on it to see what's going on.
Thank you.
So anyway, Rockwell Autosport continues to lead this race by about 18.5 seconds over Tater Racing. Parts Badger is in 3rd place right now, your leading B-Class car. Team Salem Ketchups continues to run 4th. They're up 10 spots on the day, 29 spots in class. They pretty much started at the back of the class. And then 901 Motorsport, the 901 car, continues to run in the top 5. What a great run this weekend for Frank's guys. I mean, they've absolutely done really well.
They really have. It was fun seeing Frank this morning and talking to him for a little bit as we were getting ready to start off day 2 here. He's got both of his cars here this morning, again today. And so he's got a Corvette in the wings that they're working on. The car's not ready yet. He said he calls it the White Whale. So I think they had it entered in the event, so you might see it in the roster. But they didn't actually race it because it wasn't ready, so they just brought the 903 with them, or the 901. I'm not sure which car is the primary car. So when that car's ready, we're going to see them campaigning a Corvette, and I imagine one of the BMWs might take a back seat at that time, which will be strange because I'm used to seeing them driving these 2 BMWs. Been doing it for years. So last in the pits with this, looks like a pit stop here, taking fuel. All right, full caution. So looks like the Z car is being pulled in or is back in the pits, and so they're going to be going back to green here shortly as soon as they pull in that yellow. And there it is. We're green here once again at Watkins Glen. It's the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, bringing you all the racing action this weekend. All of it. There you can see the Turning Concepts, 901 Motorsports. You got Open Throttle Racing. And we also have a guest in the booth.
We do, Paulie. We have another one of our friends from Rockwell Autosport Development, Mr. Matt Oz, driver of the 14 entry this weekend, if I'm correct, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Matt, you seem very excited. Seems like it's been a good weekend for you guys. So, how's it been so far?
Yeah, absolutely. The 14 car has been really fast all weekend. Obviously, during the rain, it's been tricky. It was the last 30 minutes have been really horrendous, so I was trying to keep it on the track. I saw the teammate car crash right in front of me, so I'm like, let's keep it on track, survive, and hopefully win this thing, either top 20, top 25, whatever. So.
Nice. So it sounds like it's been a pretty good weekend for you guys right now. If I'm not mistaken, you guys are running back in. Where are you guys at? I'll have to dig a little bit deeper here and find you. There we go. You guys are running in 20th spot right now and in the top 15 in the C class. So respectable run so far.
Absolutely.
But the main reason you wanted to come up here is you wanted to talk to us about a very special event that is going to go on in Delaware, right around, right outside the Wilmington area, if I'm correct, right? So why don't you tell our viewership a little about that? There's a cool charity event, right?
Yeah, absolutely. On July 11th, we are hosting a 4-hour race down in Newcastle, Delaware. It's called Extreme Zone. It's a 4-hour race. Everybody weighs up to 200 pounds. So basically, it's been a really close field every time we've done these. Obviously, we had drivers from Connecticut, Western PA, even local guys. Actually, a couple weeks ago, we had NASCAR driver Parker Westlaw run a time at our track.
Oh, nice.
And he ran a 21.7. So, and I also put a bounty on one of my races that if anybody could beat Parker's time, they would win a $100 gift card, and someone actually beat it. So
congratulations.
Yeah, so I was pretty surprised.
So you were telling me about the event. So you're doing this charity event. So what, and it's a 4-hour endurance race. Yeah. So what are you guys, what charity are you guys trying to raise money for?
So we are raising money for Make-A-Wish Foundation. Ever since 2015, I've been looking at these Make-A-Wish girls and guys that are getting wishes by NASCAR drivers, IndyCar drivers, even like people that are like really famous, like John Cena or Bryce Harper. Anybody that gives them
grants their
yeah,
wish.
absolutely. And the one that really clicked me into it was the one with Dale Jr. with the one where he races go-karts in the back with Brad Keselowski. That was like, okay,
Yeah.
I love this.
That was a lot of fun when they did that on his private go-kart track.
Yeah, on the private go-kart track, absolutely.
So, are you trying to grant? Are there going to be any kids that are going to come out and be part of the festivities? Are you granting wishes that weekend as well?
Not unfortunately. Our facility is basically from like 13 up for the endurance race, but we do have junior carts available for any kids that want to race there from like 8 to 15 that want to race after the endurance race are more than welcome to.
Okay, outstanding. That's really cool. Now, is this the first time you guys have ever hosted an event like this, or is this something that you've done? Is this become an annual event for your organization?
It's been usually an annual race, but this is the first time we're actually doing it for charity. And also the prizes, we're also announcing the prizes that we partner with Endurance Garden, that the first place team gets 500 credit, second place gets 300, and third place 100.
Outstanding. Yeah. And that goes to credit for races at your facility, right?
As well that, and to Endurance Garden, they are hosting a 24-hour race as well at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Okay. Outstanding. So are you working together with NJMP to host this event on your side of the bridge there at Delaware?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Kudos to the NJMP team for jumping on board with that. So, Matt, we don't want to take up too much time. We know you probably got to get back down there. But give us a little bit of insight. How did you get into racing? How did your journey start?
It's been a long story. Since my mom has been pregnant with me, nobody had noticed for the family. So I'm announcing this for the first time to everybody. She was pregnant at Pocono. She was a passenger in one of the NASCAR stock cars. So basically, that's how it got started.
So essentially, while she was riding around in Pocono, you were dancing around in Mom's belly.
Pretty much.
There you go. Absolutely. That's really cool. So you've been a fan of NASCAR and of racing ever since you were a little one?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's awesome. So what made you want to get into road racing?
Road racing, I started when NASCAR started doing the stage racing. I'm like, I really don't like this. So I started watching F1, and I'm like, wow, this is really dramatic. So I said, you know what, I'm going to shift my side to the road racing side. So I started taking Berto Rouge class, Lucas Oil class, and then ever since the Berto Rouge school got closed, I was like, I don't know where to go. So I started finding ChampCar, and I rode with Velocity Warehouse and NBM Motorsports for a couple of races, and I enjoyed it ever since.
Okay. Awesome. Well, that's really, really cool. So we appreciate your time coming up here. And can you remind us again, the viewers that might have just popped on, because we're just about to the top of the hour, when is that event going on? Where is it going on? And are there any spots still available for people to participate in the event?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We still have numerous spots available. It's on July 11th. It's a Saturday, just to be aware. It's at Extreme Zone in Newcastle, Delaware.
And what time does the race start?
The race starts, we're looking around 9 o'clock, but there is a 40-minute practice followed by a 5-minute qualifying. So if anybody wants to do, we are doing also 2 hours reverse and 2 hours forward. So there's a little twist in there as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you'll do 2 hours and then stop, run a car, and then flip the track.
Yep, that's the track.
That's really, really cool, and that's so cool. Matt, like I said, I don't want to take up too much time, let you get back down there. Is there anybody, any partners or sponsors that you'd like to thank that help make your program go round?
I want to thank Rockwell for the opportunity, to have me as one of their drivers. As well, my mom and dad, they've been through my life ever since I was born, and always loved them dearly, and they put me in this place where I am now.
That's awesome. Well, it's always good when you have support from your mom and dad for stuff like that. Absolutely. It really does make it special. So, Matt Haas, we really appreciate your time, sir. Good luck with your event, and we hope you get to grant some wishes as well. And it's amazing what you're getting to do, folks. Make sure you go and check this place out. If you're interested in getting involved with Make-A-Wish Foundation, I'm sure they're always looking for ways to grant these kids and individuals wishes. Such a good cause. We commend you. Thank you for doing stuff like that. Thank you for carrying on racing, and we wish you you the best of luck the rest of your weekend, okay?
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely, Matt.
All right.
Matthew Haas from
Thanks,
Rockwell
Matt.
Autosport.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, SiliconSky Twins at the Glen. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. And Racer X is parked for the day with suspension damage. Rockwell Autosport Development leads the race over Tater Racing. Looks like they're up about 2 minutes and 4 seconds on that last lap, so Rockwell continuing to stretch the distance there. Although I've got a report here that's showing that Tater's closing the distance recently. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Parts Badger there still in third spot. And then it's Team Salem in the catch-up car, sent from the Gourds in fifth. Shut Up Racing is sixth. Team Salem Mustard is seventh. Then it's Turning Concepts 2 and 1 for 8th and 9th. And 10th, Team Troxel Racing now makes their way into the top 10. So, hope everybody's having a great beginning to their week as we celebrate and remember on this Memorial Day weekend. So, Tater Racing really put on a clinic here at the beginning of the event, stretching out an early lead, and they were just pulling away from the pack. Came in for that first round of pit stops, though, and everything changed. Rockwell took over the lead, and they've been gradually pulling themselves further and further away from the pack, in that Porsche. Of course, we saw yesterday one of the Rockwell Porsches being heavily damaged in that accident down there in turn 7, where they got into the guardrail there. So today we are at working lap 65 with 72 cars. The fastest lap time of the day is a very trimmed out 2 minutes and 12 seconds by car 942. The Salen's catch-up car.
Yeah, we're pretty well dry at this point, Paulie.
Yeah, the track's pretty dry.
Yeah, pretty dry. So I think those times, I mean, that's a pretty substantially good time by Rockwell.
You know, Robin Racing leads A class, Parts Badger B class. Rockwell's leading C class, Team Z is leading D class, and Gab Racing is being led by Gab Racing is leading F class. Got it out. 3 hours and 51 minutes unofficially on the clock remaining as we're on board with the Luce Brothers Motorsports car.
These guys are having a pretty decent day so far. They are in 34th in the overall, 3rd in F-Class. They were your F-Class winner yesterday. They did a really solid job.
This F-Class thing is really a neat idea. You know, it's sort of the idea of if I can just bring a car in and run it, the minimum points, like what's the maximum? If I set in that zone of 300 VPI, you know, what's that like? And that means I don't have to do very much to the car. You know, I can take it up to 300 points or 500 points. Is it 300?
300 points.
Why am I having trouble thinking today?
Foggy weather, foggy brain.
I guess. Lack of sleep. Yeah, it's interesting. It's really tailored, I think, more for those teams that are just getting started. Their cars aren't all trimmed out and perfect and everything, and so they haven't spent a lot of money on the car, a lot of time on the car. So this is a great class for those cars that are just getting started.
Yeah, and everybody always wondered how I remember when this first started, everybody went, oh, the F-Class cars, they're never going to be competitive. They're not going to be able to keep up. Yet we go to some racetracks and we've seen Whitnauer Motorsports, Luce Brothers. We've seen a lot of these F-Class teams. I mean, we saw it yesterday. We've seen it in the past. They run in the top 20. We've seen an F-Class car compete in the top 15 in a 100-some field event. So, I mean, F-Class cars, folks, don't sleep on those cars. If you're looking and you're considering F-Class, it's a very competitive division, but you're also going to be do pretty well in the overall, pending which track you go to, of course. And, I mean, John Whitnauer, one of our board members, can attest to the fact that it's very competitive. They've done very well in a lot of races, and they have a lot of fun with it as well. I mean, we've seen that with a lot of those F-Class cars. I mean, Boston Winers has an F-Class car. Mike D'Onofrio with MDR Motorsports. Mike's built an F-Class car with the Miata that they've got.
Yeah, those F-Class cars, you have to remember, too, that the way Champ Car is structured rule-wise is towards parity, so it shouldn't be a surprise that they should do pretty good. Okay, they may not be out there taking podiums and wins, but they should do pretty well, given the rule set is designed to try to even everything out. So, yeah, they've done well, and I think it's the teams that are involved in F-Class, I think they really enjoy having their own little, class that they can plug into like that.
But they really are competitive in the overall. I mean, absolutely. There's some races that they've shocked us. I remember, I think it was at Road Atlanta, we've seen some F-Class cars run well. I know VIR, we've seen some F-Class cars run well. And a lot of it is just smooth consistency and keeping the car out of trouble. I mean, a lot of times we see a lot of those other cars tend to have mechanical issues or have problems, and the consistency of those F-Class drivers, they just continue to move up the board. I mean, right now we have almost 100 cars this weekend. 72 started today, and all the F-Class cars that we know of right now, we have 3 of them in the top 33. With Gab and Easy Riders and Luce Brothers, and they're right there in the mix. Easy Riders is only 26 seconds back of Rockwell's Porsche, so that should tell you something right there.
Right. I mean, if you can keep the car on the racetrack, we saw some time ago that Birmingham Racing came out and ran mid-pack times the entire race and finished like second, to Eddie Vedder's Corvette. So just being consistent, staying out there, keeping the car on the racetrack, and turning mid-pack times, you can do amazingly well with that car. And it's just natural for people to think, well, I have to spend all this money, I have to spend all this time on this car. It's not going to be competitive. It's the only way to be competitive, is to put it in a wind tunnel, put aero on it, do all this other stuff. But you find out that that's not necessarily the case, because really it's what's more important is keeping the car on the racetrack. And, put a decent set of tires on it, put some good driving habits behind it. Let's keep the car out there and stay out of the pits as much as we possibly can. And wow, you can have some really amazing results with that.
You can. I mean, consistency is the key to Champ Car success, because if you're consistent and you can run within a range of times and keep the car under you, that's where you're going to run really, really well. How many times have we seen the fastest car? I mean, let's take, for example, our champion from last year, Eddie Vedder. They're known for putting up really, really fast times, but how many times have we seen that team have mechanical issues and that black cloud to where they're fast for the first hour or a couple hours, and then all of a sudden they become victim of a mechanical issue? But yet, how many times do we see these mid-pack teams all of a sudden, the end of a 14-hour race or a 7-hour race, they're knocking on the door of a top 10 finish?
Right. They don't. It's not as fancy. They just keep going out. They just keep doing laps.
And some of the teams that actually do that, they don't have the most technology. They're not spending, all this money on a lot of stuff. A lot of it is they have good driver lineups, and they have drivers that take care of the equipment. And that's something that you need to get through to your driver lineup. It's take care of the equipment. You're not out here to set qualifying laps. We don't qualify in this series. That doesn't do you any good. You can go fast for a lap. That's great. We'll commend you. That's awesome. will give you a high five and an attaboy, but fast for one lap and then fast for a 2-hour stint is a whole different, set of circumstances. As we're back on board with Luce Brothers, continuing to head up the hill as Tyler Steck's behind the wheel. You can see as he gets to the middle right there in turn 3 at the highest point of that hill, when it's the steepest, it's just, you can hear that Mazda is just trying. He is just trying to get that thing up the hill. About 107 miles an hour, about 6,800 RPMs. You hear that Mazda screaming.
That's all she's got. You found the top.
But these guys are doing a great job right now. They're in 33rd, and they're only 41 seconds back of Easy Riders, so they got to keep pushing. But they're keeping the car out of trouble. They're not getting the car off the racetrack. They're running smooth, consistent times. I mean, every time I've looked at them, they're running, 230s, 220s. I mean, just solid times, keeping the car out of trouble. They're being very respectful. The driver's doing a good job watching the mirror. He's just looked over there, let Cargo Racing go. One of our A-Class cars. And this is why Luce Brothers won the F-Class yesterday, just chugging along, staying in. They're only a lap or so back of the leader, Gab Racing. So that's the thing about endurance racing. You never know what can happen.
I love this corner and this shot. You can see some of these cars, especially the E36s. You can really see them dig in as they lean over and head towards the exit of turn 11 here.
What is it they call it? The famous E30 lean or E36 lean?
E36 lean. Yeah, they're scraping the door handles as they come through there.
You think we were racing you think we were racing Moto America this weekend or something?
I talked to David Twatty about that. I said, so should I put a wing on this thing? We were going to Daytona. And what about the lean? He said, leave it alone. It'll be fine. Don't put a wing on it, and don't worry about the lean. Just drive it. There's nothing you want to do to it. Just let it go. And so we did, and we had a great time. We had fun.
So we see the Embracing AI car. Once again, want to thank Tim Averill and the SiliconSky team for sponsoring this weekend's race here at Watkins Glen. We greatly appreciate. Tim's a driver in the series for Open Throttle Racing. He's become a big supporter of what we do here in Champ Car. So Tim, we know you had to stay home for a family thing. I think it was a family member's graduation this weekend. We hope the graduation went well. Hope you guys had a lot of fun with the festivities afterward, and we'll look forward to seeing you back at the track soon, buddy.
Yeah, 901 Motorsport in the pits here. Looks like they've got the wheel on the hook, and not sure what's going on here.
That's not a good sign.
But that's the story there.
Yeah, tough break for those guys. They were running in the top 5 with that thing earlier in the day.
He was doing really well.
But I think the 903 is still out there chugging along as well. Yep, 903 car is still in the top 12 in C class and 14th in the overall.
Well, I got to bring up the fact that we haven't had rain all day. Because we haven't.
That messy R word, yeah. It looks like we've gotten clear a lot of that. I think a lot of any precipitation that's coming back to the Watkins Glen area isn't scheduled to get in till long after we're done this evening. So it looks like it's going to be a nice dry race and a nice competitive race for the end of the day here.
We may not have precipitation, but we do have participation.
Oh, we have plenty of participation.
And as Dick Van Dyke would say, never judge a day by its weather.
The famous Dick Van Dyke.
And thank you, Timothy, for the Star Trek reference. Someone gives me a hard time about that because I like the original series.
Such a beautiful shot right there as they come up that hill. That's such a steep hill, isn't it, Paulie?
Yep. And we're going back to caution. More drama here. We got a car that was black flagged, and they're going to take a 1-lap penalty That is car number 640, the Mustang of Gunslinger Motorsports. And that's for dumping fuel excessively while the car was running.
That's not good. They don't like when that happens.
I don't see them in there. Gunslinger is one of the EC cars running down in 9th place right now. And not seeing anything on the race logs yet regarding this caution, so we'll scan the track and see if we can find something. And some of you guys have been commenting in the comments. Specifically, Drop Gear has been able to give me some insights of things that they're seeing at the track before I see it. And looks like it's car 607. Is that one of the Section 8 cars? No, that's Scrappy Doo. Get that right? Yeah, 607 Scrappy Doo. It's a 91 Miata. Impact with the wall. And I don't have a corner yet, so we'll be watching for that. You can hear the wind still coming by that camera down there in turn number 8.
Yeah, it's a heavy wind we have this weekend, and that really moves the cars around, especially your smaller cars like your Miatas and some of the lighter, Porsche Boxsters. When you are going around the racetrack, you're going to feel the push against the car. It's going to feel like the car doesn't want to turn, and you have to fight through that wall of air that you're getting, and that wind just wants to push the car in a different direction. So it takes a little bit of getting used to if you've never experienced that before in a race car.
Now, the truck that we just watched them deploy from down there at the base at turn 8 is actually one of the debris trucks. So there may be also something left on the racetrack as a result of this impact with the wall. Now, I'm looking at the exit of 10, and I don't see the truck. So I have a feeling that the incident is over there around turn 9 area. And because the Parts Badger has emerged, but they haven't. So that must be the incident area of the Scrappy Doo car, and waiting to see if I see more emergency vehicles head that way.
Yeah, tough break for the Scrappy Doo racing team.
There he is there, though. Yeah, it's no fun.
There's one of the safety trucks right there.
And it looks like he's already decided to come into the pits with that truck.
So we're seeing quite a few cars on pit road, Paulie. Both the SiliconSky cars are on pit road. Our race leader, the 12 car, is on pit road for some service.
Here we go. This is big. Leader in the pits.
Yep, absolutely, getting some service done on these cars. So, with that being said, we are 12:22 Eastern here on the East Coast here at Watkins Glen. With this stop, that puts them in the window for one more stop with about an hour and a half to go if they can go 2 hours on fuel. If not, they'll probably try to at least get inside of that 2 hour window. As we'll take the checkered here about 4 o'clock Eastern here at the Glen, and that should put them in the window. But they can safely, with 3.5 hours to go, they can safely get to the finish with one more stop.
Right. Wait, it's such a huge difference from yesterday. It was just horrible conditions. We actually had some snow falling, but it was that mixed type thing, and mostly what you noticed from the track side was just cold rain, and a lot of it. And we had periods when the rain would seem to let up, and then it would come right back.
Right.
And it was just so much water out there on the track. The drivers, the teams really never got a break from it. And then we saw on the forecast for this morning that there'd be rain early, like very early, like 8 o'clock. And then after that, it looks like we have a car on the hook now being towed behind the wall, a black Miata.
I believe that's the
car.
Scrappy Doo guys.
Yeah. And after that, about the time we kind of were getting ready to start, we did a memorial parade lap with the safety cars this morning right before the broadcast started. We got some recordings. I think maybe your wife got some snapshots of that.
She did.
And so that stuff's going to get published. And then right around that time, the rain was pretty much letting up, and we were able to start and under much better conditions. So going back to double caution here just now. So the cars will begin to pick up some speed. And we're back to green.
So with the 12 car in the pits, that hands the lead back over to Tater Racing in their 88 BMW. Rockwell's now down the order to second. The 942 car was in third, but they're on pit road as well, getting some service. And then Parts Badger's in the pits as well. So, Paulie, I have a feeling, unless Tater is trying to get off sequence a little bit, I think they're probably not too far away from another one of their pit stops.
Okay. They need to fix their camera for me.
All right,
we just lost it.
And then with the cycle of pit stops right now, that's going to elevate Sent from the Gourds up into the third position. Team Salem catch up, like I said, in the pits, but they're in fourth. But they haven't hit. It's not showing them in the pits. They haven't hit the pit loop yet because they're before the start-finish line. But we'll see them here shortly. Looks like we got another car, the 153 car, one of our EC cars, is in the pits as well for some service. Saya Motorsports is coming in for a stop. But Shut Up Racing is in sixth. Box 2 from Turn-In Concepts is in seventh. Team Salem Mustard, that sister car, is in the pits. Turn-In Concepts Box 1 is on pit road, but they're shown in ninth. And Team Troxel is up into the top 10. They've been sniffing the top 10 for the last hour and change, but with the cycle of stops, they have kind of worked themselves up into now the 8th position. And Boston Winers in the 763 is up into the 9th position as well. Want to give a shout out to Ramen Racing and Masshole Motorsports as well. They both gained 24 and 26 spots respectively on the day, both up in the class as well. They're leading A-class right now, with Ramen Racing leading Masshole Motorsports by about 36 seconds and change. Unfortunately, we saw the issues for the 901 of 901 Motorsport, but the sister car, the 903 car, is still doing pretty well, and they're running in the 14th position right now. Gorilla Sticker, the 517 car. We didn't put a camera in you guys this year, so can't say any bad luck. They always were saying we'd put a camera in their car, and there'd be they would have some gremlins pop up. Well, we didn't put any cameras in the car this year. No Foo Racing, your third place A-class car, runs in the 16th position. MDR Motorsports, a C-class car, in 7th. It's been a dominating day for pretty much the A-class cars and the C-class cars. The only B-class car really mixed into the fight has been Parts Badger. And then we've seen MDR Motorsports, Cannonball Club Racing. Yesterday's A-Class winner still sits in the top 20. Open Throttle with Bruno. They got the 58 car after that massive hit yesterday that they took. So I found out what happened with that. We saw them sitting down in turn 1, and we were wondering if maybe they hit the fence or something happened. They got hit in the rear end during an accident, and it broke something, but I think those guys thrashed on it, got it back running, and they're running in the top 20 right now. And then to round out the top 20, and another one of our C-Class cars is Weiser Blitz Racing, Dave Kiesik's team. So nice job for those guys having a solid top 20 day here at Watkins Glen.
All right.
Here are those BMW brakes. Good turn into the corner. I believe this is the 936 car. I think the 97 was the one that had issues. Yeah, this should be the 936 car.
And you're seeing it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The 97's still running. They're in 21st. So both cars
ran out of fuel.
Okay.
And we are starting to see a little bit of sun trying to break through the clouds. That's why you're seeing the track lighten up here.
We never thought we'd see that this weekend, did we, Paulie?
Yeah. Especially not with me talking about how it's not been raining all day.
But you can see it's definitely dried out, folks. You notice how they were completely staying off the curbs? You saw as he went through the bus stop right there, he was attacking the curbs left and right. So definitely the track is dried up, and it's definitely making for some good racing this afternoon. So make sure you tune in and stay with us, and we're gonna put on a show for you. Tater Racing continues to lead with a last lap of 2:17.59 right now. New leader in A-Class, Masshole Motorsports, has taken over in their BMW. So they've now taken the lead from No Foo Racing.
And the 901 Motorsport camera's been removed from that car, so yikes. They're dropping like flies.
But it happens when you come to Watkins Glen and you're asking these cars to do things that they're not really meant to do. I mean, there's a lot of good technology and a lot of good innovation put into these pieces of machinery, but we're getting to that. We're starting to creep toward that halfway point in the season where, you know, a lot of these teams have run a number of races. They're putting a lot of miles on these cars, and unfortunately, sometimes just things break.
Rats.
Back on board with Start Racing. This is Mike Coleman's team. Headed down to turn 6, just came out of the outer loop or the carousel. You're welcome, Billy. We just tease Billy. We like to. He's a friend of ours here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. But no, he's here supporting his team. So,
yeah. There's a
nice outbraking maneuver there by Parts Badger.
Parts Badger whistling down the inside in turn 7 here.
Fresh off pit road with a full load of fuel and ready to go again. And the fact that it's 12:30, I believe Roy started the race. That probably looked like Roy that came in there with the move. I've jokingly said just the way he drives and just how he's always up on the chip when he's behind the wheel. I've jokingly said he's the Rusty Wallace of Champ Car. If those of you that ever watched NASCAR back in the day, if you ever watched Rusty, he was the most jukey driver in the car, and he'd move around. He was always keeping himself hyped up, twitched up. Roy's kind of that way with the car. He's very aggressive, just very tenacious driver, and I mean that as a compliment. I mean, Rusty was a champion in '89. He won a lot of races, 55 races, and just Roy is that driver where he has the desire to be a champion.
Yeah, and they're gonna Ironman it this weekend. They've got just 2 drivers, so
looks like the start guys are coming in.
Yeah,
for
it's kind of an SCCA thing. We don't really use it too much in Champ Car. What that fist in the air is that I'm coming into the pits. So I think it's good to use. But it's good to know. It's good to get your hand up and wave, or get your left hand out the window and wave. Well, we don't talk about it. That's the problem. Nobody knows what it means.
Yeah.
Unless you're an SCCA guy, you don't know what it means. But that fist in the air, it means I'm coming into the pits. We should talk about that more, because I think that's a helpful signal.
Well, it
especially
is.
Here, because you're going into a turn that a lot of guys want to use that inside lane to get a pass done.
Yeah, it's something you definitely got to be cautious about. So it looks like a normal pit stop for these guys. Drivers getting out of the car. They're getting ready to do the refueling. Looks like another driver's popping into the car.
99 Miata.
Yep. And it's got a beautiful paint scheme on that car, that purple that shows up. I tried to convince Mike to call it to nickname the team Purple Rain.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. And not like actual rain, but REIGN. So.
And his response?
He never gave me a response.
Really?
I don't know. I'll have to go. I'll have to maybe see if I can schedule a meeting with the senator and the Mrs. Senator and see if maybe I can get a little bit of traction on that.
Revisit that thought.
Well, let's see if we can revisit that. Maybe we can have a special session on it.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of fun. But no, it's honestly, folks, if you get a chance to see it, it's a beautiful purple paint scheme, and it's got the some racing stripes down the side of it. Really, really, really cool car.
Well, keeping yourself amused is half the battle.
Pretty much. And we're to that point in the day. So
Yeah.
Tater Racing continues to lead right now with a pretty healthy gap over Rockwell Autosport. But they're going to have to come down pit road at some point. It's been a little while, and they're going to be due for their next pit stop of the day. So we're closing in. We just passed over 12:30 Eastern here at Watkins Glen. We're inside of 3.5 hours to go.
Let's go to commercial break. I'm going to work on some things. We'll be back in a few minutes. So stick with us, everybody. Tater Racing leads this race over Rockwell Autosport Development, followed by Sent from the Gourds. More to come.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We are back at the Glen and Green Flag Racing, on board with Haywood Racing here at the moment. The leader, Tater Racing, back in command, back in lead of this race. 78 laps turned so far, and it's been a lot more Green Flag Racing today, and frankly a lot more enjoyable racing, I think, for everybody concerned here this weekend. Bill Strong with us in the booth. Bill, how's it going?
It's going good, man. It's kind of cool watching your race on ChampCar.Live.
Yeah.
We have thousands of people watching right now, tens of thousands.
We've had thousands.
Yeah. It's I guess some other stuff is going on today.
Really?
Some minor races somewhere. I don't know.
Oh.
Indy, Charlotte.
This place back home in Indiana.
Yeah, I don't know. We had some excitement here just a couple minutes ago. We had a fuel leak on pit lane. Our sponsor's car was out there for this race sponsor. They had a vent hose just suddenly start bleeding fuel all over pit lane, and that got picked up pretty quickly. The team responded really well to that, and I think that's Gorman running that.
Yeah,
that
Mike.
team.
Yep,
Mike
that's
Gorman.
Mike's car.
So they were able to get that cleaned up pretty quick. Safety came over and picked it up, and luckily we had no. I can't say that word up here in the tower, but we had no fire. Yeah. So
we can't say it, so we'll say it quietly.
Yeah, say it quietly. The
FIRE question is, we've been talking about that this morning, and we talked about it. I've talked about it with Ray recently. Can we talk a little bit about that on the show? Some thoughts on it anyway?
We have over the years tried to figure out how to do some training for how to use a fire extinguisher, and I know everybody listening. Everybody knows how to use a fire extinguisher, but there's one or two people that have never used one, never had to use one, and some of them are even holding the fire bottle while they're fueling their car, so they may not know exactly how to fight a fire. In their head, they kind of have the idea of how to do it. But
in your head, you do.
Yeah.
But then when you're faced with the emergency, which you really didn't expect, you have no experience dealing with. And so we've talked over the years, how can we get these guys some sort of training to do it? So we talked to Watkins, Glen, and they have an actual fire department here. And I think next year we're going to schedule with them on a Friday and kind of have a fire training session, how to fight, because they actually have a course for pit lane, barbecues, fire pits and stuff like that. So we'll do a pit lane one, obviously, right?
And kind of just have some practice shooting the fire bottle. They have a special setup with gas, propane gas that you can use to put out, a little training pit, and we'll do something like that. And I think what we're going to do is start talking to some of these tracks and see if we can pre-schedule something to do, some training. It may be one guy, it may be 10 guys, maybe 100 people showing up. We don't know. Mm-hmm. And I think that would be kind of cool just to refresh people, because we had it when I was in the Air Force. We had to do that.
Right.
Every year we had to have fire. I worked with munitions, so we had to have some fire training.
And it's important.
Yeah. So,
especially with what we do on the racetrack and with fueling these cars, it's very important that we have fire safety, and our members here in the Champ Car Garage know how to properly save their teammates if something goes wrong.
Yeah, and that's super important. And we've had, knock on some wood, but we have been very, very lucky. We've had a few fires over the years. Even this year, I'm pretty certain we had maybe 2, I think, just small ones on pit lane. Last year we had about a handful. It was, the big one was at AMP. We had the MR2 catch on fire. I said it. We had the MR2 catch on fire, and that was a big one. And the response from everybody around was really big. You know, they helped put out that fire. That was another thing we were talking about. It's like we don't really have any data about how, you know, if a car does catch on fire, who's putting out that fire? Is it
Who's
the guy?
putting it out?
Yeah.
How's it being put out so that we can learn?
Yeah. Well, first, you know, why did it start?
Okay.
Second, you know, was it static? Was it just something hot? Fuel dripped on a brake caliper or something? And then who put it out? Was it the team that actually put it out, or was it the team surrounding them that put it out?
Well,
and that would be kind of
Did they pull the bottle? And did the driver pull the pin?
Yeah. Did the driver get out? We had that MR2. The driver was still kept trying to get in the car.
Well, we had a fire at Daytona this year at the last race where we covered. I believe it was one of the Section 8 cars had that issue that they were, you know, got out of the car.
Well, he was on the track. Yeah, he was on the track.
But same type of thing still, yeah.
So it's maybe we just need to collect a little more data, and that will help steer how we do some of the training too. So it's you know, this is amateur stuff,
but different scenarios never hurt. What happens if it's in the garage? What happens if it's on pit road? Honestly, may not be a bad idea to, you know, on a Friday during a downtime, what happened, you know, show them what happens, go through the motions of pulling what you need to do on the racetrack and things like that.
And that's you know, that it goes back to training. I'm just trying it, and it, you know, if I had to fight a fire today, it's been 30 years, actually about 10 years since the last time I put out a fire at my house with my my own race car welding. Some of that stuff on the, you know, the insulation stuff they put on caught on fire, and I was welding, and of course you with a mask on and stuff, you don't see anything, and then it's like, what's that smell? You know, and it's like, oh shoot, and had to grab the fire bottle and put it out. But it's you know, there's a lot of times a lot of these guys on pit lane may have never had to fight a fire in their life. And they're given a fire bottle. Here, go protect those guys. How to hold it. You know, most of them or almost all of them have a static lower handle, but the top one is what you press to make it activate. And so you can see how they pick them up. A lot of guys have a real hard time knowing that, you know, you pick it up from the bottom handle. And so you see them carrying it like a baby, like, you know, whatever, and it's just, they're just doing it incorrectly, and it's kind of scary, you know. So,
but yeah, want to give credit to one of our board members and one of our officials, Mr. Ray Frank, who has been very instrumental in some of the pit road processes about being careful with fuel bottles, not putting them on the wall, making sure you're carefully handing them back and forth to teammates. He's really helped the fueling process to where we've limited the amount of fires on pit road.
Yeah, and that has to do with him being a 60-year veteran of a volunteer fire department and being a fire chief. It may not be 60. I just made up a number, but because Ray's my age.
But his experience does help because he's seen those worst case scenarios. He understands what verbiage and how to coach. So Ray is somebody that a lot of our members can lean on to understand how to go through these situations appropriately.
And he has NASCAR experience at both lower NASCAR and the top level, along with you know, karting and ChampCar. He's been with ChampCar a long time, and we've seen some crazy stuff here. And just being able to you know, not having all these fuel jugs staged on the wall is a big deal. Not having you know, funnels. We just saw somebody trying to fuel the funnel a little earlier, and basically their fuel fill won't fit in their, you know, their jug won't fit in their fuel fill, so they're trying to use a funnel, and no, you have to make it fit. You need to plan a little better. So things like that. You know, we got some guys fueling right now. How far away do you stand from the car? You know, do you stand right up on the guy's face? You know, and he's standing about 6 feet away, which is about right. And it all depends on the wind too. I think our wind is going from pit out to pit in. Am I right? Where's that flag?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
So you always have to look at the wind, because nothing is worse than firing off that fire system and it just goes right back in your face.
Yeah, you don't want that. No. That's not, and that stuff is, and if you ingest that stuff, it's hard to get it out. You pretty much for about a week, you're coughing that stuff, and it's not caustic. Yeah, very much.
Yeah. So But yeah, it's, on pit lane, we've had a pretty good day today, knock on wood. But we've got a Mini 348 coming down pit lane, doing about 15 to 20 miles an hour, as he should. And pit lane speed with Champ Cars 20 miles an hour.
Every track we go to, regardless if it's Daytona or Gingerman or Watkins Glen.
Road America with their 3 mile long pit lane.
Yeah. Where it feels like it's a calendar year to get to the end of pit road.
People complain about that, but it's like, it doesn't matter. Everybody has to do 20 miles an hour.
It's even playing field for everybody.
Yep. But we did change that a couple of years ago. I think we went by what the track did, and then we might have had some issues on some of these smaller tracks, so we looked at what was the safest speed everywhere, and Champ Car decides, hey, this is what we're going to do at this race. That means we're going to do it at every race after that, with the exception of Harris Hill. Harris Hill has one of those weird paddock pit lanes.
Right.
It's not really a pit lane, but it's not really a paddock, so we have a setup, and it's 5 miles an hour there for that one. But other than that, everywhere is 20 miles an hour. And it works really well.
Yeah, and it's worked. I mean, everybody seems to do pretty well. We don't get the speeding penalties that we used to get. So, Bill, you watched the race yesterday, and yesterday was one of those oddities where it was just a deluge of rain. I mean, it seems like a lot of our members did a great job of getting through the madness. Oh, that was close right there between TCR and Martinelli. Outstanding job of both drivers. But, Bill, you watched yesterday. I mean, in those situations like that, you're a driver yourself. You've been through some of that. How did you prepare yourself for a day like what we saw yesterday?
Well, I've raced on this track where we had the rain, like a lot. Maybe not as bad as yesterday, but it was pretty bad to me in the car. It's you just prepare. You don't overdrive the car, don't overdrive the track, and just maintain and keep your car on track. You can't win a race sitting in pit lane repairing, as it did happen to us a couple times. Some of my drivers got a little impatient and decided to make some passes they probably shouldn't have.
Right.
And I spent a lot of time in the paddock fixing. But other than that, it's and I'm one of those guys too. I don't want to say I'm not, but yeah, it's just
we all have those days. We all have those days.
I should not have done that type thing, But it's one of those just keep the car on track, survive, and you should do pretty well. And the cars that did that yesterday did really well.
And we saw some surprises too. We saw a lot of teams that tend to sit a little further down, like mid-pack. They were able to, the great equalizer showed itself yesterday.
I think, and this is my own opinion, I think this move to the standardized tires has really helped. You've taken away some of these cars that used to be up front all the time. You've taken away that one advantage they had, being able to change to new tires every pit stop or every other pit stop or whatever they needed to do, and that took that advantage away. So it's we're seeing that today. I think who's in first now?
Right now, Tater Racing is still out front. They're getting close on their window there. They're probably going to be coming to pit road relatively soon. I think they're trying to get a little bit off sequence from Rockwell, but Sent from the Gourds and Shut Up Racing, same thing. We saw Shut Up have a good day yesterday, but we're seeing a lot more competitive racing up at the front of the field this year due to the tire rule.
I don't know if folks probably don't know, we don't pay attention as to who's leading the race unless we need to pick them up with a pace car or whatever. We just don't. We only talk about car numbers. We'll keep kind of tabs on who the top 5 are, just so in case we need to collect somebody, with a pace car.
Right.
But it's not really until the end of the race that we really start focusing on who the top teams are. But it's just, we're trying to keep everybody safe. Flagtronics, we're watching. Right now, who's watching it? Kelly's down there watching it. And that's our main focus right now. It's just making sure everybody stays safe on track. And, today's a little bit of a struggle. And I know we had some complaints about the Flagtronics, the way they were lighting up yesterday. And part of that is the corner workers using it properly. I don't want to get anybody upset, but it's
training.
But it takes time to learn the system like that.
And I'm the backup on it, so if I don't see it go on, I have to turn it on. But sometimes this morning we had radio communication issues with the corners, and they were able to work that out. But sometimes it takes a while. Same thing with Flagtronics. It's just getting them to not just use a flag but press a button. Yeah. So it's something they don't normally do up here, except with a few orgs throughout the year. And so that's such a good view.
Yeah, such a cool shot inside of Rockwell's cars. They've got, split in the middle right there. Going to be close with that F-Class car.
Yeah, that's something I think the next car I really want to drive is a Porsche.
They're fun. They're a lot of fun to drive. I know, Paulie, you've driven one of the Boxsters before, right?
Driven several of them.
Yeah,
3.
7 of them.
They're a ton of fun to drive.
They're probably not that much different than the MR2, are they?
Nah, from what the MR2 is a little more tail happy, mainly because of technology.
Twitchy.
Yeah, a little because of the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in order to make them as fast as the Boxster, you do need to make it twitchy.
Yeah.
So you have to have it right on the edge.
So maybe it's a more stable. You'd be like, this is easier.
You never lift. That's the problem. I think people lift. They get in trouble instead of giving it gas to kind of push your way out.
Uh-huh.
But nothing's as easy as the Opel GT to drive.
Yeah.
Not fast. It's just drive.
It's just 70. Yeah.
You don't put fast in an Opel GT.
Guys,
together.
he mentioned it. He said the word.
There you go, Timmy.
Yep, he said the word. I didn't have to do it for him. He did it himself. So, and it looks like Rockwell Autosport Development, ironically, we're on board with Michael driving the 12 car. They have taken the lead back. It looks like Tater Racing may be on pit road for their stop.
What number are they?
They are the 442 car. Haven't seen them yet. There may have been a pass. Oh, nope, Tater is on pit road right now, getting ready to get some service, or they're on their way back out.
No, I think they're down there.
Yeah, I see them down there from my vantage point. Brake lights are on.
Looks like they got their service and they're headed back out.
Yep.
Yeah, they're all the way at pit out now. So
that will cycle the lead back to Rockwell Autosport. Tater will back down to second, but it looks like they had a pretty solid stop. So hopefully, if they can get out, that should get them back to second place.
They're being looked at, and it looks like the timers. They may have got down there a bit early because he was doing like maybe 2 or 3, 4 miles an hour towards the end there. So he's just waiting for his timer to click up, and it looks like the Rockwell number 12 car is being, I think it's 12, being released, and released right before the Tater car.
That's the 10 car.
Or 10 car, there you go.
The 12 car is already out there. In fact, he's trying to size up the SiliconSky Porsche for a pass.
See, this is interesting.
And there's no rivalry here, not at all, between these two teams.
Very experienced teams.
Salen's got through. You notice they got through the corner a little bit better there. Seemed like they were able to get back to the power a little bit. But I think when you get behind a car, sometimes it takes the air off the front of that car where it's hard to, sometimes get that downforce to get through the corner.
Yeah, the car will tend to push outward a bit.
He's trying to come up.
He's driving in a little bit deeper than Salen's. Big catch right there. He probably needs to back up his entry a little bit if he's going to try to take advantage of it. There it goes. Seems like he got through there a little bit better. Yeah, the car just seems like it's pushing a little bit for him.
Is there water on the inside of that turn, though? Could that have...
That could have, but honestly, it looked like he got in there really hot.
Yeah.
And I think he was a little wide, and he went to turn the wheel to try to get off the corner. And I think it just didn't have it at that point. I think he just didn't have the wheel straightened out. I think it just got a little snappy on him.
Yeah.
See, he got through there. He got to the bottom there, and that didn't twitch too bad on him.
It looks to me like he's turning in a little early.
Yeah,
he's hitting his apex
kind of what I thought
early.
too.
It's fine. It's showing up at the exit.
Yeah, because he's having to go really wide there, and you will get a penalty for exceeding track limits here.
Now he's getting a run here, guys. If you take a look, watch that draft comes into effect. He's got a run. They're going to probably top out here.
It looks like he's backing out of it.
He may try to dive in.
Yep, he got it. He got it.
Nicely done. And that's what the draft does, folks. If you're watching and people think, oh, the draft doesn't come into effect, it absolutely comes into effect at Watkins Glen because of the speeds that we carry around this road course. If you can get up behind somebody, if you're a slower car, I talked about this yesterday, you get in behind a faster car and you let them pull you up the hill and down that straightaway, and it's a good opportunity to set yourself up to outbrake somebody into that corner, especially if it's a heavier car that has to start braking earlier in the zone. But that was well executed.
And one thing with this new tire change is I'm not seeing the top speed, and this is something we don't publish, but I do watch top speeds on Flagtronics.
We're not seeing what we used to.
I'm not seeing it. I mean, it's a big difference.
They don't have the I'm noticing they don't have the grip level that they used to have with the older tires that we used to run last year and the years prior. With the new tire model, they have grip, but they can't lean on them as hard. They can't push the cars as hard where they're carrying the corner speed like they used to. So I think we're seeing the averages, the top speeds come down, and then I think it's also where the teams that didn't have that, they couldn't push their cars to that limit. I think that's where that rubber, the rubber band's starting to come back together.
I think also, and I don't want to, how do I put this? Great tires can make a really bad driver look really good.
It shows the driver talent more, because with these tires, if you abuse them, they don't come back as quick. So what you have to do is you have to find a happy medium of pushing the car, but maybe throttling back a little bit, saving some tire, not rolling off the sidewall of the tire, not abusing it, making sure you're not chunking the tires, or but also you have to make sure you're managing them well. Make sure you're managing your pressures. Make sure you're not overinflating them so they're bouncing. Make sure you're not underinflating them to where you're rolling too much. It's that happy medium, but also maybe flipping the tires, where if you're seeing a little bit more where this track is more right-handed corners, you might have to flip your tires to manage the excessive wear that you might be getting.
Yeah, it's probably why I don't drive anymore.
TCR got boxed in right there.
It's just a lot to remember, man.
It is.
Just clobbering those curbs.
That's the fast way through there.
Yeah.
He's going to probably try to go the long way around.
Well, I was going to.
Yeah.
Going to try to go, but he got boxed in.
Well, the Miata was just a little bit all over there.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. You have to manage the traffic. And that's, to me, that was always the fun part. It's like, where is he going to go?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he went left last time. Well, it may be a different driver in now.
Yeah, and you don't know. And you don't know their tendencies as he's going by box 2 from turning concepts.
Yeah.
I like in the heel and toe the footwork.
Is that water going away up here? There's a big stream of water here this morning. And it still might be a little damp. But, they said they've tried over and over again to get rid of that water that runs across the track. But they just can't get it to go away. And, looks pretty dryish. Kind of damp, but other than that, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing pretty well. I mean, it's dried out pretty good. We're seeing, the speed.
Let's see how he does here.
Yeah.
He little less aggressive coming through there.
Well, he had to pinch the corner off a little bit there to get by the 444, one of the Boston Weiner cars.
Man, I'm telling you, everybody's got hot dogs on their cars. I'm getting hungry for a hot dog.
Didn't they have a hot dog race at Indy recently?
Oh,
they did the Wiener 500.
Wiener 500 the other day.
Oscar Mayer Wiener 500.
If you guys haven't seen it, go check it out. And the commentary is the screen.
All right, stay with us. We'll be right back with the Less is More cam and so much more to come. Thanks, Bill, for hanging out with us for a minute. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I'm back at Watkins, Glen for the SiliconSky Twin 7's here at the Glen. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action here this weekend. And Les steps out to the wall separating pit lane from the front straightaway. Setting the camera out there. Back on board with the Luce Brothers Motorsports. And we have a camera feed for Rockwell Autosport Development, who is leading the race right now. So looking at the stats right now, 88 laps completed so far. And we've got, what do we got? C-Class competition here from closing, Sent from the Gourds and Tater Racing. Things getting close there. Tater Racing, of course, in second place right now. Parts Badger, we just moved into second place, got by Tater Racing. And so that's Parts Badger's first time up in P2. Looking strong in the B-Class car. Flying the flag high and mighty.
They're pretty even on time. We'll have to keep an eye on Parts Badger with Rockwell. They're separated. They're on the same lap right now by about 2 minutes separation. So we'll have to see if Roy and the guys can chase down Rockwell. Again, pretty even on lap time. Last lap, I think Rockwell got caught in some traffic, but their best lap time is separated by less than half a second. So I think it's a pretty even match. We're still on board with Michael here in the Rockwell car. Nice downshift, good heel and toe. And he heads out of turn 1, headed up the hill to the S's.
Ramen Racing leads A-Class. Parts Badger B-Class. Rockwell Autosport Development C-Class. Smoking Horse Racing leads D-Class. And Gab Racing still leading F-Class. And EC being led by Boston Winers. 89 laps completed. And Salem still holds that fastest lap time of the day at 2:12.672. Getting it done. Come on. Michael at the wheel here. And a much more pleasant day today than what we had yesterday.
Oh, this is so much better. Beautiful view. You can see Lake Seneca from here. You can see off in the distance. It looks like all that bad weather's moved off.
Yeah.
So it's such an enjoyable experience this weekend. At least today.
Yeah, the fog is pretty much non-existent. There's a little bit of haze off in the distance up high near the tree lines, but that's it. So, yeah, much better day today for racing.
So you can see him chasing down. Not sure if that's one of the Team Salen's cars. Both of them are in the top 5. We haven't seen the dominance from Team Salen that we saw here a year ago. But both of them are sitting in the top 5 right now. They're still in contention. They're not out of the fight as of yet.
No, not at all. They absolutely are doing a fine job keeping those cars competitive and in there. They're up in 4th and 5th place respectively, so that 1-2 punch has proven to be a very effective weapon to bring home those first place trophies. Team Salem. They are right there. Sent from the Gourds also putting on a great show today. They're in 6th place right now. And that's another one of those teams that just seems to be punching into that podium area there. They're always looking good. Coming by the Weiser Blitz Racing Porsche Boxster.
And Turning Concepts, the 7-Eleven car, the Box 1 that won yesterday in the overall and our C-Class winner, they're continuing to stay strong in 7th. Both the Turning Concepts cars are running well. Box 2 is in the 10th position. Gonna give a shout out to TCR, Dan Frodel's team. The 97 car is up into. Did we just see a car slow going up there on the left?
I was looking at the panel too. I didn't notice. Oh, there's the caution coming out. So, yeah, you must have caught that, Kyle Correcto. So, our delay a little bit on the video. You can see Flagtronics still shows green, so these guys are still going for it. And it's so hard when you're this close. You're not looking at that. You're looking at the cars. Yeah. It's so important to keep your eyes on what's going on up ahead as they send us to code 35 here. So, there's the caution. You get an idea of what the delay looks like. So, he sees it. He wants to pounce, but he can't. He needs to just hang tight there. And as they go to 35, that'll really slow him down. So here they go.
So we'll have to see if we can get an indication of who it is. Looks like yellow full course.
Yep.
Looks like we're getting ready to get a car number here in just a moment.
You check that. I'll check the track, see if I see anything.
Looks like the 614 was showing. Let's see if it. Yep, looks like the 614 car. Is that MMR Racing? I think they had a problem.
Yeah, we used to have a camera in their car. Let's go to that. Oh, yeah, they've parked it up against the wall there, Kyle.
So CJ Miller in the car. Tough break for those guys. I'd gotten a message from CJ this morning. He had filled me in on their driver lineup a little bit, and it's a tough break for those guys. They were having a solid run, running in the 30th position when the issue happened. So, and they were in the top 7 as far as A-class.
Yeah, if you guys, when you're out there Fridays, and even sometimes in the mornings, in the early mornings, you've got a story, something going on with your team, and you see Kyle out there in the morning setting up car cameras. Feel free to pull on his shirt and say, hey, this is what's going on with our team. We got somebody special here. We got something cool going on. Let us know, because we want to share those stories with the populace, because that's always really cool. There's so many really interesting things going on that we don't get to talk about unless we know about it. So you can always send an email to myself, or you can let Kyle know, especially on Fridays. You see him and he's spending a lot of time talking to you guys, getting to know you and learning your stories. So be sure you let him know.
Speaking of that, I actually just got a message from Cole Morgan Racing and Team, from Cole himself, the owner. Unfortunately, they went behind the wall to fix the window net during our driver change. During the outlap, the water temperature pegged itself, so they are done for the day. So we'll have to see what happens with those guys. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be the end. That's a tough break for them after winning D-Class yesterday. They were having a solid day, but they said it's racing. We're happy with how the car did overall this weekend, and we will be back. So we'll look forward to seeing you guys back at the next time you're out.
So there's a couple cars involved in this, Kyle. There's No Z and Mazda is one of them, and then the 698. 690. Why don't I see that? I don't see a 698 car, but the word is we had a right rear tire that fell off the car.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it's pretty big. We'll go to Les is in the pits. He's got these, these guys are jumping on these cautions and these code 35s for pit stops.
So it looks like Haywood Racing's in the pits. Nice pass off right there. And see, this is kind of what we were talking about with Bill a little bit ago on the broadcast, where your fire bottle man is standing and your fueler is standing. That's about optimal, probably about 5 to 7 feet, where then if something happens, the fire bottle can get to you and put you out.
We're calling him the fire guard.
The fire guard. There we go.
Yeah. I talked to Dan about that.
And Les is getting his steps in today as the TCR car. There's I think that's the 936 is in for some service. Looks like a driver change. Getting there, see the water bottle. So drivers a lot of times will have a water bottle in there. Looks like they just finished up the fueling process. We'll have to get that drip pan out of the way. Getting that next driver settled. They put see, that's smart right there. They put a chalk in front of the wheel. A lot of people don't realize this, but Watkins Glen, the latter part of pit road is actually downhill, and then you don't have to leave the car in gear when you're sitting there and putting extra wear and tear on that transmission. So you can chalk the front wheel. You just got to remember to take the chalk out of the wheel before you go away.
Yeah, so they're working on. Let's see. Into car. Okay, so the car 383 that we talked about earlier, Nosy and Mazda got into the other car, and they were given a 1-lap penalty as a result of that contact.
That has their day has gone from bad to worse.
Yeah.
They had a good day yesterday, but not so much today.
That camera's a little bit out of focus.
So as we see Smoking Horse Racing, they're headed back out in their Mustang. take a look and see what they're a D-class car right now. Let's see where they're running. Take a look at their race thus far. All right, so Smoking Horse Racing is actually now your D-class leader after the Team Z issue. We hadn't checked on that in a little while. But they are actually leading now. They're up 12 spots on the day. Best lap is a 2:18.62. They're on pit road right now, so they're leading by about a lap over MLC Racing, which is the 47 car, the blue Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, it looks like safety's left the track there in the bus stop, so that incident's been cleared. We saw some safety trucks over here, and that incident appears to be cleared. The incident I spoke of took place in turn 6, which is not anywhere near those two locations. So haven't seen a report yet, but the incident that took place over in the bus stop was a wheel that fell off a car. That's what I was told.
Looks like they got most of it cleaned up. It was our Dave Kiesik's in the car in Weiser Blitz.
Okay.
So let's see
the man himself.
Let's see what one of our Champ Car officials and one of our board members, let's see how he does behind the wheel.
And a former pro driver.
He is a former pro driver. Dave has quite a few starts in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. He's run a few other events of what was IMSA back in the day and also Grand Am. So David's got quite a bit of experience. Had some solid finishes in the 24 as well. Had some really good opportunities with some Porsche teams. And staying with that Porsche brand, he's very loyal to it. He runs a Boxster here in Champ Car. So good luck to David and team. They're having a solid day. Let's check and see while we're on board with him. Let's see where he's running. He's a C-Class car. So if you're a Porsche fan and you want to pull for Weiser Blitz, they're in the 22nd spot overall. They are in the top 15 right now in the C-Class, so having a solid day. Probably not the day that David would envision, but so far, so good. And he's from New York, so he's not from not too far away. I think he's from the Syracuse area. So this is home for him. He's got a lot of laps at Watkins Glen. He loves this race, loves when we get to come up here, and it seems to be a special event. He always gets to run his car. He always gets excited about it. So I'm sure this is another great opportunity. Hi, Dave. How you doing? I think they just told him we're talking about him on TV, so I think he's waving to us. So good luck, buddy. Hope you get a good finish today.
All right, so I saw a safety vehicle moving through the bus stop into the outer loop there. So we'll see if they're going to continue around, as we're still in code 35 right now.
So, Paulie, should we give them a class rundown,
Sure.
let them know what's going on? All right, here we go. So we'll give you guys a rundown of what's going on. So let's start with our friends in A-Class. So Ramen Racing has now taken the lead by about a lap over Mass Hole Motorsports. No Foo Racing, who was your leader earlier in the day, has fallen down to third. Cannonball Club Racing, your A-Class winner from yesterday, runs fourth. Rosmar Racing, the 473 cars, in fifth. And let's take a look over to the B-Class car. Parts Badger continues to lead by a healthy, a pretty much 8-lap gap over Team Octane, our Canadian contingent. Hot Curl Racing is still staying strong, about a lap back from those guys. So they're doing pretty decent. And then Ready Imports Racing runs in fourth. They're on the same lap as Hot Curl, so hopefully they can stay strong. And by the way, Hot Curl's up 10 spots on the day, so nice run for those guys. Hopes and Dreams Motorsports, the 919 car, the Honda S2000. We hadn't really talked about them too much today, but they are on lap 82 as well, as we are back under yellow flag, so we should be going back green here very shortly. Let's take a pop down to the C-Class. Rockwell Auto, and we are back green here at Watkins Glen for the SiliconSky Twin 7's here at Watkins Glen. Rockwell Autosport is your overall race leader as they're working lap 92. They lead by about a lap over Tater Racing. Team Salem Ketchup leads Team Salem Mustard, third and fourth in class, fourth and fifth in the overall. Sent from the Gourds rounds out your top 5 in C-Class and sits 6. So C-Class continuing to hold down 5 of the top 6 spots. let's take a pop down to the D class. Been a bit of a rough day for some of these guys, but right now we have a good battle between Smoking Horse Racing and MLC Racing, who both sit on the same lap. Smoking Horse is up 11 spots overall on the day. Team Z, we saw them have a disastrous kind of ending to their race a little bit ago, but it looks like they're still running. It looks like they had run into some mechanical woes, and then we saw Cole Morgan Racing just recently fell out, so unfortunately an early end of their day. F class right now, we have Gab Racing continuing to hold down a 1-lap advantage. They're up 20 spots on the day. Loose Brothers Racing has worked themselves back up into the second position. That's your A class winner, or F class winner, excuse me, from yesterday. Easy Riders still continues to stay in the fight. MDR Motorsports, and unfortunately in a bad ending to the day there, it looks like, for Boston Winers. No more haterade to be passed out today, unfortunately. So, and then let's check on our friends over on the EC side of the house. Boston Winers, the sister car, leads by 3 laps over Green in the 62 car, which is the SiliconSky car, our title sponsor for the weekend. They lead over their teammate Foe 30 in the 165 car. TCR Motorworks, the sister entry in the 936, runs 4th, and then Martinelli Motorsports rounds out your top 5 in the 698.
There you have it, folks. There you have it.
See Les checking out all the action here on pit road. It seems to be pretty quiet for the time being. It looks like everybody had their service not too long ago.
Yeah, they got their pit stops in pretty recently here, and it gives the teams a chance for a break. And looks like Team Salem checking over their data. So they probably have some telemetry coming in, or they're just watching the show.
Yeah.
Maybe they're watching us. I mean, they're all gathered around a screen. It could be.
They may just be watching the show to check it out. Back on board with Rockwell Autosport. Nicely done right there.
Oh, he's slinging through there.
And that's Tater Racing in front of him. So let's see if Rockwell can put a lap on Tater Racing. Another lap on Tater Racing. Got to wonder if Tater's team is telling him, hey, that's the race leader behind you. Let's see if maybe they can hold him off. Tater has the ideal line here. Looks like Rockwell was able to complete the pass. Nope, Tater still came back on the right side. They're side by side up the hill. Looks like Rockwell got the better run on the exit. Grabbing 4th gear as he comes up the hill. Checking his mirror. Looks like he cleared him. Ooh, heavy shift down there to 3rd gear. On the brakes, inside of Ready Imports and their Honda. It's one of our B-Class cars. Grabs 4th gear, breathes it a little bit, getting into 10. Now let's see if Tater tries to hook onto the back of them, because they just put another lap on Tater Racing. Now Tater is a little bit off sequence as far as pit stops. We noticed that Tater came in about almost 40 minutes after Rockwell. So it'll be interesting to see if Tater is trying to get off sequence for the strategy to be able to maybe stretch it a little bit longer than Rockwell. Maybe they've told their driver to back down a little bit. But it does look like Rockwell, their last lap time was a 2:19.7. Parts Badger, who's about a lap behind, I think they're about on the same lap, was a 2:19.51. We'll have to see when they cross the line. See if Parts Badger's gaining on them by chance. But Team Salem Ketchup is slowly catching up to Parts Badger. They're only separated by about 5.5 seconds. See him working through turn 5 here. So while we see that it's, let's see if Parts Badger's hit the line yet. Tater Racing's only about 2.8 seconds behind Team Salem Ketchup, so it looks like we might have a 3-way fight for second place right now.
Yeah, both Rockwell and Parts Badger and Team Salem all running those really almost identical lap times, aren't they?
Yeah.
2:19s.
They're all within 0.4 of a second of each other. A 2:19.7 for Rockwell, 19.5 for Parts Badger, 19.3 for Team Salem Ketchup.
And that kind of increases the urgency a little bit here not to get held up in traffic, because you know if your competitors aren't getting held up, they can reel you in. There's really not much you can do about it because you're all running roughly the same pace.
Well, and you don't want to do something foolish and put yourself in a bad position where you try to force something. Oh, had to play a little bit of catch and release there with the wheel through turn 9. That's been a trouble spot all weekend. But you don't want to do something foolish like right here. He didn't want to force the issue as much as he wanted to get by. You don't want to take yourself out of it because one wrong move and you can be sitting in the garage with a wrecked race car.
So with that, we'll take another break and be back in a few. ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. And it's Rockwell Autosport Development leading the way. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, folks. Lots of green flag racing today.
Absolutely. Been such a big improvement compared to yesterday. So Rockwell Autosport continues to lead this race over Team Salem Ketchup by about a lap, who is now dispensed to Parts Badger, who's now fallen about 2.5 seconds back of Team Salem Ketchup. Tater Racing continues to run in the 4th position, 9.5 seconds back of Parts Badger. So we have 3 cars right now on the same lap with a 3-way fight for 2nd. We have Team Salem Mustard in 5th. Turn-in Concepts in box 1 and 6. Sent from the Gourds has slid down the order into 7th. Shut Up Racing is up 30 spots on the day and 17 in the class up to 8. TC Motorworks in 9th. And Turn-in Concepts in box 2 in the 717 is in the 10th position, with Team Troxel just sitting on the outside of the top 10. We have another 3-way fight for 6th place between the Gourds, Turn-in Concepts in box 1, and Shut Up Racing, as they're both on working lap 94. And then TC Motorworks and Turn-in Concepts box 2 are both working lap 93. So definitely have some battles on the racetrack. But let's take a look. We've been focusing on the top 10 for a bit, and it's kind of settled out a little bit as Rockwell has about a lap lead. Let's look a little bit farther back in the order. Boston Winers, the 763. We saw they were up in the top 10, top 5 earlier in the day. They're about 14.5 seconds back of Rossmar Racing in the 473, and that's a battle for the 19th position. A little bit farther back in the order, Continuous Rotation Racing sits about less than a second back of Point Karting Racing, the 818 car, their BMW. That's the green and blue BMW that we've shown off and on throughout the day. A little bit farther back to Action Raceworks. They're about a lap in the 43. That's their 99 Chevy Camaro, as we are going under a yellow flag here.
Yeah.
We see the race leader working lap 98 here at Watkins Glen. Such a historic and cool racetrack here at the Glen, and we are now code 35. So many famous drivers have raced at this place, and the fact that you get to say you've been to Watkins Glen and you've seen the history with the original street racing that used to happen here in the village of the Glen until they moved up here to the permanent road course in 1957. If you get a chance, go drive that historic 6.2 mile road course. It's absolutely beautiful. The wife and I drove about a mile of it yesterday, and it's an absolutely beautiful drive. So I think the next time we come up here, we're going to take a little bit of time and go do the entire drive and just go see some of the history, the original start line there at the courthouse. It's so cool.
So the reason for our caution is our large piece of debris reported at 7B, which I didn't even know there was a 7B, but there is one. It's probably where the flagger stand's located. So there's a large hunk of something over there. I imagine they're going to need to get somebody out there to remove that. And so it's not a car this time. Well, it's kind of it might be part of a car, but not really a car.
So that'll bring the field back together a little bit here as we go under a code 35. So that will give allow an opportunity for some of those guys that were on the same lap to kind of close in a little bit, depending on how long we're under this code 35 for. So that'll bring them a little bit together. So we may have some increased tension on some of these battles as we are slowly approaching 2 hours to go in this race. Paulie, it's hard to believe that we're already getting toward the end of this race.
Well, it really shouldn't bring them together because on the 35, you're supposed to be at station keeping. Supposed to be. We know that doesn't really happen that way. You're supposed to stay in the same spot. You're not supposed to close the distance. But we know that doesn't really necessarily work. Everybody would have to drive at the same threshold of the code 35 in order to actually maintain it. And you'd have to stay in the exact same driving line. And all the gusts of wind would have to be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Salen's taking this opportunity to come in and take a pit stop. That looks like the mustard car in.
It looks like I don't think this is planned, Paulie. They're not putting fuel on. It looks like they may have a flat tire.
They're going over to that right rear, and I think somebody's laying on. Oh,
they're in the left
ground. Rear. Yeah, the left rear, and somebody's on the ground. They got the jack underneath it.
Folks, this is a developing.
Checking up the exhaust.
I think this is the 943. This is your fifth place car right here.
Yeah, I think this is the mustard car that's in. And now they're over on the other side of the car, too.
I wonder if
they're seeing crew at the back.
You wonder if they're checking something at the suspension, maybe rear end, axle.
Well, if it's anything like that, exhaust, they're going to send him on his way. Could be there was some concern.
They pulled a piece out from underneath the car.
They brought him in. Oh, yeah. Maybe they picked up the debris or some debris that was from debris that was laying over there in 7B.
Huh.
And they just wanted to make sure everything was all right. But they also had that tire over the wall too, though, Kyle.
I wonder if he ran over it and picked it up.
Maybe he
did. I wonder if they pulled the tire. They thought maybe he had a flat tire.
Pull the tire to get it out of there. Who knows? But, yeah, they had that spare tire just in case. And yellow's been pulled in, so we're back to racing.
So, again, a little bit of a delay on our camera as we see him going back yellow here. Just shifts into third gear.
So far.
Whoa, big move there by the 919 car.
Yeah, a much slower competitor there. And they managed to just go on either side of that car as they headed into the bus stop. And both got a pretty clean exit. In fact, the purple car is kind of pulling away here. Oh, and he got stormed by Parts Badger, too. Whoa, this is huge.
And that's big because that's a lot back right there. That's going to put, if he can hang on to it, that's going to put him back. Oh, he's going to split the middle.
Yep. He got wiggled down in there. Whew. Boy, those downshifts.
Yeah, he's hitting them hard. That's a lot of strain on that transmission. So far, but Parts Badger's right there. Again, their best lap times of the day between the top two. They're within 0.2 of a second of each other, so those are two pretty evenly matched cars. The question is, can that Miata stay with the Boxster? He's got to make up a lap, folks. So if you're just joining us and you've been, had some things going on this morning, maybe went to service with your family or doing something. So Rockwell Autosport has been leading this race for quite some time over Parts Badger, Team Salem. Tater Racing led for an early part of the race, but they've now fallen down the order into fourth. But Rockwell has worked themselves up into the lead right now with about 2 hours and 17 minutes to go. Parts Badger is right on the bumper of Rockwell Autosport, but they have to make up a lap and then get back around if they're going to have a shot at a victory today. The problem is the pace that this 12 car has been setting has been pretty torrent over the last hour and a half. And we've seen in the past when Parts Badgers had to push that car to a certain point, they have had some mechanical woes. So the question is, can they push that car to the limit to stay with the 12 car without hurting the integrity of the Miata? But we did just have a little bit of a moment for one of the Team Salem cars. Again, if you just joined us, they've been running in the top 5 a chunk of the day, but they had to come in and get some debris taken off the bottom end of their car. Thought they were going to have to replace a tire, and they were able to get back out into the fight.
Yeah, hurt them a little bit, but they're back out there. But the ketchup car's really been the front car for that team today, so they've got to be happy about that. It didn't hurt the ketchup car.
Yeah, the 942 just has tended to be the stronger horse today, and it's been up in the fight. It's on the same lap as Parts Badger. They're separated by about 40 seconds right now, just a touch under 41 seconds to be exact.
Yeah.
God, he is downshifting that car so hard.
Yeah, what he's doing is it's a little bit of an over rev. So that's why you hear that zing, and then it's in, and the revs are suddenly
but he's
low.
Slamming the car in gear, and I don't like seeing that. I mean, that we've seen Rockwell have transmission and drivetrain issues in races in the past from abuse on equipment. So
he's just excited.
A little bit, but I mean, with leading by a lap and 2 hours to go, I mean, do you really want to risk slamming it in gear? And I mean, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of unnecessary abuse on equipment. Ooh, got a little wide there. Did a nice job of catching it. Had to work the wheel. I think when he got on the throttle, he just got into it earlier than he thought he could, and the back end slipped a little bit, and he just kind of had to ride it out. But so far, so good. He's hanging on. So Parts Badger's going to have work to do. Last lap was a 19.1 for Parts Badger to a 16.4. So Rockwell just seems like, once again, another one of these races where they can kind of pick their own pace and run what they want. But again, they do have a lot of talent they bring to the racetrack. They have a lot of experience with drivers that run in different divisions and some pro divisions that come down and moonlight, let's say, in the Champ Car Endurance Series. So it helps to have that in your arsenal. And if you're joining us and you're thinking you've heard Rockwell Autosport Development before, yes, this is the same team that does compete at the IMSA level in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. They do have an effort up there. So, but they do this to get extra seat time for their drivers and to just because they love racing. So, if you're hearing that name and it sounds familiar, you are on board with the same team. So again, now that that's settled down a little bit up at the front, let's kind of go back down through here and check on some of our other competitors. So the 919 that we just saw make a big move there a few minutes ago, the Hopes and Dreams Motorsports, they're working lap 91 right now. They're 30th in the overall, one of our B-class cars. That was a really, really cool move to see. Very gutsy, but they got it done. But their guys are having a decent day. Getting some conflicting data on a few things. Looks like their transponder maybe being a little weird, but they're 47 seconds behind Gab Racing. So good run for the Gab guys. That's our lone F-class car in the top 30. And then Coco Brothers, the 695, they're up 7 spots in class on the day, so a positive day, and they're about less than a tenth of a second back. Actually, they just dispensed of start racing at this point, so they just got by Mike Coleman and his Miata team. So as we're back on board here with Weiser Blitz Racing, Dave Kiesik's team. So he's working through turn 6. Like we said, David's got a lot of laps around Watkins Glen. He's got a lot of pro experience as well that he brings to the table with this team. But this is his own car, again, a New York native, so always good for him to run well at home. Then we're looking so getting some information from Les right now. He's giving us some information.
Yeah, there's a whole nother race going on he's got a whole nother race going on that's just developing here as we speak.
All right, guys. So
that's cool.
I have a whole nother race going on while we have our race going on. These guys are all set up, going around.
Who's in the lead right now, Les?
Wide into turn 1. and I mean, it's madness down here. Madness, I tell you. So even at the racetrack, is always able to find racing at the racetrack. They got the fuel. They got the fuel guy here. The mom along there. Got the fuel guy.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I love it.
And that's what it's all about, folks. It's while there's a race going on, it's family.
Guys in the booth.
Thanks, Les.
It's all about family, isn't it, Paulie, when you come to the racetrack?
Well, it should be, but I try to make it all about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to have. You can have some fun. We could make it more and more about family, and you've tried to do some of that at VIR with bringing some things into the club with for the kids to watch. So
yeah, we did a
nice
movie night last. Yeah, we did a movie night last year during the 24-hour. We showed a nice fun movie. We showed Cars and just wanted to have something because we know a lot of times drivers bring their wives or husbands to the track and they bring their kids to come watch, and sometimes it just, you get into those lulls during the race. So we wanted to have something fun for the kids to do, have some popcorn, watch a movie, because obviously the kids don't always stay up all night like we do, because we don't know any better when it goes 24-hour racing. Yeah. So we wanted to have that, and it was a lot of fun. And we'll hope to do it again. We need to talk to Mike and Andrea about doing another movie night, maybe later at Sebring this year. So 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go as we're back on board with the Hack Racing Division. Big Tone at the wheel, continuing to lap those guys right now. Let's see, they're 7th in class and 47th in the race. So a solid day for that B-class car. They're about a lap behind Street Fighters in 6th. So these guys are having a solid day. Top 40. I'm sorry, top 50. Apparently I had to read numbers. That's what happens when I've counted for years. 1, 2, Earnhardt, 4, 5.
Yeah, we got to hear from them a little bit down in the pits. Les interviewed them, so that was pretty cool. Slinging that Honda.
Yeah. I was going to say, 6,000, 7,000 RPMs. That's just, that's nothing for that little Honda motor.
Yeah.
What did they say? Like if you hit 7,000, you're just getting it tuned up at that point?
Yeah.
It's amazing how much those things can, how many RPMs you can run those for a while and they just don't quit.
A look in the back, a view most of you don't get to see very often, and that's the garage view and the paddock view here at Wisconsin. There, said it again.
Did it again.
Here at Watkins Glen.
You're 3 for 3 today.
I'm going to keep going. Eventually, I'm going to be right. 901 Motorsport there. They're having some work. Looks like they're working on that car. So they may be back out with the red BMW. They don't have it in the garage or in the trailer yet. Yeah, this is just not too far away from pit lane here. You can see the stands there and off in the distance. That's where Kyle and I are located. We're up above those in the tower up at the top. As we're going back to caution here, folks. Back to caution. See, the caution flags have been displayed. And it looks like we got a car stopped off track. And it is car number 208. 208. That's a Ford Mustang FJ Corsa. Is the victim. The assailant. Turn number 8. All right, let's take a look at turn number 8. What do we got? Oh, yeah. Pulled it off into the asphalt. The asphalt. This is before you get to the gravel. It's hard to see from this picture, but there's a line there. You can almost kind of see it in the gray, almost halfway towards that far wall, where it turns into a heavy gravel mix. You don't want to be over there.
No, you
because
do not.
You remember those giant stones we pulled out of there?
Yep.
There's big hunks of asphalt stone. I threw a couple more back up towards the wall. Even if you put a nose in it, you could potentially do a lot of damage to your car if you hit that stuff.
Yeah, they do not mesh well with car parts.
So that car being tended to, the number 208.
So it doesn't look like there's a lot of urgency with the car at the moment. They're working on trying to eventually get it hooked up. They may try to get it on a tow strap and pull it in. So we'll just have to hang on. But Rockwell Autosport continues to lead this race over the Parts Badger car. Team Sail and Ketchup runs third. Tater Racing is in fourth. Team Sail and Mustard is in the fifth position right now. So even after that little hiccup that they had, they're still hanging on in the top five. Turning Concepts, the 7-Eleven car, Box 1 is in sixth. Sent from the Gourds in seventh. Shut Up Racing is still running in eighth. TCR Motorworks in ninth. And Box 2, Turning Concepts, is in the top 10. So again, C-Class holds down 9 of the top 10 spots, with the lone B-Class entry of Parts Badger running in the second position right now.
And we've got a pretty good battle going on right now in C-Class, said C-Class, for 13th, 14th, and 15th between Open Throttle Racing, Weiser Blitz Racing, and
our leader is on pit road, Paulie. The 12 car is on pit road for service.
Take advantage.
Not sure this is planned, but it is 1:55 Eastern here. We have about 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go. You have to do 5 minutes for fuel. So at this point, realistically, they may try to stretch it to the end of the race.
Here we go. And Les is out there in the pits, so we might get some up close and personal stuff there, but let's see if I can get a hold of him.
So it looks like there's just fuel. Looks like a normal pit stop. Driver's getting ready to hop out of the car. This is a pretty experienced team, so you're not gonna see any urgency. Hello, people at Watkins Glen from Pit 6. Well, thank you guys for tuning into the broadcast. We greatly appreciate it, and good luck to you the rest of your day.
The number 12, and Les is on the scene.
So it looks like just fuel so far. Nothing. Driver's already swapped out.
Yeah. Yeah, on these cars, they fill the car up in the fender. That's where the gas tank gets filled.
And they're going to go around and reset the air pressures. Probably you get buildup in the tires as you run them for a long period of time. So they're probably taking air back out, setting it back to the pressure that they wanted, that they're going to start with.
Josh, you want to do a shake?
Yep, getting those pressures reset. Crew talking to the driver, just getting him ready. Not sure. We'll have to see if maybe Les can find out who's going back in for the end of the race. So we saw Michael Pollock get out of the car. Doug Oakley's on that team. Eric Rockwell, not sure if he's here this weekend. So it might just be a two-man effort in this car.
And they're checking the underneath of the car there, Kyle. Not a lot of urgency here. Obviously, they've got time. And actually, now they are starting to look underneath the car on that left rear.
Looks like that's Doug Oakley that's in the car. I recognize the suit. So I think Doug's going to take the car to the finish.
So they're going back under that, the left side of the car. There seems to be concerns over on that side of the car. This is our leader. This is going to make things a little bit easier on Parts Badger.
You wonder if they maybe ran over something.
Yep.
There seems to be concern, but just letting the clock run here. They're not going after it, you know. They're just kind of giving a cursory look.
It looks like Team Salen's
is in.
Yep, I think that's the 940. The 943
the mustard car. Yeah, that's the mustard car again. As we go back to caution,
this looks like a normal driver change.
Yeah,
I see
looks
one
like
of
they're going to change drivers.
Yeah.
So back to caution here.
Now, with these guys pitting here, this should get them to the end of the race, mindfully, if they can run 2 hours completely on fuel. We've been seeing them kind of close. The question is, are they trying to potentially bank on some maybe some cautions and some code 35s to be able to save fuel? Because we have seen Rockwell run out before.
They're talking to their driver. As we reach the top of the hour here, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So 2 more hours continue in this contest this weekend. They're watching the clock and about ready to roll. We'll come back in a minute.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're back to we're code 35. We were at caution, and now we're at the code 35. So let's see what's going on here, folks. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live. So car number 10 passing under caution. Black flag driver counseling for car number 10. And I don't see a number 10 on my sheet. So that's a whole nother issue. Waiting to see what we get as far as the logs, but I'm not sure we're going to get much. It seems like they've been a bit behind on that. So I'll check the track and see what we can find. We'll go inside of one of the cars here, so see if we can get a good view. Maybe we'll see something here. So we saw a safety car coming by Neville. And then they're taking the shortcut, so maybe it's over in turn 9. So let's take a look over there. No, looks okay there. How about here? Looks all right there. Looks all right there. Checking the sheet. Nothing yet. All right. We'll stay on board here. See if we see anything. Oh, and they're going to come into the pits. So TCR is going to take advantage of this caution. And I'm checking across the cars now to see if I see anything. So far, it looks good.
So with the pit stop by Rockwell not that long ago, that does elevate Parts Badger to the lead, but
for the first time
today, but they are still going to have to make their final pit stop of the day. And as of right now, they're only 43 and a half seconds ahead of Rockwell. So when they come in to make that pit stop, that's going to
that'll shuffle it back.
That'll shuffle it back to Rockwell because of that, the 5 minutes that they have to take with taking fuel.
Yeah, I think that's probably why they were spending so long in the pits. They were waiting for that clock to run down a little bit so they could handle that 2-hour stint limitation, and it's worth that rather than coming in and making another driver change. That might have been part of it. Hour and 52 minutes unofficial remaining in this race before they drop the green flag on day 2.
Yeah.
And it's beginning to look more and more like we're going to have a different winner today than what we had yesterday, as Turning Concepts took away their first win in the series. And it's funny, we were just talking about that yesterday. It's like, here's a team that's really, really capable. They just never quite get it done. And then they had their first win. So what's going to happen today?
It'll be. We still have a lot of time, but Rockwell's kind of been the favorite for today based on some of the dominance, but they weren't completely dominant from the get-go. I'd say they've dominated the last couple hours, but Tater Racing was a pretty dominant car for the first few hours of the race. And then Parts Badger has been lingering in the top 5 for a good chunk of the day. So it'll be interesting to see if what this does. I'm surprised Parts Badger didn't come in now with the code 35 to go ahead and make their stop and get it done. I wonder if they're anticipating another code 35 based on the trend that we've kind of been having.
Oh, here's safety vehicles. Let's see if we can see anything here. We need to get back to having a pick. Oh, it's one of the Gorilla sticker cars. I believe that's 516 car being towed in. And so some kind of an incident there concerning that machine.
And it looks like there's another car. I don't know if it's coming in, being towed in, but I see one of Frank's cars, one of the 901 Motorsport cars is coming into pits. Yeah, it is not on a hook. It is coming in under its own power. A few more. It looks like we got a little bit of a stack here on pit road. Yep, so the 90 looks like the 901 car or 903 car is in.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Vinny Metz is going to be going in for, he's going to be the final driver. I recognize the helmet. So he'll be taking the car to the finish for the day.
And there's the ketchup car heading out for the final time today. They certainly hope.
Oh, looks like Ready Imports Racing is on pit road. There's a number of teams. Tater Racing's on pit road.
Back to caution.
Uh-oh, there's a bloom of smoke coming out of the back of Tater Racing's car.
Oh, no.
And that's your 4th place car, folks.
Are they in the pits or were they?
They're on pit road right now, and it looks like there's one of the crew members is communicating with the driver. I don't know if he's having him wind the engine up trying to get it going or what, but it just seemed like there was a lot of plume of smoke coming out of the car unnecessarily.
So he wasn't just showing off.
I don't think so. It seems like it subsided, but maybe it was just routine. Maybe they were just clearing something out of the car. But as we're back on board, that is not Michael P. He is out of the car. I believe at this point this is Doug Oakley. I recognize the Audi emblem on the suit. That should be, he's wearing his old suit from last year when he ran in Michelin Pilot. Oh. Got in a little hot there, but still digging deep. And Doug's a solid driver. He's very, very fast, very quick. He's been one of the ones that Alex and Eric Rockwell rely on to get the car to the front. He has a really good amount of pace. 695 car there headed back out. That's got a pretty, oh, looks like he stalled it a little bit. Got a pretty good ding there in the door.
I remember my first beer.
Nah.
Right?
But as we
were talking about.
No, you're fine. That's, you know, we need to know what's going on with the guys on pit road. But yeah, Doug is a solid driver. He's we talked to Alex Rockwell before. He said Doug Oakley's kind of like a second son to him. He's been very dedicated to that team. And Doug's getting a shot to finally get his first full season of IMSA competition this year with his co-driver. So it's a good opportunity, but every time he comes to Champ Car, he's very, very quick. He does a great job, takes care of the equipment, but he just has exemplary pace. As the sister car, the 14 car, we talked to Matt Haas, one of the drivers in there. He drove for Rockwell this weekend as he came up and talked to us about the charity event that the Extreme Karting in Newcastle, Delaware is going to be putting on this come July, which is really cool. But they're having a solid day. That 14 car has been, well, they were in the top 20, but they've fallen down the order a little bit. They're running in the 30th position right now, so but looks like they're in for their final stop of the day.
The embracing AI car.
Yep, looks like they're going underneath the car, checking some stuff. And looks like the hood's going up.
Yeah, they got a drip pan beneath the engine.
So we'll have to see if we can find out what's going on with those guys. It's been a tough weekend for Mike Gorman. The 58 car took a pretty good shot. They had to repair that, get that back in the race. They're running pretty solid in the 17th position. I know they've had a few issues, but yet they won yesterday in the EC division. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of their race pans out. You can just listen to this Porsche just zing and everything through the corner. Doug's putting on a really good show right now. He's working through the gears, working third and fourth. Most of this track is third and fourth other than the back straightaway where you'll catch fifth gear. You usually don't touch fifth gear on the front straightaway depending on your gearing combination. So it's a lot of up and down between third and fourth gear. Going to take it 3 wide here. Going to get past the 129, one of the Rossmar cars. Going to get held up in a little bit of traffic right there. Oh, no, he actually decided he's going to take the long way around. Got a little bit wide there, but he was trying to stay off the 763 car. So, whoa, big catch right there. Grabbing third gear, getting in there, gets him a really rocket run coming out of there, and then he grabs fourth gear coming onto the front straightaway. He's going to probably try to outbrake the Weiser Blitz car very much. Oh, wow. So right now they're working to try to catch Parts Badger, which is why the urgency, because the way they're looking at it is if they can catch up to Parts Badger and pass them on the racetrack, that's just going to give them even more of an advantage once Parts Badger comes in for their final pit stop of the day. So Roy and team continue to lead this race. So the gap between them last time by the line was 15.7 seconds. Doug was about 3 seconds faster than Parts Badger, so I suspect we're going to see another substantial drop in how far behind they really are. Going by the 14, the sister car. See him working through, really was patient. Probably could have gotten back to the power a little more if he wanted, but I think he knew he was going to catch some traffic right there. Goes by Easy Riders, and he's catching up to Team Octane. I don't think he's not close enough to get inside of him. Well, he made a liar out of me. All right.
Yeah, he just needed to get to the brakes. It wasn't time yet. And using all the track on the way in. I like it.
And using all the track on the way out, too. He's going all the way to the strip, grabbing fourth gear. He breezes it just a bit through here, enough to set the car. He's coming up on
both these guys.
He's going to get Street Fighters here.
Oh, no.
Had to go shallow on the entry. Didn't hurt him at all.
Swing to the right here.
717 car, that should be box 2. Nice heel and toe action on the underbraking. And I notice he's running the same line every lap. He's very consistent in what he's doing. The gap closed that time down to about 13.3 seconds. Didn't take off as much as he wanted, but he did get held up in some traffic. So he just continues, but you can tell he's pushing the car very, very hard to try to make this up on the racetrack. He doesn't want it to just be in the pits. He wants to try to gain as much as he can, because I think what they're probably going to try to do is if he can push a little bit, get out ahead of them, then he might be able to dial it back a little bit and save a little bit of fuel, knowing that they've got Parts Badger kind of pinned a lap down, used all the curb there to get by some traffic. And the reason I say that is just with the higher RPMs that they're running with the downshifts, and they're really winding that thing out, so they definitely got to be going through some fuel. And Doug definitely has a lot of pace, so I know that's something they got to be monitoring very carefully. So we know what's going on up front, so why don't we scroll back in the field a little bit and see if we can find a little bit of action here. Team Troxel is battling for 12th place right now with Box 2 from Turning Concepts. They're separated by about 18 seconds. So that'll be interesting to see what happens in that fight. Let's scroll a little bit farther down the order. Ramen Racing is slowly catching Masshole Racing, and that's for the bottom step of the A-Class podium. They were separated by only about a little under 3 seconds, so we'll have to keep an eye on that battle as well. Then there's also Continuous Rotation Racing in the 173 car and the A-Class car of Rossmar Racing. They're separated by about 42 seconds. They're on the same lap. But Continuous Racing's only 9 seconds back of Weiser Blitz, who we actually just saw go by us on the screen there as they exited turn 11. Scroll a little bit farther back in the order. Team Octane, we saw them in the top 10 earlier. They've kind of fallen down the order. I think they've run into some issues. They're up 2 spots in their class on the day. So again, not the day that they wanted. They were up in the top 10 for a chunk of the race, but they are about 8.5 seconds back of Action Raceworks, who is slowly, we didn't see a lot out of them yesterday. They've slowly crept up into the top 25, and they're only a lap back of 20th spot, so they are poised. If they can make up about a lap, and they're about 1:15 behind Rossmar in the 473, they may be on pace to get a top 20 finish. We have seen some cars fall out. A bit of attrition has set in a little bit here at the Glen, so if they can continue the pace they're doing, they may pull a top 20 out of this, and they're one of our C-Class cars. They're in the top 15 of that as well.
Parts Badger heading towards the heel of the boot. Turn number 8.
The lead is down to 9.5 seconds, so Parts Badger still holds it, but they've got to be getting close to their final pit stop of the day. But the advantage to this is they're going to be coming in probably here, I'd say, within the next maybe 5 to 7 minutes. If they get in right now, they should be able to go full tilt where they don't have to have anything questionable on fuel, because we know that car is fast. As here they coming into turn 11 right here.
Yeah, obviously what they would like to see is another code 35 so they could enjoy a pit stop under caution.
And that might have been what they were banking on. That might have been the strategy that they set out. They might have said, hey, you know what, we can't really beat them on speed at the moment, but doesn't mean we can't try to beat them on a little bit of strategy.
A little bit of lady luck wouldn't be bad for that team.
It never hurts.
Sometimes that's all you got to hope for. Rockwell coming through. Another Boxster just waiting for...
I think that was the 58 car from Open Throttle. I think that was Bruno.
Oh, okay.
Red Imports Racing coming by. Ready Imports Racing. There's one of the other Rockwell cars. That may have actually been the 12 car.
Yeah, they're coming into the bus stop on delay here.
Taters are going by Tater Racing once again. Tater's kind of falling down the order. They've had the fastest lap of the day so far at a 2:12, but I think they just didn't have the overall pace to stay up into the top 4, and I think they've had a couple issues as well. Last lap was a 2:20, so wonder if the car is having a little bit of an issue.
No, there they show up.
Oh, they're going to give Rockwell what for? And I know
car has the speed.
You can see Doug looking over going, dude, what are you doing? But, mind games a lot of times in racing, folks, it goes a long way. If you can mentally mess with some of your competitors, sometimes you can throw them off the rhythm a little bit. We see him working to turn 8.
I mentioned earlier it seemed like they were over-revving a little bit on the downshifts. It could be they're running a really light flywheel. They may need to in order to get it to sink in like that because it revs so quickly on the up and the down with a super light flywheel combination. So I noticed that this driver's driving pretty much the same way, the way they're managing those downshifts. I like the high rev downshift here.
Yeah, Doug's pretty good with that kind of stuff. Again, he's got a lot of experience. He knows he's pretty good at taking care of the equipment. So. Pretty well flat up there. He just had to breathe it just a little bit to get the car to rotate. Headed up through the S's, headed to the bus stop. Hour 35 minutes left to go in this race. Parts Badger still on the racetrack. The lead is now down to 6.1 seconds last time by the line. Doug is slinging these things. Grabbed a little third gear to get out of there. Just trying to chase him down. Last lap was a 14.1 to a 15.6 by Parts Badger. It's another second and a half. But again, the Parts Badger car is light on fuel, so the back end may be moving the car around a little bit compared to where, Rockwell's been out there for a little bit, but they got a heavier fuel load, so the car is probably a little bit more stable right now. It hasn't burned off as much fuel. And it's in. Parts Badger is in. Just saw them off to the right. They are in for their final pit stop of the day with an hour 35 minutes to go here at Watkins Glen.
They're going to pick up their clock and come down pit road. 5-minute clock starts now.
And that will pass the lead once it cycles through. That will pass the lead to Rockwell Autosport Development.
And they fall into their pit box here. And the jack's coming out. So it looks like they're going to be jacking up the passenger side of the car. And they're placing the catch pan down there underneath the car, and they're working on that right rear. Just looked at it at least. Driver's getting out. Again, this is a 2-driver team here this weekend, so they're pulling double duty. And they're also looking at the right front side of the car, too, around the suspension area.
Now, remember, we've seen in races past, this car, if you abuse it up on the curbs a lot, it tends to have a lot of issues with the rear suspension. So it looks like they're checking some stuff. Maybe they're just changing tires, but they're spending a lot of time checking on that rear tire.
Yeah. The right side of the car is a concern. There's yesterday's winner, the turn-in concept 711.
They're in for their final pit stop of the
Tom
day.
Beers there taking some stills. It seems like the lead is just a bad place to be today.
Yeah, it really has. Other than when the Rockwells went out there, it seems like you haven't wanted to be in the lead. We saw Tater up there. They started having some problems. Parts Badgers now looks like they've had a little bit of an issue. It just, yeah, Paulie. Other than Rockwell, it hasn't been a good day to be a leader. But this race isn't over, and we know Rockwell is not. They're not immune to having problems. But with Parts Badger having this problem now, they might be able to dial it back a little bit to where fuel was a little bit of a concern. They don't have to worry about it anymore. They can get to a pace to where they know they can take care of it as they drive by their sister car, the 10. So we're back on board with Doug Oakley as he comes around to complete another lap and start one more. So Boston Winers is back out onto the racetrack. The Haterade car, our F-Class car, the 306. So if you're a fan of that team, they are back out there going. So Dr. Sculler was saying the 109, the A&D Motorsports car runs perfectly good and fast. So that's good to know. Appreciate the update on that, and wish you guys the best of luck as you get to the end of today's race.
Yeah, Parts Badger's still up on stands. They're still working on that right rear, it looks like.
Paul, you think
maybe it's both sides.
You think they did a little too much curb hopping again like we've seen before?
Well, they're sending it, that's for sure. You're either going to break it or you're going to win with it. And that's, it seems to, and maybe that's bit them today. I don't know.
Yeah. They knew they were here, that's for sure. But it doesn't look like they're out of it. It looks like they just might have to do some patchwork to get it to the end of the race. But you got to wonder if they started abusing the curbs real hard, because you can use the curbs, but if you get up really high on the curbs to the teeth, as you can see from the shot right here, those are pretty deep teeth on those gators, folks, and you've got to make sure you don't stay on them for a long period of time, because that consistent banging around can do a lot of damage to suspension work and components that are important. And we've seen that where that Miata has some fragile components that we saw this at Road America last year. We saw this a little bit at Road Atlanta earlier in the season, where if you get up on the curbs for extensive amounts of time and beat it around, sometimes you may not make it to the end. Back on board with David Kiesick.
Well, I was going to drop over to the pits. We'll take another look at Parts Badger. Now they're doing the fuel service, Kyle, so maybe an extended stay to get some work done, but it looks like they're in the process of getting that driver out of there.
Wasn't hubs the weak point for them, if I'm not mistaken?
For Miatas, yeah, definitely. If you break it, well, the wheel goes away. So, yeah.
So now that is going to give Rockwell Autosport about a lap and change lead over Team Salem Ketchup, and Sent from the Gourds, who's on the same lap. The Canadian guys have now worked themselves up into the podium position for the overall and on the bottom step of the C-Class podium. So great job for those guys. They've had a good run. Tater Racing in fourth. This is going to drop Parts Badger down into fifth. Shut Up Racing continues to run sixth. Team Salem Mustard in seventh. Turning Concepts, the box 1 and 8th. MDR Motorsports, Paulie, we haven't talked about them today with some of the issues. The Porsche Boxster for Mike D'Onofrio's team is running in 9th, and TCR, Dan Fraudle's team, continues to run in the top 10.
And we've got a close battle going on right now for 8th, 9th, and 10th in C-Class between MDR Motorsports, TCR Motorworks, and Turn-In Concepts. As we're in the pits as well with Les in the TCR 936 car. As we're seeing the Miata of Parts Badger coming down pit lane, heading back out. And there they go. Looks like they're ready to rejoin the race.
Comes up out of turn 9. Doug's still going at it. Last lap was a 14.7.
And so we've reached the bottom of the hour, and it's time to take another break to pay the bills. But we'll be back shortly. Hang in there.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live. Back to the racing action here. Run through the rundown. Rockwell Autosport Development leads the race over Team Salem Ketchup, followed by Sent from the Gourds. Tater Racing in fourth. Parts Badger is fifth. Looking at A class, it's Cannonball Club, Ramen Racing, Masshole Motorsports, Rosemar Racing, and No Foo Racing. On to B class, Parts Badger, Hopes and Dreams, Team Octane, and Ready Imports Racing, and Hot Curl Racing in the old 914 Porsche. C class, you've got Rockwell Autosport Development over Team Salem Ketchup, Sent from the Gourds, Tater Racing, and Shut Up Racing. On to D class, MCL Racing, Team Z, Smokin' Horse Racing. F class, you've got Gab Racing, Easy Riders, MDR Motorsports, Loose Brothers, and Boston Winers. And an EC, another Boston Winers entry, leading the way with Open Throttle behind them, followed by TCR Motorsports, Martinelli Motorsports, and Open Throttle Racing, your top 5 in EC. And that is, as they say, the news that's fit to print. We're seeing a camera go down for Haywood Racing. They may be out of it right now, as well as one of the Boston Winers cars.
Yeah, attrition's starting to really come into play here, Paulie. We're starting to see a lot of cars fall out. You wonder if the torrid pace that we've had that they've set today, and it was so much lighter yesterday, you got to wonder if maybe teams didn't kind of, get a chance. They didn't really work on a few things that they maybe would have worked on overnight, or maybe service, just because they went, well, we didn't put a lot of let's say mileage. We put mileage on it, but we didn't put a lot of wear and tear on it, and you got to wonder if it's starting to beat up on a few of these entries.
I think that the morale was very low because the weather was so bad that people really didn't want to be here. They just wanted the day to end, and so maybe there were some services that they would have done that they didn't. Just like, you know what, we'll worry about it tomorrow. Let it go. It's probably going to be fine. And I think people are doing a lot better today with these better weather conditions.
Yeah. It was a tough day yesterday for a lot of our teams, and it's one of those days where you power through it.
A view from the front straightaway here from Les's camera.
Heard a little bit of
tire protest.
Yep, little protest there. I think he had to get in a little tighter than he wanted to. You could tell he wanted to track out a little bit more. Back on board with Doug in the Rockwell Autosport car. Working by one of the Team Salen's cars. He just gave a thumbs up. Thank you very much for letting me by. I appreciate that. I think that was Mustard, because I don't think Ketchup would have let him by that easy, especially when Ketchup's running second. So, but he's still chugging on. Got about an hour 17 to go here, just a little under an hour 18. So got a long way to go. So, Paulie, do we think Rockwell can make it? We've seen this before. It's going to be close. I mean, plus he's hanging those high RPMs.
Yeah, they cut him loose right at the 2 hours. So,
and we haven't had any code 35s.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee.
You got to wonder if he's close, because I mean they're 2 lap separation right now is what it shows, or a lap and change, because I think the catch-up car hasn't hit the line. Yep, so it's about a lap. So about a lap and maybe about a lap and a third. That's not a lot of time. To where if something happened to Rockwell, Team Salem be sitting in the catbird seat.
Yeah.
So, but how about send from the cords, Paulie? I mean, look at them running in 3rd spot right now. These guys are having a great day. You know, running a 2:18.5 last time by. Just they're only 2 laps off the overall lead of this race. We've continued to see this is another team that is just eventually they're going to find themselves in victory lane.
Yeah, and you know, I talked to them several times earlier in the weekend because I was working on a camera for them, and they were just. They weren't having to work on the car a lot, you know. It's like the car was up on stands, and they were just fiddling around with a few little things, but there was nothing major going on, you know. And it's that kind of, and they've done the practice day, and when a team is really well prepared, that's just a good sign.
Yeah.
And they're one of those teams. You know, there's a handful of teams in the paddock. They're always able to run the entire distance, both days, both weekends, all the way out. And Sent from the Gorge is one of those teams that always ends up there, you know.
Consistency.
Just very well put together car. They know what they're doing. They've got enough experience to put the car together properly and maintain it properly. As they just got passed by Tater Racing, so they've just sunk to 4th place. So yeah, those teams that are up here right now, they're very good at keeping the car out there.
And Tater's another one. Both Sent from the Gorge and Tater, they're going to end up in victory lane at some point. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
And both those teams are just the coolest guys. I just can't wait to see them up at the front taking first place trophies.
Yeah, it'll be a special day when they finally get that first overall victory.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys are great every time you go to talk to them.
So as we're looking down the order, still want to give a call to MDR Motorsports. Those guys have overcome quite a bit today, but they've worked themselves up into the top 10. I mean, having an outstanding day. It's been fun to watch some of these teams.
Let's see what else we got going on here. Start Racing.
See where they're running right now. They are down in 39th in the overall, and let's see where they're at in A class.
They're 10th in their class.
10th in class. That's a good day for them.
Yep. They're hunting down the Rosmar team.
Let's see.
Number 129.
Let's see how far back they are from Rosmar. They are about 10, just a touch under 11 seconds. So if they can keep this thing together, I think it'll be a good top 10 day for them.
We got real late getting to the throttle there. Go back into the pits here.
58 car from Open Throttle Racing.
Yeah, looks like a drink bottle on top there. Porsche Boxster. I'm going to look at the tire pressures here. And these are the cars that Les is very familiar with. Oh, is it? It's the old 605. So this is one of the Round 3 racing machines. This is probably one of the cars that I drove.
Because you drove for them for a number of years, didn't you, Paulie?
Not really. Just one. I was just with them one race, but I drove 2 of their cars that weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, but Les worked for them for a number of years. And so he had his hands. He's got, I bet, Les's fingerprints. This is the one I drove. You can bet Les's fingerprints are on this.
Yeah.
He was a tech, working as a tech and a relief driver. Nice paint scheme. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Kinda fun. Looks like the paint's ripping off it.
Right off this fender right there.
He sustained an injury on that car.
So this was the car that the BF Goodrich team, so the color scheme, they don't have it this weekend, but they had the BF Goodrich team that we interviewed at Daytona, TJ Dennis and his team, and Ed and Brandon, some of their techs or engineers and test drivers. They had that car at Daytona. They're going to do about 4 races, 3 more after Daytona with Gorman's team, and they're doing some tire testing with BF Goodrich to go and learn more about their new rival program. They're trying to understand a little bit of what they need to do to get back more competitive with their tires on the road racing side. So it's really, really cool. But that's what that livery actually is.
Nice.
So you see the field working through. Nice pass there by, I think that was Team Troxel, maybe?
Let's see if we can pick him up on the straightaway here.
You hear these cars screaming as they come up the hill.
So Rockwell Autosport Development leads the race over Team Salem Ketchup. Tater Racing, Sent from the Gourds, and Parts Badger. It's your top 4, or top 10, top 5 rather.
So now it looks like Team Troxel's worked themselves up into the top 10. Looks like they've had some pretty good pace last few laps.
And someone's asking, how do the classes work? Well, the classes are largely structured just over engine displacement. So where other series, they might be looking at horsepower, Champ Car looks at engine displacement. And so the classes are set up, the smaller displacement engines, like the early Miatas, they're going to be in that A class. So a lot of your 4-cylinder cars fit into that. So that's anything with an engine displacement of up to 1.91 liters and under. And then that's A class. The B class is 1.92 up to 2.4. And that's where a lot of the swaps end up. And then some of the newer classed Miatas end up in B class because of the engine size. And then when you go to C class, now you're getting a lot of the inline 6s. So a lot of your BMWs fall into the C class. And your Porsche Boxsters fall in there as well. So that's 2.41 liters up to 3.91 liters. And then when you go to D class, you've got the bigger displacement, 3.92 up and up. So that's where a lot of the Camaros and Mustangs and Corvettes are going to fit into that. And then we have our EC class, which is an exception class. Those are cars that don't really fit into the rule set, and so they don't qualify for a podium position. That's by and large that's a big chunk of how they're classed. Now, if you do a swap, in general, you're going to be bumped up 1. If you add a turbo, you're going to be bumped up 1. And we have an F class, which is just for cars that are up to 300 points in the VPI list. And you can find out more information on that at the ChampCar.org website in the rule book and the VPI list, which is the Vehicle Performance Index.
And it's really unique to kind of see how these teams, what they sacrifice for, points and things like that, to see what upgrades they make on their car. But just the drivers, how they adapt to the different cars and what they do to keep the car up front, really, there's been a lot of development for these teams to get better and faster.
Check in with some of the other teams. Loose Brothers Motorsports. Or should I call it Loose Bros? Loose Bros Motorsports. It's a little harder to say. Loose Bros. There's the number 903 coming around.
They've had a solid day so far. They're running in the 12th position, 11th in the class right now. So a solid day for the 903 car. Unfortunately, we found out the 901 was overheating. So not the day that they wanted, as they were running in the top 5. But so far, the 903 just continues to have a solid day.
Got the red steering wheel.
I like that. It's kind of cool. Makes it easy to see. Working through turn 8 here. Headed up the hill to turn 9.
We've got a nice battle developing in C-Class for 18th, 19th, and 20th between Point Kart Racing, Rockwell Autosport Development, and Autosport 2000 in their Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, those guys, I talked to some of those guys this morning. They were optimistic they were going to have a good day. But unfortunately, they just did not, has not gone the way that they wanted for K2, but they had a good attitude. They were in good spirits this morning, and I think they were just happy they knew it was going to dry out.
For sure.
So we're still, Rockwell Autosport continues to lead this race by about a lap and change over Team Sale and Ketchup. So it's going to be a battle of the Boxsters for the win. But Tater Racing and Sent from the Gourds, two BMW teams, continue to sit 3rd and 4th, while Parts Badger, after having to do a little bit of patchwork on that right rear tire, has fallen down the order to 5th position. So it'll be interesting to see if Rockwell can make it on fuel. I know we seem like we're sitting on that a little bit, but they released right about that 2-hour mark, and with the pace that they're setting, the question is, can they make it on fuel?
Yeah, they must have thought, well, we're going to ride this out on fuel. Otherwise, they would have just left when they could and then come back for a fuel stop and change the driver. But they decided to roll the dice and see if they can squeeze 2 hours out of this car, probably hoping for, like we said earlier, some more cautions to slow this race down.
But we haven't had any.
We haven't really had them.
So
we've gone kind of typical Champ Car, where we got those cautions done earlier, and now we're having a lot of green flag racing to finish up the race.
We especially see that tendency on Sundays when the field thins out quite a bit too, and everybody kind of is into that weekend rhythm. So we'll have to monitor that very carefully.
In 45th position overall is the Hack Racing division. It's shown 7th in class and 45th overall. And this is one of the B-class cars, no doubt a swap.
Yeah, they're only a lap back of Street Fighters in the 72 Honda Accord, so for their 2003 entry. So they got to keep pushing here if they want to try to make up. And they're only 4.5 seconds back of the F-Class car, the sister car to the 831. So they got to keep pushing hard here.
There's another Rockwell car coming out of the pits. Tyler's on the hunt here. See if he can line up to the right of the BMW. Could shoot down the inside. Decides no. Gonna think the better of that.
But he did get back to the power a lot quicker than than the other car, and he's staying right with him. You notice he's getting a little bit of pull.
Oh, here we go. Now he's got it.
See if he can outbrake the 936.
Perfect position here. Gonna hold him out up against the wall and
down
then
2 gears.
Perfect, clean, safe pass.
Nicely done.
He's trying to use a little extra curve, and I know that where that comes from for the turn in is to get that sweep up the hill so you don't feel like you got to dab the brakes or anything to make that right-hander. So if he's feeling like he's pushing a little bit, which isn't that uncommon on a front-wheel drive car. He's wanting a little extra racetrack to make that right-hander. Oh, yeah, he's really hitting those curbs, too. And that's probably the Achilles heel of these Hondas is the CV axles. So it's risky.
And they're showing really solid pace. I mean, it was a little, got a little caught up behind the Haterade car.
Yeah, the Haterade car's back out there, and he's using all the racetrack, getting his money's worth. He's like, sorry, I'll move over. Yep, there's the downshift, turn in, wait for it, patience, back to gas. Here comes the upshift, there it is. He's just whining that sucker out. So much fun. All right, another break here. Just an hour remains in this contest. Hey, you've watched it this far. You might as well hang out for the rest of it. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back here live, bringing you all the race action. Paul Veltum, Kyle Lockbro, and Les Epps. And hope your Sunday's been going great as we count down the final 55 minutes of racing here at Watkins Glen International, the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. My brother's name is Glenn. Spells it with one N. So Rockwell continues to lead the race here over Team Salem Ketchup and Tater Racing, the top three there. And it looks like we've got a new leader in D-Class, Team Z. In their 1988 Nissan 300 ZX has taken the lead of that class. $132 laps turned so far today. 72 cars out there on the track. Fastest lap time of the day, still held by the Ketchup car at a 212.672. And we did get a report of a car that was moving slowly on the racetrack. Car number 306, Manic. No, that's the one of the Boston Miners cars. Take a look. Looks like Jeff has jumped behind the wheel for the final stint for the Weiser Blitz Racing team. And Parts Badger, who was doing really well leading, found themselves with some mechanical issues. They spent some time working on the right side of that car, and that put them down. So they spent a brief period of time leading the race until they came into the pits with that problem. And then they had to come in and work on that, do a complete pit stop, and then they were able to get back out there. Things have been going all right for Rockwell. And they had a crash yesterday, did quite a bit of damage to some bodywork for the car. And then they got... that put that car out, but they've got the number 12 and number 10 car out here this weekend racing. And Clive Bogle with his Porsche 944, a former Visceral Racing Group car. They crashed out of the race yesterday and damaged the engine too somehow. Seemingly at the same time, and so he's going to have to work on that car. Not able to start the race today. That's all things that happened yesterday.
Still on board here with Doug Oakley in the number 12 Rockwell Auto Sport Development car. If you're just joining us into the final hour, it has been very dominant for Rockwell in the latter stages of this race. Right now they carry about a lap and change lead over the Team Salem catch-up car and continue to just maintain that gap. But there is a question. Rockwell pitted right about the 2-hour mark, a little bit like right on that cusp, and the question is, can the car go 2 hours fully on fuel with the pace that they're setting? We'll have to find out. We've seen this car run out of fuel before, and we know if the car runs out of fuel and it gets light, it tends to burn up that fuel pump. So we'll have to see what happens. Team Salem is running about the same pace, but the question is, again, they pitted a little bit later than Rockwell, so they might be a little bit safer on fuel. So we'll have to see how that develops. Tater Racing is now up into the 3rd position. It looks like the Sent from the Gourds ran into a problem. They just were on pit road. They've fallen down the order to the 8th position.
And Turning Concepts just cranked out a 2:16.
Wow.
Yesterday's winner, really leaning into it. You know, the top 5 teams all turn times within 1 second of each other. Shut Up Racing, a 2:18. Parts Badger, 2:17. Tater Racing, 2:18. Team Salem, 2:17. Rockwell Autosport, 2:18. And then you've got Turning down in 7th. Like 3 seconds faster, just killing it. 2 to 3 seconds, 2 seconds or so faster. So, yeah, they're not letting up at all.
No, not at all. I like the line. Doug runs the same line every single lap. He's very consistent, taking his left hand off the wheel, just kind of stretching his hand out a little bit. Again, just keeping it very light, keeping it very relaxed. He'll put his hand back on the wheel, gets ready, does his heel toe downshift into 1. It's a little bit of curve. Looks like somebody got a little bit wide there through turn 1.
Yeah. I hope they see him coming here because he's storming. There you go. They did. Good heads-up driving. A little bit of a correction there.
Was a little bit off on his angle coming up through there because he had to get by that car, but still chugging along, still looking. Now, I did notice this. He is lifting a little bit on the straightaway. Where he was just kind of sending it before, he's starting to back off a little bit and not run the RPMs up as high.
He could have done it right there. I mean, that was the fastest part of the track. He didn't do it. He could definitely do a lift and coast.
I think he's starting
right there.
I think they're concerned on fuel. To be honest with you, I think they're trying to take care of it and make sure it gets to the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll watch his lap time, see if he starts. His last lap time was a 2:17. So he's the quicker of the bunch up there.
Team Salem Ketchup just knocked off a 2:16.6.
And so did Parts Badger.
And so did Tater, a 2:16.81.
Yeah, we'll see if his lap times start to roll back just a little bit.
He's not short shifting. He's still winding the engine out pretty hard. You can see the tack. You can see the analog gauges there up just to the right of his hands. He's winding it up pretty good. I'm not sure what the RPM is. I would assume it's probably close to somewhere in the 6,000 range. Gets by the K2 Autosport car. That's one of our Pittsburgh-based teams we've talked about a little bit on our broadcast this weekend. Oh, here comes, that's Tater. Tater trying to unlap themselves right here, Paulie. They're 2 laps down. 2:17.6, so 2:17s in a row, but Tater has just unlapped themselves. Touched the brake pedal just a little bit there. 2:16 flat last time for Tater.
Tater's got the advantage going into the bus stop here. Might as well just follow him through here. And Tater's not letting up. Boy, he's disappearing. He got such a good position. Going to caution, so it's all for naught. Going to caution here.
See if we have anything.
That's the FJ Corsa team again, and their 01 Mustang. And they've been in the news before here. There's the local yellow being described there over in turn 6, it looks like, as we go to code 35. I don't see anything over there.
Just at the after turn 7. Just at the almost to the top of the hill, the car sits there stalled.
There we have it, folks. There you have it.
So Jeff's back in the car. I did get an update from Lori from Mike the Senator's car, the 59 Start Racing. Chris Ball is currently in the car. So thanks, Lori, for the update. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for sending that along. Much appreciated.
So now the question is, will this caution allow Rockwell to get to the finish, and how long will they be under a code 35? That is going to be the question. The car's stalled. It's off the racetrack a little bit. How quick can they get this thing picked up?
Yeah. Well, they've done such a great job with getting these cars off the track quickly, and especially if they don't have to put it on a rollback and just tug it in with a rope or a hook, it might not be very long. Let's see if we see anything here.
So the tow truck just got there. It looks like they're sizing up to get him put on the hook.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
So this may not be a very long code 35. The question is, though.
Oh, I thought Rocco came in. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say.
That's the question.
The question will be, is this long enough? Will it be a long enough 35 to help with the fuel mileage?
Well, they got more time, so they may not need the help, but they might get some more help as time goes on, too.
So if you're just joining us, we're into the final 45 minutes of this race. We're under a code 35, as you said it was the FJS Motorsports. Camaro has stalled between the Mustang has stalled between turns 7 and 8. So let's do a quick rundown of our classes, of our top 10 and then our classes. Rockwell Autosport leads over Team Sale and Ketchup. Tater Racing is C-Class cars are in the top 3, and that's your top 3 in the C-Class and the overall. Parts Badger, your leading B-Class car, has worked back up to 4th. Shut Up Racing is in 5th. Team Salem, the sister car. Mustard is in 6th. Turning Concepts in Box 1 in 7th. Sent from the Gourds is in 8th. TCR Motorworks in 9th. And Team Troxel has worked themselves up into the top 10. So let's take a look at our A-Class standings. Ramen Racing continues to lead by about a minute 22 seconds over they're on the same, probably about a minute 22 seconds over Masshole Motorsports. And then Rossmar Racing is in 3rd. They're on the same lap. Actually, Paulie, we have 4 A-Class cars on the same lap right now, so that's pretty close. We'll have to keep an eye on that battle. No Foo Racing in 4th. Cannonball Club Racing, yesterday's class winner, in 5th. Let's head over to B-Class and check those guys out. Parts Badger, as we talked about, 4th place in the overall is your leader in B-Class. Hopes and Dreams Motorsports, Paulie, all of a sudden not sure where they came from. The Honda S2000
Hopes and
Dreams is running in 2nd position right now, middle step of the podium. And then Team Octane, the Canadian contingent, runs at the bottom step of the podium. Ready Imports Racing and Hot Curl rounds out your B-Class top 5. On to the C-Class. We've pretty well covered this, but we'll go ahead and hit it one more time. Rockwell leads over Team Sale and Ketchup. Tater Racing, Shut Up Racing in 5th, and Team Sale and Mustard in 6th. So C-Class has 5 of the top 6 locked down in the overall. On to the D-Class now. Team Z is back up front as we're going back to the yellow flag here. Should be going back green momentarily. Team Z has worked themselves back up into the lead after Smoking Horse Racing had a problem. It has not been a good day to be a C class or D class leader, and we are back under green here at Watkins Glen with the final 43 minutes here for the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. So Team Z leads over MLC Racing, Dirty Air Motorsports. It has been just shuffled all day long with that class. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But they seem to have about a 7-lap lead. It just seems like it's whoever's had the least amount of problems. On to the F class. Gab Racing leads by about 1:20 seconds over Easy Riders. Loose Brothers Racing, yesterday's winner, is third. MDR Motorsports and Boston Winers. And then finally, let's check on our EC cars. Boston Winers, their sister car, leads over there. Open Throttle, the 62 and the 65 Green and America. Now they've renamed the car. It's no longer Foe. It's called America. They change the name each week. So is there. And then Martinelli Motorsports in fourth. And Manic Motorsports is in the top 5.
And there you have it, folks. On board with the Embracing AI Open Throttle Racing car. And if you think this looks like fun, something you'd like to do, you can find out more information about getting involved yourself. Maybe you want to be a driver. Maybe you want to drive a race car on a big racetrack like this. You can find out more information about doing just that by visiting the ChampCar website at ChampCar.org. And you too can be out racing with us. Maybe here we got races almost every month, and sometimes more than one race per month, and we go all over the country for the most part. So we're going to be in Texas at the end of the year. And we're going to be up in Wisconsin, of course. Can't seem to get away from that. We're going to be down in Florida, Connecticut. We're going to be all over the place.
Yeah, we have quite a few events coming up on our schedule. So the next race for us will be the Joliet Grand Prix at Audubon Country Club, which we'll actually be covering for the first time this year. So that'll be kind of cool for us. And that is pretty much sold out. There's only a couple spots left. Well, actually, it says it's sold out, so make sure you get your name on the wait list just in case somebody decides they can't go. We had quite a few cancellations here.
Yeah.
At Watkins Glen. There's always something happening. And then after that, a couple weeks later, that's mid-June. A couple weeks after that, at the end of the month, we'll be at Sebring for the GridSeat.co 12-hour at Sebring, the Under the Stars event. So that's sold out, but make sure you get your team name on the wait list if you're interested. And then after that, at the end of July, we'll be at Lime Rock Park up in Connecticut for the New England Enduro. Again, it's a sold-out event, but if you're interested, get your name and your team's name on the wait list. Something happens, you could have an opportunity to race at Lime Rock Park. We head to VIR a week later, beginning of August. There's still spaces available for the Roller Coaster Revival at VIR Full. And then after that, a few weeks later, we'll be at Thompson Motor Speedway for Motorsports Park. That's about half full right now, so if you're interested, make sure you get on the entry list for Thompson. And then to end the summer season, we'll be down at Mid-Ohio the second week of September, right after Labor Day, and it's sold out. Get your team's name on the entry list for that one as well, and then we'll roll into the fall and as we get down to the final third of the season. So hard to believe we're already a third into our season. So again, Rockwell continues to hold that 1 lap plus lead over Team Salem catch up. And Tater Racing, we thought they had unlapped themselves, but it looks like Rockwell has gotten back past them. It looks like they're another lap down, so they're 3 laps back of Rockwell. And then good run today again for Shut Up Racing. They had a solid run yesterday, up 33 spots on the day, 20 spots in the class right now. They're having a solid day. We've seen the 903 car. I want to give a call to those guys with 901 Motorsport. Running in the 11th in class right now. They're about a minute 39 off of the box 2 car. Take a little bit, look a little bit farther down the action, but great run for the Hopes and Dreams car, a motorsports car. That's so cool. These guys didn't have the day they wanted yesterday, but they've absolutely just run really well today. They've been aggressive with some of their passes. They've really just stayed in contention, and now they're looking at a podium finish in the B class. So a great run for that team. A little bit farther back, a Gorilla sticker. We've seen they've had some problems today, not the day that they've wanted. The 516 is in the pits. Looks like it's been in the pits for a little bit of time right now. So not sure if they're completely done for the day or if they're just in for some service. I'm looking down pit road. I don't see them, so I'm thinking they may have had an issue. So a tough break for those guys. Give a call to the continuous rotation guys. They're up 22 spots on the day, 8 in class, 28th in the overall right now. Sitting in 6th in A class, so a solid run for those guys. So we're back on board with Start Racing. That's Mike Coleman's car. That's Chris Ball at the wheel.
And I'm just going to bring you to where I see, there's some action going on here. So, Loose Brothers.
Oh, close. That's Street Fighters right there with one of the BMWs. It looks like it's kind of worked itself back out. The Miata kind of looked like it helped the BMW get by the Honda. So we're on board with Loose Brothers. Can they roll to outside?
Not sure what the 72 is going to do here. Just decided that, and the 72 doesn't know what he's going to do either. So they're just both kind of taking it easy through here.
Giving it everything he's got to get up that hill in that little
full
Miata.
Beans, full chat. Is there anything left of it?
About 68 and change on the RPMs. He's slinging that motor. He's in red line territory, but he's still going. Back on board with Boston Winers. This is 444. If I'm not mistaken, this should still be, yes, this is our EC leader.
Nice.
In their BMW. These guys have had an outstanding day. Right now, they're up by about 5 laps over the 62, the open throttle car. If these guys can just hang on for another 34 minutes, they're going to get kind of a hometown victory here. They're not from the New York, but they're from the New England area. This would be some nice momentum for them as they get ready to head to Lime Rock and Thompson and Pocono and some of those New England races that we hit later in the season.
So they're not from Wisconsin.
They're not from Wisconsin. I don't think they're cheeseheads. They're probably Patriots fans.
So funny.
But these guys have had a really good run today.
Best lap of 217.8. Your leader just turned into 217.9. Tater turned into 223, so something slowed them up.
Probably got caught up with some traffic. We did see a BMW when we were in that camera shot coming out of 11. It wouldn't surprise me if that was Tater that was in the middle of that 3-wide fight there coming out of 11. There's the 914 still digging.
You go, buddy, you go. Look at him go. He's going for the pass. Here he goes.
Working on trying to get by the Honda. And got him. Nicely done. You can see the buildup of the rubber now that the rain's gone and the track's dried out. You can see that those rubber chunks starting to build up offline.
Yeah, some of these guys really taking it wide. Troxel trying to swing out and cut back across.
Such a fun part of the racetrack, isn't it, Paulie?
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of racing back there. Looks like somebody slowed up a little bit. Yeah, it looks like one of the Miatas is offline. Looks like they may be having a problem. Or is that the S2000? That's the S2000, Paulie. That's the B class car. That's Hopes and Dreams.
Oh man, what a perfect team name too. I just love that. Doc would have loved that. Hopes and Dreams. So much of racing is just couched in that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're off the pace here. This is your second place car in B class, folks.
Yeah.
And they're on the same lap as Team Octa. Actually, there's your pass for second place right there. You just saw it here live on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It looks like Hopes and Dreams is having some type of problem. They're trying to nurse it around to pit road. But that'll elevate Team Octane to, and they're going to lose a number of spots right here. Rockwell, the 14 car, Rockwell Autosports on the same lap. 43 car, the Camaro. Oh, what a bummer for these guys.
They can make it back to the pits. Still haven't seen them yet.
They were just coming up about 9, and they were running that wider line.
Here we go.
I think that's it right there.
I think he's going to make it back home.
Yeah, it looks like he's made it to pit road. Sunshine at Watkins Glen, Paulie. After the weekend we had.
Did it happen?
Yep, it happened.
Nice.
The sunshine is out.
Here we go. Redemption is ours.
All right, now we're supposed to be a commercial. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're under caution here at Watkins Glen International. The SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. As we approach the final 30 minutes of racing here to finish out this Memorial Day weekend of racing in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And as soon as we get some information on the cause of that, we'll bring that to you.
Not seeing anybody stopped on marching ants, Paulie, so don't see anything obvious right now.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking across the track cameras here, Kyle, and I just don't see anything yet. So... So saw a safety vehicle there, and they've already come into the pits. It could be the car stopped on track and then they got going again. Yeah, the number 47 was the car that stopped on track. My dad's old car number.
MLC Racing. That's one of our D-Class cars.
It's a Chevy Corvette. And it looks like they just took it behind the wall.
Yep, it's in the garage. So
that was quick. Don't think that helped Rockwell too much either as we go back to green here momentarily. And it looks like they're back to green and they're in the back part of the course right now, our leader. There's Parts Badger trying to reclaim some of the positioning that they enjoyed earlier today as they were leading the race. There's the 2 Rockwell cars. So it looks like the two of the Rockwell cars that are on this track right now have caught up with each other again.
And Rockwell does have 4 entries this weekend. They've got the 10, the 12, the 14,
oh, there's 3
and
of
the
them.
715. Yep.
No, that's a Camaro. Okay.
But this is kind of a home track for them as well. They're from Rockwell is based out of New Jersey, and so Watkins Glen is one of their home racetracks. So I'm sure this is one that they definitely would like to get a victory at.
Hack team is in the pits. And our leader is the lead car of that group, looks like, as they head out onto the front straightaway and delay.
So as we're back on board here with Doug Oakley in the 12 car, the leading Rockwell Autosport Development entry. He's headed up the hill. Headed down toward the bus stop. Gonna catch a little traffic right here.
That Porsche's so good in the bus stop. And then start applying power here. Car's gonna track out real nice to the exit. Cuts back over to the right to line up for turn 6. Makes that downshift. And starts adding power here. And you accelerate very rapidly here because you're heading downhill. To the exit of 7 and grabs 4th gear. So it's Rockwell followed by the catch-up car Team Salin. Then it's the Tater Racing in 3rd, Parts Badger in 4th, Shut Up Racing is in 5th.
They've had a good weekend all around, Paulie, with the Shut Up guys. They had a decent run yesterday. They were in contention for the win quite a bit, and they've been in the top 10 most of the day, now in the top 5. So it's been fun to watch those guys be competitive.
Let's leave it in 4th gear here.
Saving a little fuel that way. See what his lap time is. 2:17.1, so he's back to space up maybe a hair. He was a 2:16, but he's been consistent 2:17, so maybe they feel that with consistent 17s they can make it to the end of the race with that. I did notice when we were under code 35s, he had the car in 4th gear, just trying to keep the RPMs down, and then when they went back to green, he didn't downshift to get momentum going. He just took off in 4th gear and just kept going from there.
Here comes one of the Salin's Porsche by. Is that for position? Or was that the mustard car?
Well, let's check the. Check the marching ants and see if we can find out.
Yeah, look at the gap. The Salin's car turned to 2:16 on that last lap, so they're matching their pace.
You got to wonder if maybe they're trying to get him to push a little bit.
Now, there's not much time left, so you got to pretty much decide what you want to do right now. Now, Salen's car is getting away.
Oh, had to catch it a little bit there.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite have the grip that he wanted there.
You also got to wonder, too, with him getting lighter on the fuel load, if the car is starting to get a little bit more twitchy because it doesn't have the fuel in it.
Here we did a third gear pull out of the final corner. And so looks like the standings didn't change, so that must have been the mustard car that came by. And both cars 216, 217.
Team Salen, actually, the last lap by, that might have been the mustard just did a 2:13.6.
Yeah.
That's one of their fastest laps of the day.
It's probably Joe at the wheel there.
Yeah, this is another hometown race for Salen's, for Joe Salen's. They're from upstate New York. Got him.
Eat some curb if we need to.
So I'm looking back through the order. The closest battle that I've got right now, Masshole Motorsports. We might have to keep an eye on this one, Paulie. For the middle step of the A-Class podium, Masshole Motorsports is 2.5 seconds back of No Foo Racing. So we'll have to see how that pans out. They're pretty, No Foo's been a little quicker on the lap time, so they might have just gotten by Masshole. But right now, that's about one of our closest battles on the racetrack.
And you've also got a good battle between Hot Curl Racing and Ready Imports for B-Class, 4th and 3rd place.
We see Doug still working some traffic there. That's the 109, the A&D Motorsports Miata. Headed down the hill to turn 1 and start another lap. You can see the cars just single file. Looks like, is that Parts Badger back there? No, that's...
it's one of the BMWs, isn't it?
That is. Saw the big wing. I thought it was Parts Badger for a second.
Yeah, Rockwell trying to get by here.
We see Hack, the Hack Racing guys just working through some position. It's going to be interesting. So Rockwell still holds that lap plus lead. Team Salen catch-up was a 2:15.31 last lap to a 2:18.95. Rockwell has continued to throttle the pace back as we're within 13 minutes of the finish.
I think he got held up there going into 7, so this isn't going to be much faster.
Believe that may be the 12 car coming right here. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm trying to track him.
Trying to work through one of the lap cars. It's going to try to get the BMW here into 1. last lap for Rockwell was average speed so far was 75 miles an hour, but the last lap average was 91 miles an hour.
Rockwell just put in a 2:15.
2:15.55. I guess maybe they've told him you're good on fuel.
So Rockwell continuing to stretch their legs a little bit here in the closing minutes of the race. Just 11 minutes unofficially left in the event.
Coming out of turn 5. Just continues to set a good pace. Going to try to go. I think that's, Boston Winers in the 763. He's going to try to follow. I think that's one of Mike D'Onofrio's cars, MDR. Try to follow the other Boxster through. Took his glove, kind of wiped his eyes there for a second, make sure he's still seeing clear. You can tell he's got his visor up, so just making sure he's got clear sight. And just under 11 minutes to go, Paulie. 10 minutes and counting.
Yeah, here we go.
So definitely want to give a call, though, to Tater Racing. These guys, like we've talked about a couple times during the broadcast, they're due for a win. And it's not if they're going to win, it's when they're going to win. Last lap for these guys, they've kind of backed it down a little bit to a 2:31. Not sure if they're having a problem. There's about a 55-second gap. We may actually have to keep an eye on that, Paulie. They had a rough last lap. It's 55 seconds separated between Parts Badger and Tater. That's a lot of time to make up. But if Tater's having a problem, and yeah, Tater Racing just fell off the podium.
Oh, no.
So I'm not sure what happened, but they just fell off the overall podium.
Commentator's curse.
It must probably, knowing our luck. Oh, man. So that'll elevate Parts Badger, your leading B-Class car, up into the top 3. Oh, what a shame for the Tater guys. They were on pace for a top 3, a bottom step of the overall podium. These guys cannot catch any luck. So we're hearing from some other folks that we have here in the tower that the Tater guys may have pulled it into the garage. We'll have to check here and see.
Eight minutes here, counting down.
And if they are potentially done, that is going to lose. Yep, there we go. They're not running. Shut Up Racing just moved up into 4th place, which is going to elevate Shut Up Racing as of right now to the bottom step of the C-Class podium. Oh, what a shame for those guys.
So Rockwell Autosport Development continues to lead the way with a 2:17 on that last lap. Team Salem backed it down to a 220, as well as Parts Badger a 220. And Shut Up Racing with a 219. As the mustard car turns in a 215 on that last lap. And the blue flag still in hand. What we call the passing flag.
So we just got a little bit of word about Tater. We were wondering what was going on. They are in the NASCAR runoff area. The car is completely broken down. So unfortunately, that is what's dropped Tater down the order, and they're most likely going to lose another lap here to sent from the Gourds as well. Such a tough break for those guys.
They had it coming.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
Yeah. No, they did not. But they cannot catch a break. I mean, this is the third or fourth time we've seen them be right toward the end, be in contention for a good finish, and then something mechanical break on that car.
Oh, we got a mathematician here in the group. Rockwell can slow to a 235 per lap and still win. Thanks for bringing that up, because that's some pretty cool math. I don't know how you guys do that. Just do some adds and subtracts. Let's see how Rockwell's doing over here. Full beans. Another 217 on that last lap.
We saw this the last time. We saw this at Road Atlanta with them, or what it was. They'll run a couple good laps and then they'll back down a little bit.
From Les's cam.
4.5 minutes to go today. It's been a great day for a lot of these folks. Tough day for some, but been a good day for a lot of other people.
TCR. Of course, we had a fair number of cars that didn't start the race because of engine failure. There's a number of engine failures yesterday. Somebody bouncing off the rev limiter. Less than 4 minutes remaining unofficially. Looking for the comes down Keysack car. To the exit. Remain. The 7 hours of endurance road racing here at Watkins Glen, and they are just consistently cranking out these laps at 222 on that last lap, and that's just a hair above the mathematical that Drop Gear just gave us. Best lap at 213 in this car. coming down here, one of the last. What are we pointing at? We got a car slow trying to get around turn number 1. That could bring out a caution here in the closing minutes, but a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just keep it going. And somebody's struggling to get around the track. Should be coming down on the final moments here. There's the flagger. We're looking for that 1 to go. I hear the leaders coming into turn 10. And there it is, the 1 to go being given to Rockwell Autosport Development. That team has been so strong in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. They won the national championship just a couple of years ago. They've taken the lead of this pack of cars as they now head down the backstretch for the last time. Oh, there's a car stranded there going into the bus stop. Looks like they've pulled over.
Street fighters.
And probably won't affect the green flag of this race. They'll probably just leave a local there as Rockwell comes through the bus stop, leading that train of cars. And they've just done a masterful job this weekend with that car and with that team. And they bring several cars out to play with us. But today, the number 12 has really put on a master class for us. We've been enjoying riding along with them. Packed field this weekend as well. Boy, yesterday started out tough, and the Rockwell team really had trouble getting their mojo on yesterday. Couldn't quite get the pace that they needed to master the field yesterday. But it's just 1 to go now for this field as they head down into turn 11 for the final time. And onto the front straightaway. The one still being given to competitors as they come by. But here comes that checkered flag. And it comes and it flies high for Rockwell Autosport Development, taking the overall win here today for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Watkins Glen International, the SiliconSky Twin 7's at the Glen. So Rockwell Autosport Development winning the overall prize. Team Salem Ketchup takes second. Parts Badger in third. Shut Up Racing is fourth. Team Salem Mustard is going to take fifth place. And as we cycle through the cars, we've got Ramen Racing winning A-Class. Rosmar in second. No Food Racing in third. On to B-Class. It's Parts Badger winning B-Class. Team Octane in second. Hot Curl Racing in third. On to C-Class. Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 12. Taking first place in C-Class. Team Salem Ketchup in second. Shut Up Racing in third. And Team Z taking D-Class with MLC Racing 47 in second. And Dirty Air Motorsports in third. And then it's Gab Racing, Loose Brothers Motorsports, and Easy Riders, the F-Class finishers there in 1, 2, and 3. And Boston Winers wins EC with Open Throttle in second and TCR Motorworks finishing in third. So the checkered flag continues to fly for some 75 cars that raced here again today. And what a fantastic day. Pretty dry for the most part. Kyle, what do you think? Pretty good race of it?
Yeah, a very good race of it. I mean, a very dominant performance in the second half of the event by Rockwell. Tater Racing showed strength. Parts Badger showed some strength. And we have seen this weekend Turn-In showed strength. So a lot of people showed strength, but once again, Rockwell showed why they're one of the dominant forces here in Champ Car Endurance Series competition.
Yeah, Rockwell Autosport Development getting it done again today, but they have some competitors. They need to keep their eyes over their shoulders because they've got some stiff competition that's vying for position here to take home those winning trophies too. So, but want to say thank you to everybody in Champ Car Land for joining us. Thank you for tuning in and supporting Champ Car Live. Thank you for the likes and subscribes. And thank you for joining us. So for Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum. We'll see you next time, folks. So long.
Bye.